Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back. Welcome back to Divinity Original Sin. Yesterday, we left off in Lucula Forest, and we looked over places of the map that I just hadn't been to, hadn't visited, and discovered that, you know, amidst trolls and goblins that we've heard about occupying the mine for various reasons, now we also found that there are orcs in the forest who seem to have their own goal of essentially taking over the entire mine and Silver Glen and finding more bloodstones. And I was speculating a lot yesterday about what they want and why they want it. And at the same time, the same counts for the goblins and the trolls. As far as I know, the trolls have always been there, and they had contracts with the miners from Silver Glen to let them mine the place, and the trolls themselves were occupying themselves with demanding tolls from travelers who wanted to cross bridges that were at one point leading across the riverbed where the mine entrances seem to be. Now, those bridges don't exist anymore. The trolls are still there, and they're still demanding tolls, even though the bridges don't exist anymore. Don't know how they're making money. I guess they're intimidating their customers into paying. The goblins, meanwhile, have taken over the mine, and I think at this point it might be that they just decided that for themselves, and then Leandra took that as a good opportunity, because the miners weren't able to do anything while the goblins were occupying the mine, so she established the Immaculates in Silver Glen and tried to bring them closer into that phase to have people to do her bidding. Seems to be the case, but again, nothing's been confirmed yet. Because now, the strangest part about all of that is that we also have orcs who are specifically looking for bloodstones. Now, obviously, there are also a couple of angles as for why they are trying to do that. Now, either they've heard about the orcs in Seal also looking for bloodstones, and they wanted a piece of the cake, without realizing who actually controlled that or why the orcs wanted that. Because the orcs in Seal were at least partly working with the Immaculates, right? Or got their orders from them. But here, the orcs are also looking for bloodstones, but are very much keen to take over Silver Glen, and therefore also essentially get rid of everybody who lives there, or subjugate them, or worse. Which would include the Immaculates. So a bunch of different angles that seem to be all either crossing paths or potentially leading towards one solution or one, well, certainly one thing is going on there. I guess I also have to remember that, at least as far as Ikara told us, Leandra for some reason seems to have made her base in the mines, but with everything that's been going on, I'm not too sure if that was something that she did in the past. And maybe the goblins have now taken over the mine, and she just used that to make sure that nobody else could get in the mine while also establishing the Immaculates. Or it might be that she's actually not too thrilled about the goblins taking over. But I'd imagine if she wanted to get control over the mine back, she'd already done that. So maybe she's just in like a secluded part of the mine where the goblins just haven't really been able to reach, and she thought, oh, you know, they're through this goblin business, nobody else is able to come in here, and uses that as a cover for whatever she was doing in the mines. But yeah, so many different angles that are going on there, which I find really, really interesting. So let's see what is actually going on by going through the whole thing and figuring out who does what and why. Oh, also at the same time, we found 2 notes now of a Maradino person who seems to have placed down, well, explosive mines and other traps in certain locations like these. And it's not entirely clear what Maradino, whoever that is actually up to. The orcs knew about him, it seemed like. I think the orc leader in this group that we dealt with here talked about Maradino being a thing or a nuisance, something like that. So that is also something we'll have to figure out. But yeah, just to get a quick overview again, I essentially, you know, did all of this part of the map. What's left over is this path up here, which leads to the Highlands. It seems to be that this is now the only bridge that is still intact that actually leads over the riverbed. With these bridges being, or having been destroyed at some point in the past. And then as you can see, the riverbed has a bunch of bridges on its own, but on both sides has quite steep cliffs that prevent you from entering this lower section of the map. Unless you go this way, it seems. What I do find interesting in terms of quest objectives, this is the quest objective that we had for the main quest, more or less, right? Which told us go to the mines and find out what... or maybe I should also change this over. Sorry about that. Go to the mines and find out what's been going on there. And then we have the troll cave entrance, which, you know, that's a long ways away from the actual mine, but seems to be the cave where the Troll King has set up shop and whatever he's doing there, really. Now, earlier, somebody made it seem, I think it was Lawrence, which, you know, he's the overseer about the whole mining operation. I don't know whether or not it was he who said that, but somebody definitely told us something along the lines of, you know, the trolls control the mine, more or less, and they have, like, the Troll King is sitting within the mines. Now, mines tend to have multiple entrances, obviously, especially since, you know, the people actually mining there probably would create multiple, you know, caves or cave entrances in order to be able to access different parts of whatever ore they're looking for. So it's not entirely unusual that there would be multiple entrances, but I did find it interesting how far apart they also seem to be. But yeah, we're fairly close here, so hopefully we'll be able to actually talk to the Troll King and potentially find out what he or they think about this whole deal with, well, everything that's going on, right? Oh, was that an autosave? Must have been, huh?
Someone seems to be enjoying the afternoon sun.
I'll bet we can slip by on this battlefield. Better to avoid a conflict now than have to face every goblin from here to the mine.
I don't know. I would be quite keen on facing every goblin from here to the mine, huh? Do they really want you to have a sneaking section here? Buddy, if your job... Oh, I haven't really even looked at them up close. They have funny little helmets. But yeah, if you are trying to, you know, see whoever enters, or rather comes alongside this path, you should maybe watch the actual path. It's quite a beautiful environment here. Yeah, I'm honestly not too thrilled about sneaking all the way through. Especially since, well, I don't know. I mean, the other goblins that I've already faced in the forest didn't really seem to want to talk to us. They just attacked immediately, so I kind of have to assume that we won't really be able to just talk them into leaving the mines. I have a suspicion that they'll always be aggressive. I don't know. I mean, in a way, I obviously don't want to kill goblins just for the fun of it, but I'm also not too keen on having them in my back, right? Because if we're sneaking past a bunch of groups, then they would be able to attack us from both sides if somebody found us. I honestly kind of just want to walk up to the guy. I mean, it's a lonely guy, right? Okay. Well, he had an exclamation mark above his head there. Well, I guess we would have had to sneak if I wanted to run past him. Ah, well, whatever. Let me get a good look at them. Also, sorry about that, but I'm still drinking my coffee. Huh. So he's not 100% resistant to poison. I think the others were, though. Pretty sure the others were able to even heal themselves through that. Earth resistance is quite high. I mean, it's a lonely guy, right? Let's just try to deal with him as fast as possible. That was a little bit less damage than I had hoped it would be. Sure, let's summon in the undead. I don't know. Might be that others, you know, at some point will be joining the battle, and I don't want to. I don't want to suddenly run into issues here. Let's try to blind him then, huh? Oh. Did not work. Let's just cast Flare then. Target is too far, really? I mean, Medora can always come through, right? Oh boy. That's quite a bit more damage than the others. I still don't like Medora's turn order, actually. Oh, wait, what? I did not expect that. Isn't he still at the same point, though? I mean, he attacked twice and then made himself invisible, so he couldn't have really walked anywhere. I wonder if he's trying to alert somebody else to our presence. Probably, right? I mean, that would make sense. But as I said, he should still be where he was, correct? So let's maybe use 2 action points to walk up a little bit. And then I can just try to attack. Potentially cut him off here. There you are. I mean, that's not really the most intelligent thing to do, right? Make yourself invisible and... oh, he used a potion for that? I think so, right? Invisibility potion, 5 turns. Yeah, it's probably not the best idea to attack twice and then make yourself invisible. If you want to run and or alert somebody else, you should make yourself invisible immediately and then use your points to run. Well, thankfully, I did also have an ability that would let me, you know, that would let me attack without a target, because targeted things you can't do, even though, in theory, I knew where he was. Oh, I wonder if he can bleed, though. He can. Interesting. Well, yeah, I do assume that his goal might have been to, you know, go somewhere else and possibly alert somebody to our presence. One thing that I definitely should do after the battle is make sure that my stuff is repaired. Because I think I've been doing quite a few normal attacks lately. Well, I mean, he did attack immediately. I would have been up for chatting a little bit and trying to, you know, feel out if there might be some common ground between us, but I guess that's not gonna happen, is it? Oh, I think he had some orders with him. Yeah, it might be that his... Like, he's a lookout, right? I mean, clearly he was a lookout. So... probably what he was trying to do is go somewhere else while being invisible. But yeah, that was a bit unfortunate, because I honestly would have liked it if that would have been the case. Like, if he... That's actually healed by Dota, by the way. If he would have succeeded with that, right? Running away while being invisible and actually telling somebody else, hey, by the way, somebody's coming. And then possibly, you know, coming in with a large army or something, and the whole thing actually escalating to a pretty tough fight. That would have been pretty cool. But yeah, making himself invisible when I know that he wasn't really going to be able to move anymore. Little bit unfortunate, but alright. 24, 17, 25. This I can repair. Well, I mainly want to look at the weapons too. Oh yeah, these definitely need to be repaired. Honestly, it is also... Well, I don't want to criticize the game for it too much, because, you know, I'm having a lot of fun in these battles, even though they're not the most, you know, complicated thing ever. But considering that a lot of my gear is only, like, half my level on a lot of characters, except for maybe the weapons, that's a little bit unfortunate, isn't it? Considering that, like, how easy I am able to get through a lot of stuff here. Yeah, the weapons need to be mostly repaired quite a bit, because, well, they're getting used a bunch, right? Okay. One thing that I can do, though, that I haven't actually done in a while. Well, first of all, I'll send these arrows to where they belong. But I did want to take a quick look through the stuff that I got here. That's a fire one, but I think that's worse than the stuff that I have. This, in theory, I think this is pretty much on par with what Lillian is using currently. +1 dexterity, +1 initiative, fire resistance, air resistance. Let me actually take a look at her equipment. It's got the movement on it. I don't know. Well, okay, it's a little bit of a tough decision, I would say, in terms of gear choices, because, well, at the end of the day, this being an RPG and you finding constant loot and gear and whatnot, I feel like, well, I personally would prefer to have a reason to swap gear more often, right? And I was just thinking, well, you know, movement seems to be such a strong attribute on gear, because having more movement is just so OP, I feel like. But then again, like, it got me thinking, you know, in order to have the movement that I currently have, I'm essentially purposefully wearing fairly low-level gear at this point. So that, in theory at least, makes for tougher fights, right? I mean, I'm definitely not making this easy on me by purposefully choosing lower level gear just because it has more movement on it. I mean, the movement can help a lot, but I'm not always using it either. And I was just thinking, right? Oh, you know, considering that the game is somewhat on the easier side, maybe by equipping stuff that doesn't have the movement on it, I could make it more difficult again. But then I realized, well, that would mean, though, that I'm actually putting on proper leveled gear, right? With more armor and other stats on it. That makes it easier again. So just because I'm taking off movement doesn't mean that it's not being substituted by something else that might be of equal worth in the end, right? I mean, I have the movement on it because I personally very much enjoy being able to, you know, walk around the battlefield quite quickly without being too restricted in that. But at the same time, actually thinking back to the last battles, well, that's also, you know, the easier the battles are, the less you need to actually move around quite a bit. I mean, moving around is mainly really, really important for boss battles, I think, because those fairly often have, you know, additional things that you need to deal with. You know, thinking back to King Boreas, he had the Sentinels, right? But then there are other boss battles that either have wards or other creatures that spawn in, right? Other things that you need to hit. So in those cases, the movement helps. But yeah, I mean, if I were to now look through my gear and decide, well, you know, as cool as the movement stat is, I don't want to focus on it anymore. I would instead equip gear that is actually appropriately leveled for my current level, so... right? I mean, that wouldn't really get me to the point where I want to be, or the... whatever. Oh well. Anyways. Oh, wait, that's an Avatar Fire Scroll. Oh, that's unfortunate. I thought... oh yeah, I did not want to do that.
Careful, comrade. I think I sense a sorcerer in yonder shadows.
This is something that I've noticed a lot of games for some reason doing, is that they never really seem to have a proper order for these things. Potentially even an order that is able to be changed. right? I mean, one of the greatest things about Final Fantasy XIV is that it shows you just... Oh no, there it is. It shows you how many options in terms of UI and whatnot a game can and arguably should have. And what I'm currently thinking of is in 14, right? When you're playing on controller, or rather, well, it's not exclusive to controller. It's actually with keyboard and mouse as well, because on keyboard you would tap target, right? I mean, that's literally what the gameplay system is called. But yeah, there is an order, or rather there are several different settings that you can change that influence how the game's logic determines who you are targeting first, right? And so, for example, I've set it up to where on a controller, whatever I'm looking at, it's gonna take the first target in my vision cone as my target, right? Which allows me to just press X and it'll, you know, in 98% of cases, target the thing that I want to target. Now, very, very rarely it messes up a little bit, but for the most part, it's really, really accurate. And it's something that you, as I said, you can tune to your own liking, right? You can completely change those settings and make it go by another logic if you don't want to look at the target, for example, right? You can let it choose by proximity, for example, proximity to your character instead of vision cone. And I wonder, well, one thing that I've noticed that, for example, Genshin Impact does very, very poorly is actually properly choosing what kind of thing you're clicking on. So if you're close to, let's say, an NPC, like a random NPC that's walking around, a cooking pot and a sign, right? The cooking pot, the thing that you probably want to interact with, is lowest on the interactable buttons, and you actually have to scroll through and specifically select the cooking pot. If you just press square, it'll most likely end up with you either talking to the NPC or looking at the sign, right? So why is that not a specific setting where you can choose, all right, always prioritize, you know, this, and this over other things, right? That should be a setting. And other games have the same issue, as you can see here, where it should, at least in my opinion, or for me, right? It's not an opinion, or it's not something that should have one setting. It should be something that I could go into the menu and specifically tune to my liking and say, all right, I always want to, if I click on something, it should always prioritize picking up loot, right? And if it's not loot, or if it's not something that can be picked up, then you go to the next thing in priority order, right? Which might be talking to an NPC. To avoid situations like this, right, where I'm close to loot that I want to pick up, but Medora just walks in front of my character and changes what the X press does in this specific circumstance. The reason why I talk about this, and it's not a big deal, obviously, in the grand scheme of things, and clearly this game specifically, I would say, in a charming way, has a lot of more old school settings in that regard, where it's a little bit finicky with a lot of stuff, right? Not necessarily to its detriment or anything, but, you know, if you actually were to go over and, you know, modernize this game, then there is a lot that you can do, especially in terms of both UI design, but also, as I said, how, you know, the settings, the possibilities that the player has in order to customize it to their liking and that kind of thing, right? And I don't think that you can really criticize this game specifically for it, because, as I said, this game has this sort of charming classical RPG feel, and in a weird way, the little bit awkward menus and everything actually adds to that feeling, right? But looking at other games, The Witcher 3 comes to mind, right? The Witcher 3 has an absolute awful inventory, and it shouldn't have. Like, it actually is, you know, a AAA game It made so much money and actually received a lot of patches. Some of them, by the way, specifically addressing UI and inventory and whatnot. And still, the game actually ended up having a pretty awful inventory. There's a lot wrong with how The Witcher handles items and like hotkeys, for example, right? Specific slots where you can slot items in and use them in battle. All of that is pretty bad, and it didn't help that, especially on console. Well, I don't think it's going to be much of an issue on PS5 anymore, but back on PlayStation 4, especially not the Pro, but even with the Pro, the issue is that the hard drive is really, really slow, right? It's actually, in terms of RPM, it's slower than your typical hard drive would have been in the, even 20 years ago. Anyways, though, the issue with that is that the game needs to load in all the assets that you picked up, right? Or all the little UI elements for everything that's in your inventory. And especially with quest items and books, right? Those inventory filters, when you swap over to them, actually freeze or not really freeze, but freeze control over the game for like a second or two even, right, on PlayStation 4, which always felt absolutely horrible because for some reason I think you also had to scroll over them, so like books and quest items were in between other filters that you wanted to get to, and so you always had to scroll over and had this awful experience of the game trying to load in a bunch of textures and UI elements, and it felt absolutely awful, right? And is one of those examples, and that's I can't believe that that's even an issue, right? If you as the player, like, obviously when designing a UI like that, it should prioritize the press of a button on the controller over loading in the images. Now, I'm not, super familiar, actually not familiar at all with, let's say the PlayStation development kit and stuff like that, right? But surely there must be a way to make sort of an asynchronous handling of that, where the player still has control of the menu while it's loading in things in the background. And if the player chooses, hey, I want to scroll over to the next inventory filter, then it should just stop loading in stuff and just swap over, right? Because I don't care that the stuff hasn't been loading in. That's the issue. Isn't that it takes long to load. The issue is that while it's loading, I can't do anything else. And I suspect that's probably some, well, I don't want to say lazy, but certainly, an implementation that was decided upon fairly early on and then never changed. And possibly not even properly tested, because it's fine in the beginning, right? The issue creeps up when you're sort of 80, 100 hours into your playthrough and you've picked up 50 different books, right? And yeah, the funny part is that that specific issue actually exists in quite a few games, a lot more games than you'd think, unfortunately. And I don't know why. It's very, very weird as to why that exists. Another weird thing, I talked about Genshin earlier. Genshin actually has an issue when there is like an archive in the game as well. And the archive itself runs perfectly fine, right? If you're just looking at creatures that you've seen, or what else is there? There's like a bunch of information, right? It's like 8 different tabs or something. But there's one tab specifically with books, right? And it's showing all the books that you've collected in the game. And you can read through them, right? And it's sorting them by their like book series and whatnot, whatever. But that menu runs horrible, even on PlayStation 5, and I have no idea why, because it's actually only loading in text. So it must be either the whatever they're using to load that in is horribly slow, or maybe the text is saved at some awkward position and it's not. I have no idea why that's so slow, right? I mean, text should only be maybe a couple of kilobytes. I don't know why that would take so long to load in when you can scroll to a different menu and it'll load in huge, you know, high-res pictures and whatnot that clearly are way more demanding in terms of size or file size to load in. But still, that's, I mean, very clearly that they don't care, right? Because that's probably something that they could fix but just don't really care about. But yeah. And with Genshin, I can understand because it's a free-to-play game, blah, blah, blah. There clearly are a couple of things where they, you know, don't really care so much, unfortunately, and are probably just focused on, you know, making money. I can understand it with that game, but it's when it creeps up in stuff like The Witcher or whatever else, like actual AAA games, then that shouldn't happen. And it was something that was, or still is, really annoying in No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky's menus aren't as bad as they used to be. They have done some stuff to it, and now it being on PlayStation 5 definitely helps. But boy, do they need to, you know, go over the UI at some point and just change it and actually allow you to change stuff. Oh, by the way, last point in this rant. Something that is unacceptable ever since the PlayStation 4 released, or ever since we entered that console generation. Something that is unacceptable is a game that doesn't let you scale its UI. And for some reason, most games don't let you do that. And I have no idea why, right? The fact that so many people, well, first of all, we still currently, or actually, let me rephrase that. When the PlayStation 3 came out, right? And I think I mentioned this a couple streams ago as well. When the PlayStation 3 came out, UI design was considering two different options, right? HD screens, with most games being, you know, running at 720p. But the UI design very often also considered, still considered 4:3 screens, right? Old TVs and whatnot at that point when the console released. So you had a couple of games that squished their UI a little bit. So the UI was 4:3, and then the screen was just extended to fit 16:9, right? So the game was running in 16:9, obviously, and it looked good. But the UI elements very often were placed in a way where they still would show up on 4:3 screens, which wasn't really a big deal ever, I think. It was just funny that that was a thing. For example, loading screens very often put their information only in a 4:3 sort of aspect ratio, and then used the extra space on the right and left for images or something, right? Now, very quickly, you know, when developers realized that most people now owned an HD screen, I mean, by, you know, 2 years into that console generation, or technically 3, because Microsoft had released their console earlier as well, right? So let's say by the end of 2008-ish, I would say, I think most people had actually already switched to HD screens, right? Which meant that from that point forward, most games in that console generation were targeting 720p and also targeting everything with that resolution in mind, right? And then when the PlayStation 4 released, or that console generation released, you know, I'm talking from PlayStation perspective because that's the console that I've owned, but, you know, obviously Microsoft, it's the same thing. Most stuff switched over to 1080p because by that point, you know, everything was already 1080p. You weren't, like, 720p screens only existed for a very, very short time, right? Most TVs and whatnot were already 1080p pretty much ever since HDMI became a standard, right? And that meant that when PlayStation 4 that generation came out, everything just switched to 1080p. But obviously halfway through that generation, we got the PS4 Pro and the Xbox One X, which meant that 4K actually became a thing. And nowadays, right, with the PS5 Series X, we have a couple different options, right? And most games, every game should have that option, but sadly it's not every game, but some games do have the option to choose between, you know, performance mode, resolution mode, and whatnot. Should be standard, it's sadly not. Which obviously switches most of the time between 1080p, 1440p, and 4K, with some dynamic resolution settings and whatever else in there, right? One thing, however, that they're not doing, or most games aren't doing, for some awkward reason that I don't understand, is UI scaling. Why can I not choose how big the UI in a game is? With how many different screen sizes there are, right? I mean, most people, you know, own probably at this point at least a 55-inch TV, right? A lot of people also 65, but, you know, there are, I think, more and more people that have even larger TVs. But there are also more and more people that are playing on monitors, right? Which, obviously, you're sitting a lot closer to them, but they're also smaller. So, at least in my mind, there should be quite a big demand in terms of being able to choose how big the UI is. And for some reason, that's not a thing in most games. And it's annoying the heck out of me, because this game, for example, I mean, it's not a criticism of this game, this is obviously older, but, you know, the UI is way too big. There's no reason for why the UI has to be this big. And, you know, I would obviously vastly prefer to see all of my hotbars at once, but make the symbols just smaller, right? Because, like, I'm sitting quite close to my monitor here, so I would still be able to see all my skills and whatnot. It doesn't need to be this large, but it is, and there's no way to change that. Now again, this game is old, it's fine, but with more modern games, that's absolutely inexcusable, right? And sadly, well, to be fair, right, a lot of single-player games, when we're talking, I don't know, God of War, Red Dead Redemption, you know, a lot of those, clearly the UI is only present when you're actually fighting and whatnot, so there's a bunch of stuff that where it's not a big deal that you can't change the scaling because the UI actually isn't visible that often, but still, it's quite often a big deal in menus, right, where for some reason everything's so big that instead of making it smaller and you being able to see everything at once, instead they force you to scroll through it a lot of the time. There's a bunch of that, and then, I don't know, worst offenders, health bars in the corner of the screen. If you put a health bar in the corner of your screen, just don't bother. Just don't include it at all. There is no point having a health bar in the corner of the screen. Who's looking there? Right? I mean, like, what the fuck? Whoever came up with that? It's like we're still playing on 4x3 monitors or screens or whatever. Anyways, let's save and continue here. Oh, what the hell is going on there? Okay, that's the waypoint. What are those mushrooms doing? That looks actually somewhat concerning. As if somebody wanted to create a ritual of some sort. So this is the cave where apparently the Troll King resides. And there we have another goblin watch person. Don't know what's going on here. I mean, I can pick these up, right? So I don't want to offend the Troll King or whatever, but I also want to have the mushrooms. Also, let's pick up these ones. I wonder if the goblin there to the left would actually see us. I mean, he will turn to, like, slightly towards us at some point, right? The other one had quite a large vision cone. So I'm not entirely sure when he would be able to see us. He didn't see us there. Oh, there is another one. Okay. Goblin warrior. Yeah, they're patrolling the area. I think they actually do want you to maybe try to sneak past everybody undetected. Anyways, let's go in here. Otherworldly Hollow. Mr. Rat.
It's awfully boring in here without the proper magic. In its right form, things really get moving. Or should I say, stomping.
Oh, wait, right. I think somebody mentioned to us that they somehow magically hide. Or rather, the Troll King does. So we might actually not be able to do anything here yet. Jawless skull, broad skull, okay. I guess those bottle of water. I guess these baskets, they're just, you know, different looking barrels, more or less. Because they thought at first that they might contain some sort of weird, I don't know, curse or something that they release upon you when you get too close, but no, they just simply seem to be normal things.
A dead end, a troll statue, grey gold.
Yes, but I think there is more to it than meets the eye.
Very clearly. Grey gold. Oh, I can't even move the camera past there. Interesting. Did they actually turn one of their own to stone in order to close up this entrance to their abode? The right magic, you say, huh? I mean, to be honest, I don't necessarily think that I'm able to do anything here by myself currently. I mean, we can try increasing her perception. Maybe I'll be able to see something, but other than that, I think we will probably have to get some sort of special scroll or something. Yeah, doesn't look like. Also, I think the game forgot to load in sound effects or something. Shouldn't there be sounds when I step on the ground? Yeah. Okay, well, I guess we have to deal with the goblins first then, huh? Well, I had heard about this, but I guess this does explain, you know, certain things a little bit more, in that the Troll King might have just hid themselves from the goblins, or maybe they're hidden all the time, and so they're actually not too bothered by the goblins moving in or trying to take over the mine. Interesting. Well, I guess we'll deal with this later. I do wonder though, shouldn't this have possibly updated the quest? Was it this one? Brandon asked us to steal some tenebrium from the Troll King. Goblins have overtaken the mines. Yeah, I thought we had a quest. Well, we do have a quest to deal with the Troll King. I guess. I wonder how this is gonna go. Well, the other goblin will at some point just walk up here, right? And he'll probably automatically enter the battle too. Okay, yeah, they always, as soon as they see you, they'll fight. I wonder what'll happen if the other guy walks up, right? There he is. Will he also enter the battle? Because if you fight all of them on their own, then this is not really going to be too complicated. I actually wonder, well, okay, so he would have turned around, right, and looked that way, and I guess at that point you're supposed to sneak through and then possibly hide here while he's moving over and then wait for that to happen. But yeah, I mean, if you can just get rid of everybody, why not do that? Also possibly gives you way more experience. Has the game... I feel like sound effects are missing. Might have to quick load at some point, because this is weird. Did I accidentally...
Yeah, chicken, chicken, chicken!
Ah, well. Can deal with it after the battle. Yeah, I wonder. That guy will see, right? For example, my skeleton, if I summon this in here. Yeah, there are some sound effects missing. Might have to reload after this. Let's just strengthen her.
I can infuse you with power.
It's funny that the voice lines are still there, though. And maybe just... fortify her.
Time to shore up the defenses.
I wonder if that guy is also trying to run. Or if he'll stay here. Oh yeah, now he entered the battle because he saw the swordman. Which is kind of funny because he immediately stopped when he saw him and then entered the turn-based combat. So he's actually quite a bit further away compared to what he would have been had he, you know, walked to his usual place. Alright, this is actually weird without the effects. Let's see, what makes the most sense? I'm trying to... Sometimes this is a little bit finicky and hopefully this is enough. Is he really still too far? Are you kidding me? Let's move her there then. Yeah, this is weird. Probably should have reloaded as soon as I thought it was just a problem within the cave, but seems to be a general problem. Do I want to... Could summon in somebody. Could also try to... Because if I create a fire surface here, the other guy will have more trouble getting to my swordman. Oh, but then again, if he rounds the corner, it'll be easy for me to deal with him, so... Let's do this.
Compressing clasp!
Could use the thunder jump. Let's maybe just hasten... well, either myself or Bedotto. Let's hasten myself. Wait. Oh, cool. He has the... And now he sees us. Whoa! That's a lot of damage. This is so weird without the sound effect. What was... Oh, I blinded him. I didn't even realize that that was successful. Whoopsie. Well, that makes sense then, that he didn't do anything. I can ram up to him. He's still blinded either way. Yeah, sure. Let's do the same thing. Nice. Do I want to encourage, or would this hit both of them? No. And the other one's still blinded. This guy's knocked down. Do I want to do crippling blow, or... He has quite a bit of HP, but... let's encourage for now. Oh, right. Main is also burning, so... Probably not the worst idea to heal up a little bit. Let's actually try to bleed this guy. Nice. That way he passively loses some HP. Yeah, sure. Let's attack him, because otherwise I would have only gotten one attack. So it's like this makes more sense. Well, a poison dart isn't really that useful against them, right? 50% poison resistance, yeah. Might want to cast... I don't like that Ice Shard uses 7 AP. I mean, the thing is, I think I would be able to reduce this AP cost if I had higher intelligence. But for now, it's unfortunately a little bit... Chance to hit. Drain willpower. Well, charming one of them isn't really... I think that's a little bit overkill if there's only 2 targets, to be honest. Well, I mean, the poison dart... Do they have water resistance? Yeah. It's not that big of a difference, right? I mean, it's 30% against 50%. And this uses less AP. Funny that they can get poisoned, considering the other ones were just completely immune to it and even healed when they were poisoned. Guess those were other goblins then, for some reason. I mean, they're both losing HP, right? He's still blinded for a while. Can I throw a fireball? Oh yeah, that's good. Oh wait, that removes the blinded status? Oh. Why? Interesting. Did not realize that would be happening. Huh. Well, let's just try to get rid of him. It's a little bit unfortunate that sometimes, you know, the additional effects don't really last all that long. Oh, that's the Undead Swordsman. I thought he was like going ham on Medora, but thankfully that was not happening. Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate, right? He's both poisoned and burning, but I'm just straight up killing him instead of actually utilizing the damage over time from those effects. So that's a little bit unfortunate most of the time, but whatever. Okay, that's him gone, and then... Oh, he's up again. Let's do this. Should deal a lot of damage, yeah. And then... Well, I could try to knock him down again, but at this point... Oh, that didn't kill him? Unfortunate. Wait, how the hell did he not... Wasn't it his turn? Or did I somehow... Oh, I guess his turn got delayed because he's crippled now? Something like that. Alright, well, that was easy. Let's heal up and then reload. This is really bothering me without the sounds. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the goblins didn't necessarily have the best idea in, you know, let's do a quick save. I hope that... I hope that normal reloading saves it right away, and that I won't have to, like, reopen the game or something. Yes. I think it's still bugged, right? Otherwise my what's it called? Me walking over the ground would be heard. Alright, well, this is unfortunate. Alright, let me just close the game and open it up again. Hopefully that resolves it. Would be weird if it was some problem with the game files or something. I don't think so, but you never know. When did it start? It was when I was entering that cave, right? That's when it started with the sounds being, well, not there anymore. I think. Let's see. Ah, yeah, it's fixed. Perfect. Let's go back to the game. Yeah. Sounds are back. All right. These guys didn't even drop anything. But yeah, I don't... It wasn't necessarily their brightest idea to have all these patrols patrol separately. I feel like it makes it quite easy for me to just get through. Well, again, I'm not too sure how Goblin King or whatever is going to react to this, considering that we've literally then killed all of their scouts instead of just sneaking past them, but yeah, I mean, sorry, but they're attacking me, right? I wouldn't kill them if... Oh, fuck. I wouldn't kill them if I had the option not to. War drum. Oh, interesting. Well, now I'm slightly confused, though. Why didn't that warrior that entered the battle as soon as they saw... Oh, you know what could have happened? So the warrior moved over here, right? Because he first only saw the swordsman and then decided to move up. And at that point, he entered battle with me. He might have been too far away from the war drum for the AI to consider that part of the, I don't know, battle arena or something and go back and actually sound it. Because isn't that what should usually happen? I think, so if you were to sneak, right, and sneak here, like into this thing or whatever, and then he comes past and sees you, it might be that his first action is to sound the war drum, which would then probably alert a bunch of other patrols and let them join the battle? That's quite interesting. It seems to work like that. Okay, let's sort the inventory real quick. Unfortunately, I think I'm slowly approaching the point again where I might have to sell some stuff. Why do I have a broom? Old arbalest. These are two-handed staffs that I don't need. This is even unidentified still. Eveline, but also two-handed, yeah. Just move a bunch of stuff over to Lilian. Oh, what the fuck is that? Armored Goblin Sentinels. What the hell? Is that even... Is that a goblin? Or is that some sort of mechanical thing that just happens to look quite like a goblin? Also, why are all the patrols looking outwards? Goblin Mystic. He has... What does he have? Fire resistance. Fire immunity aura. Alright. That probably means that there is a fire ward here somewhere. I don't see another war drum, however, so... Yeah. I think I'm just gonna keep going, getting rid of all of these guys. Aha! A bunch of other things now entered the fight. Yeah, definitely that thing. Seemingly another one of those sentinels? This guy and this guy... Oh, there's a sentinel up here, okay. Doesn't seem like a ward or anything as part of this battle, though. Goblin Ranger. I'm a little bit disappointed that they all have the exact same stats. A Ranger, you'd assume, for example, would have maybe a bit less HP, but stronger attack or something, but they seem to be the same. I mean, he does have a crossbow, right? Compared to the other guys. Honestly, well... Okay, the problem is since we have so many things to deal with, I thought about maybe I could charm one of them. But I don't think that actually makes much sense at this point, because I'm so far away, they'll have to come to me anyways. And if I were to charm the ranger, he would, first of all, he would probably run away from me to hit the others. But also, I wouldn't have any other target to hit currently with my party, right? So I think what I'm gonna do instead is... No, I'm gonna go with the skeleton again. It's maybe... I don't know if that thing has ranged attacks. It probably does, but it is quite far away still, so... let's summon in my skeleton. Let's maybe summon it in here, huh? Might be able to flank him that way, and whatever else comes in might want to hit the skeleton instead. I mean, the guy back here, he's a melee attacker as well, right? Yeah, so he's gonna come running towards me, I think. And then let's do the same stuff again. Strengthen Vedota and Fortify Medora. I think those are always good options, I feel like. Even though, especially the Fortify bit isn't always coming into play quite that often. Okay, let's do the Splintered Arrow. That's a lot of damage. and then do one normal shot, I think. Because the ricochet isn't really worth it if there aren't really that many people around. Could do the silver arrow because I have so many of them, but sure. Normal attack probably would have dealt more damage, but whatever. I mean, it's his turn next, right? So let's try to blind him. Nice. That's perfect. And then I guess just do a normal attack. They do have fairly high resistances, right? Which does help a lot. For them, I mean. I mean, it helps them a lot. That one. Because normal attacks really aren't doing that much. That's so funny. What are those guys? The way they move makes me think that they're almost like, oh, hello. Interesting. Not able to hit that guy, so he might be moving. I wonder if he's gonna try to get help. Also, I did consider that there was a totem here. I wonder if that actually... They probably have some effects if you're getting too close, right? But yeah, these funny sentinel-looking things, they almost look like they're simply just two goblins stacked on top of each other with some special armor on. Right? I mean, the way they move, they very much just seem to be normal living goblins and not some sort of mechanical being. Okay, well, this is going to be interesting. The good thing is that I can do some crowd control here with possibly, you know, throwing down a fireball or something. Can I... I summoned in the skeleton a little bit in an unfortunate position. Because I wanted to flank that guy, but oh well. The chair is also in the way. This probably isn't really worth it at this point. I could knock him down instead of attacking this guy. I mean, he is... Oh, he is flanked. Huh. I thought they had to be on opposite sides of him. He's still blinded, though. So... Yeah, knocking down one of these guys, probably not the worst idea. Why does he still have the fire aura? I mean, they have two. Interesting. Fire immunity. Oh, yeah, that means that... Huh. Throwing a fireball at them probably isn't going to do much. I wonder if the totem does that. Because usually it would be a fire ward, but I don't see one. Or maybe it's this guy specifically, Goblin Mystic. Maybe he's the one who's creating that. Huh. Might be. Anyways, let's try to knock him down. Unfortunate. Well, I don't really need to bleed the guy, right? Let's just hit him. Okay. Well... I mean, if they're immune to burning... Maybe I could try to freeze them instead. I could also try to charm the guy in front. That would probably be funny. Should I... I mean, he might have higher willpower. I probably should have looked at that previously, huh? I mean, I can do this, so why not? Goblin Mystic, don't know how high their willpower would be to begin with, but... That's gonna be funny. He's in the perfect position for being charmed, because now all of these guys will attack him. Also potentially shows me what they can actually do, which I like very much. Okay, Oops. Oh, sorry about that. I think I hit my microphone now. Well, probably just want to do a normal attack at this point, because that's going to kill him. Yeah, sure. That's him dealt with. Grant a target improved sight and plus 50 chance to hit with ranged weapons for 4 turns. Removes blinded. Ah, this is 6 AP. I was gonna do this. Then again, I can also just conserve her AP. Yeah, sure. Alright. It's their turns next. I wonder if it'd be worth it to hasten Dora, considering how close she is to the enemies. So I do want to do more sort of supportive stuff, right? Now that one of them's charmed. I could also just teleport one of the sentinels to me to sort of separate the groups, but before I do that, I really want to see what they can do in the first place. I might just summon in, because they're immune to fire, right? So I would have to summon in Nick, potentially. Wait, why is the target blocked? Do you want to do that? I mean, it does give me a couple of... Yeah, sure, why not? Gives me a couple of opportunities later on. Oh wait, burning? I thought they were immune to that. What did he just do there? Knockdown failed, okay. He got weakened, nice. Oh, hey! What the hell? Tripled. That was a lot of movement. Well, that's the invisible one, right? Okay. Nice. Oh, poison, bleeding, weakened, charmed. Holy shit, this guy gets it all, huh? Nice. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why this thing's burning. Maybe it's... Oh. It's because the Goblin Mystic now counts as being one of my team. Oh, that's cool. I didn't even consider that. Now I'm actually immune. Oh, that is so... Charmed is already really, really OP, I feel like, in a lot of situations. But now, it's even crazier. So you can, if an enemy has some sort of passive effect that is granted to, you know, team, like allies around them, and you charm them, they'll just grant that effect to you, and all of the enemies lose it. Okay, that is crazy good, actually. Okay. Don't like that he walked over to Nick, though. Fight the one that's still charmed. Bleeding? Poisoned? Weakened? charmed and removed some willpower. Well, I think I'm gonna try to bleed this thing then, huh? Nice. Okay. Well, I don't want to encourage now, because it's gonna affect the charm guy as well. I'd kind of like to use Whirlwind. I mean, if I were to move here, I might be able to hit more targets, but... yeah, let's just do that instead. Crippleton bleeding. No, I don't want to taunt. That would be bad. Should I tank? No, I'm fortified.
I think I'll go for the eyes this time.
Literally. Crushing damage can inflict disease. Yeah, sure, let's do that. I completely forgot that this is a ranged attack as well. It's so funny that he actually throws his foot. Okay, so he's diseased. That animation is always weird. Because it makes you feel like it's like an AoE disease type of thing. Where it's actually not. Diseased. Constitution -3, bodybuilding -2. I think, funnily enough, I think this is actually the first time that I successfully diseased an enemy. Now that I think about it. Right. Well, what can we do now? The funny thing is, I could actually, you know, throw down oil and just set everything on fire, since currently they don't have the fire immunity thing anymore. I don't know what the Goblin Mystic might do, though, considering that he's... like, I don't want to uncharm him. I don't know if that's a thing that can happen, but... okay, so they have 50% poison resistance too. I really don't like that this costs so much AP. Because the freezing effect is also not... I mean, yeah, it's obviously because my intelligence isn't high enough. The freezing chance would also go up with higher intelligence, while the AP would go down. So obviously that would be pretty good, but... I could do Malediction against the Sentinel that's close to me. I mean, he already has a couple of negative effects on him, so... don't need to heal anybody currently. I don't know. I mean, in theory, well, I'm also a little bit far away, right? So maybe... this is really difficult to decide. If you've already used up a bunch of your supportive abilities, then it's quite a bit more difficult on deciding what to do next. I mean, I could also just attack them normally. I can, you know, petrify targets, so might be worth more than simply trying to freeze one of them. Warcats. Wait, that's 3. I could do Ice Shard plus Slow. Let's see. Well, I also don't like that that creates such a large... never mind. Let's just do a normal attack. It's not going to deal much damage, but the potential petrify might not be bad. it's still like 150 damage or something. It's fine. Now I can actually use Ricochet. Wait. What? Shouldn't I have hit the other ones? I could knock down the Sentinel. Don't know if I want to use a Silver Arrow again. I mean, there are still melee targets close to it, right? So, sure. And Precision Stance. One normal attack as well. Well, that would give me the opportunity to attack this thing normally. I hate that sometimes it bugs out a little bit and doesn't show you the negative effects on it. He's still bleeding, armor lowered. It might be worth it to just do two normal effects on him. Alternatively, I could also actually hasten Medora, what I wanted to do originally, right? Because then she can deal a whole lot more damage, potentially. It takes a while for her to get her turn, though. Yeah, sure, let's do that. Medora, I feel like, never really gets much, you know, chances to shine, because I have so many really powerful ranged abilities that she always sort of comes in when it's already too late and enemies are already half dead. Okay, let's just do one normal attack on this guy. Oh, wait, the fuck? They have healing potions? Oh, he couldn't do much because he's crippled, right? Oh, nice! That was really, really good damage. That was really good. Oh, right, the Undead Swordsman is crippled as well. I always forget that crippling also significantly reduces the turn action points you get. Just like slow. It's actually really, really good, isn't it? Wait, what? Oh. He moved awkwardly for some reason.
Oh, how I'll sing of your entrails.
Yeah, let's stick to him for now. Boink. He even counts as being flanked currently because the other guy is still charmed. Sadly, her whirlwind just doesn't hit many targets. I mean, she can also just do normal attacks, right? I feel like I'm doing them fairly infrequently. I wonder if I should enter this stance. This also gives you plus movement, by the way, which is kind of strange. Honestly, I would like this. This would be more usable, I feel like, if it gave you plus damage and plus chance to hit, but minus movement, right? Sort of a... well, a power stance, right? Making yourself sort of, I guess, tense your muscles, but move less. I would actually prefer that. Well, I do know that the tank... well, the tank stance only reduces your damage and increases your armor rating, so... yeah, the whole movement bit here is quite strange, honestly. Makes both of these stances a little bit weird, right? And not really all that usable. I mean, because the thing is, right, I currently have a 97% chance to hit, which is obviously pretty good. Reducing that by 20%, though? Not really worth it. Right? Considering that the damage is also only increased by 20%. Because if you really think about it, right? at the end of the day, what's my benefit in that? Okay, so the benefit here clearly is that you get damage and movement, right? So in theory, you get two things. So you have a net gain over all of your stats. But if you don't really utilize the movement because you don't need to, and you just want to hit an enemy that's already in front of you, then it becomes kind of a null gain, right? I mean, there is no gain if you get minus 20% chance to hit, but plus 20% damage. Because out of 5 attacks, right, you would miss one. And so the fact that all the other 4 deal plus 20% damage, just, you know, it's plus minus null at the end of the day. So I think, yeah, let's just do 3 normal attacks then. Whoa, that was a nice crit. That is something that also rarely happens, considering that I never really use Medora all that much in this specific circumstance, because she does have fairly high skill in two-handed weapons. She actually gets pretty good crit stats. Also, funnily enough, one thing that I was completely overlooking is that there is another totem here. So I guess these things don't have any effects? It's definitely not part of the battle. It can be destroyed, though. Ah, well, guess they're just part of the background then, huh? It's a bit unfortunate, honestly. I thought they might have had some additional effects or something. Let me see. Okay, Berdotta is further back, so she's gonna kill this guy. So Lillian can start dealing with him, I suppose. Oh, wait, he has... Oh, right. He isn't charmed anymore, so they got their fire resistance thing back. Fair enough. Means that this guy is almost dead, though. I might want to attack... Can I, like, only hit... Sometimes really finicky. The problem is that the Sentinel there is in the way. This would hit Nick, but would not hit the other Sentinel. Would be kind of funny, considering that it would probably create an ice surface that they might slip on. But the problem is, if the Sentinel's dead, I kind of want to move Medora into this space, right? So, having an ice surface there might not necessarily be the best idea. Yeah, considering that they all have fire resistance, it's a little bit, you know, definitely remove some of my options here. Let's just do normal attacks then. She can deal with this guy. Okay. That's the Sentinel dealt with. Okay, I'm able to attack the Goblin Mystic. The problem is my normal attack doesn't really... Like, the fire component wouldn't really help. Let's try this. At least he's stunned. Well, I could leave it at that in theory, because he's also poisoned, which in theory should just kill him. Should kill him eventually. They all get their next turn, though. Anything that I could do to maybe... Well, Medora is still fortified, and I have the summons there, so... The damage is probably going to go on other people. Goblin Mystic is stunned. I wonder if the other Sentinel can actually move towards us. I wonder if they're allowed to move past the Goblin Mystic. Let's keep the action points. He's stunned. Okay, he's gonna turn around. I didn't realize Nick is able to be poisoned. Ah, that's a shame. And that swordsman's gone. Oh well. Also, the disease wore off. That's unfortunate. Yeah, did it skip the Sentinel in the back? I think it did, didn't it? Probably because he can't actually move towards me. I do have to keep in mind then, though, that he probably sits on a bunch of action points. I mean, I could literally just walk up to them and do Whirlwind. It should hopefully hit all of them. It does. Oh, the Mystic survived that? He's quite a bit stronger than I thought. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm missing one action point to do something here. Oh well. Means that Lillian will have to finish the job. Let's see. I think she needs to move up slightly to also hit this guy, right? Can I even hit the... I can. He probably would have died on his own, but... you know. This way I can be sure. Alright, that's you gone. Now it's only this weird Sentinel thing that's left. I guess it would be worth it for Berdotta to exit her stance now, because that already sets it on cooldown. Which gives me more options in terms of movement. And then just move up quite a bit. Hopefully just gives me more options for her next couple of turns. Depending on how many I even get still. Considering that that Sentinel is already... fairly, you know, I mean, it's the only target left, so shouldn't really be that much of a problem. Let's also move up a bit. Maybe hit it with the flare. Yeah, because he was already warm, right? It's a good way to make him burn. And then just do a normal attack, since he's not... doesn't have the fire immunity anymore. It's even a crit, nice. Let's see. Well, for a second I thought he was confused. Hammer time. I got knocked down. Why is he moving so much? That was weird. Okay, attack of opportunity against him, and then they hit me. That was... I don't know why enemies sometimes do that weird movement. I mean, I think it's partly because we have this weird, like, this torch in the way, so he had to move slightly more this way in order to be able to hit Nick. But I still think that this was somehow weird. I mean... he must have wasted so many points just moving here instead of actually attacking somebody. I mean, he knocked down my main. Boink. And then... Let's try tripling. Nice. And just do a normal attack. Yeah, it doesn't look too good for the Sentinel now, does it? Bye-bye. Let's just heal. It's really not a lot of HP missing, but why not, right? You never know when you might need it, right? There's always going to be that one point where you may survive with like 2 HP, and so it's always a good idea to stay at maximum health. Rolled a bunch of arrows.
I feel better already.
Alright, that was because it's the ranger guy. Yeah, this is, it's not that difficult, and they're all level 12, so it's not like they're like super low level or anything. 3 empty cups. I don't want to pick up the chair. I want to pick up the pen. Not that I'll ever really use them. I don't even know if there's a point to having empty cups, right? Because I always thought in the beginning that all the like empty bottles and whatnot, you might be able to fill them, but you need, like for example, for potions, you need empty potion bottles. You can't fill them in a normal bottle. I wish that would be a little bit different. I don't know if there is a way to recraft them. Because I was thinking, because there are broken bottles, and you can break them yourself by combining a bottle with a hammer. So I always thought that maybe there was a way to take the glass shards and make new potion bottles out of it or something, but so far I definitely wasn't able to find a recipe that would do that. Alright, I wonder where the next guys are. Seems like there's that. Is he sleeping? I'm still slightly confused that none of them seems to have used their big drums to actually tell anybody else that we are, you know, approaching. I mean, the goblins might be they're not the most intelligent bunch. Oh, he saw us for a brief second, but I must have been the wind. That's quite funny though, that this is sort of set up as a stealth section. I mean, it's it's this weird thing where, you know, the turn-based combat is so much fun that it almost would have seemed wasted had I done this as, you know, a stealth section. I don't know. It's too much to carry. That's done. That's unfortunate. Let's see. Oh, right. I think I picked up a bunch of arrows, didn't I? So if I type... I have way too many arrows. I don't know. I think that's definitely not balanced all that correctly. Because I think the idea is probably that bow-wielding characters have access to so many options, right? Because essentially you have access to all the different elements, and then even a couple of, in theory, spells, right? Like charming arrows are the same thing as the charm spell. I don't know if their chance to charm is a little bit weaker or something, but I think the idea probably was at some point when they developed this, that the fact that arrows are a limited resource, right, inherently makes them weaker, I guess, than having a spell that you have constant access to. The thing is, there are a couple of things wrong with that assumption, right? First of all, arrows don't have cooldowns, so in that regard, they're actually better than spells, if you will. Second, there is a chance that I get the arrows back. Now, I don't know if every bow-wielding character has that chance, but isn't it like a... Oh, it might have been an ability or like a trait or something that I chose at one point when my daughter leveled up. I don't actually remember what kind of... where that effect came from, but she has like a 33% chance to get an arrow back after she shot it or something. So it, you know, removes, at least partly removes this element of arrows being a limited resource. But then the biggest problem of them all is just you can buy so many and craft so many, right? It's not like a charming arrow is like a super, super rare resource that you get every once in a while. I have like 8 of them. And had I been more consistent with like going back to town and looking at what they're selling, I might have been able to get even more, right? And considering that I have like 30 poison arrows, right? 30 silver arrows, 10 fire arrows, 10 this, 10 that. You're never actually going to be able to utilize all those arrows. So the fact that they're a limited resource doesn't really seem to come into play all that much, to be completely honest, right? So in comparison, the arrows are just, at least for me now, they're just spells without cooldowns. And with the ability to utilize all different elements and all kinds of different effects on one character all the time. Yeah, it's definitely too strong, I think. The design of arrows. They should be a much, much more limited resource. Which I also find strange because the reason for why okay, this might sound weird, but I don't really consider this game to be open world that much. I think in theory it kind of should count as an open world game, but nah, in my eyes it's not really. First of all, level matters a lot, right? So you're not able to go to areas that are much higher level than you. And the way the levels are set up, or the maps are set up, and also the way the main quests sort of guides you through them, means that the game actually does feel somewhat linear. It's not linear in the sense that you can obviously choose what kind of like side quests to do and whatnot, and you can always like go back. For example, if there is in theory, if there's a certain area of the map that seems too tough for you to handle at one point, you can always choose to come back at another. So it's partially open world, but it's definitely, you know, completely different than something than Breath of the Wild or Skyrim or something, right? Those are your really, really classical open worlds. And one of the biggest issues that I actually have with open world games is that they always give you way too many resources, right? And that's like a base design problem in that they sort of need to make sure that players who are only following the main quest, for example, still have enough resources, right? So the way they're dishing out loot and giving you resources is kind of assuming that you are not really doing all that much in the game, which is completely absurd because the difference between, let's say in Skyrim, the difference between quote-unquote only or almost exclusively doing the main quest, even if you go into the odd cave or dungeon or whatever here and there, only really focusing on the main quest is a completely different thing than actually, you know, engaging with all the content the game has to offer. And I'm not even talking about like 100% run, but even just engaging with, I don't know, 60% of the side quest lines or something, right? So like slightly over half of what the game has to offer is an insane difference compared to when you would only do the main quest, right? So when you take that into account, you end up with, I don't know, 10 times the amount of resources, or even more than that, than what you would actually need. Which throws the balance completely out the window, right? You always end up with, I don't know, 50 healing potions, right? 30 poison potions, and all that other crap that you never need. Way too much money than you know what to do with, right? And then, so it just sort of takes this whole resource management away. Now, what I find a little bit weird here in Divinity Original Sin is that you don't really have that too much, right? I would say that the difference between quote-unquote only really following the main quest and going directly to your goal compared to, you know, looking at the entirety of the map and also doing some side quests is not nearly as big of a difference as it would be in Skyrim or The Witcher or, you know, those other games. So I'm actually a little bit confused as to why you have so many resources available to you, right? I mean, I would certainly understand if somebody who goes through everything, like I've sort of been trying to do here, if I would end up with a lot of resources, right? I would understand that. But looking at the sheer amount of scrolls, healing potions, and arrows and whatnot that I have now, I have, I would say, at least 4 to 5 times as many resources as I would need, maybe even more than that, right? I mean, because if I had, let's say, 1/4 of the resources that I have now, I would think that would still be a very, very comfortable situation, right? I would still feel very comfortable. I would never feel like going into battle would actually pose significant danger to me, because I still would have a bunch of different things that would allow me to deal with any given situation. So in order to make Tactician mode truly difficult, they would probably have to reduce the amount of resources you have by at least, you know, a factor of 6 or something, 7 maybe, which is quite a big difference. And yeah, considering that this game certainly does have a little bit more of a linear nature to them, and also just, I feel like an environment where it would be fairly easy to control the amount of resources that you give out to the player, I do have to wonder why, especially, you know, we're talking about Tactician mode here, right? You'd assume that that mode also had sort of different loot rules and loot tables and whatnot to make sure that the player maybe doesn't have a huge amount of resources. And that even, you know, I'm not even engaging in crafting that often. I mean, I guess in terms of maybe healing potions and arrows I did, but other than that, not really. So, yeah, in terms of balancing your loot, it's well, it's also, I guess, one issue that the game has that a lot of games are struggling with is the fact that they need to present a lot of enemies to you, right? Because that's the main part of the gameplay, and that's what's a lot of fun, right? And, well, in theory, enemies have resources too, right? Enemies have weapons and potions and armor and all that neat stuff. So it probably would feel weird. And that's an issue, again, that a lot of games run into. They try to be somewhat realistic in that the armor and weapons and whatnot that enemies have also drops, right? That's also a huge problem in the Elder Scrolls games, because they actually have proper, let's say, like the NPCs or enemies that you encounter have actually wear their armor and they actually wear their weapons. So when they die, you can just loot everything they had on them, right? This game, at least, you know, only gives you sort of, I guess, somewhat randomized loot from what they could potentially drop. So you don't always get their armor or their weapons and whatnot. But yeah, it's probably still trying to be somewhat realistic to at least give you some resources that the enemies might have had. But with the sheer amount of enemies that you kill at the end of the day, right? That just turns out to be way too much. Because you also, well, I guess the idea would be that you, in the best sort of scenario, you would always spend all the resources in the next battle that you just got from the previous one, right? In that sense, it would be balanced, but that's not really happening, is it? So, yeah, I don't know. I do wish that they maybe would have, you know, looked over that a little bit more and potentially try to balance it a bit better. I mean, it's not a super huge deal, but it did seem to me as if they wanted to have, you know, a fair bit of challenge with the tactician mode specifically, but it seems to have ended up being equally simple, or simple is not the right word, but, you know, it seems to have run into the similar issue of RPGs where they just give you way too many resources at the end of the day, meaning that you never really have to try to, you know, deal with things that much. Oh no. Oh no. Let's create a bunch of dinners. It's so funny to me that a hammer and a tomato makes tomato sauce. I also have so many, you know, just so many resources in general, and unfortunately, it's not really, you know, I don't really need that many resources. Yeah, that probably helps with being encumbered. Or maybe it didn't. I thought the logs were usually quite heavy. Not food. Wait, wasn't I able to... Let's see, water and... Where are the wood scraps? Doesn't this make paper or something? Maybe I need other water for that. Nothing else that I can do anything with. I still don't know how to make holy grenades, for example, or in general, other grenades. It's really bothering me a bit. So much stuff, and yet I don't know what to do with it. I definitely feel like I might have missed, you know, a couple of books that would give me more crafting recipes. I don't know. Something about this is just a bit strange. Because I feel like you should be able to utilize much more of these, like a lot more of these resources for stuff. I thought there was something that I wanted to give to somebody else. I think these weigh quite a bit, right? Oh, that's the entire stack, though. Okay. Well, the problem is at this point, it really is just the combination of things that... Smelly scarf. That means that I'm overburdened, right? Sheet of paper. It's just quite unfortunate. I still don't really know how to make a magical quill, for example, either. these are a little bit... Oh, she's actually... Oh, shit. She's actually overburdened by quite a bit. I didn't realize. Can I not combine the branches with anything, though? Yeah. This is hopefully... Yeah, okay, that was already quite effective. Cool. I have so much stuff. Just missing so many damn recipes. I really don't understand why. Well, I could move the... Okay, wait. I think Medora still has... Yeah, she's still carrying around the metal scraps. And I guess in theory I could give her the bars and whatnot, even though they don't weigh that much. Oh, I wanted to give her the rest of that dinner, though. I forgot about that. This stuff. Well, that helps for now, but unfortunately I think I'll have to go back to town eventually and sell off a bunch of stuff, which is annoying because I don't even really have that much. That's a lot of them sleeping. Yeah, I think if somebody actually sounds one of these drums, they'll probably all wake up, right? So many opportunities to deal with these guys. And one poor ranger that happened to stand out in front. Well... I think I'm going to do my usual stuff here. Although I'm not going to summon in the skeleton this time. Might have been worth it to just keep those 3 points, but oh well. I just hate that I can't throw that behind him. I mean, I guess I can do this, because I don't want to, like, burn everything in front of him, right? Probably too far away for this. Yeah. Why is she always standing this far back? It's so annoying. That your initial stance... I mean, I know that in theory you can control that, right? You can control, like, your character... Because in theory you would be able to move them into battle... Ooh, hello. Oh boy. Oh boy, that's not good. Especially since she's also strengthened. That's not good at all. My target is blocked? Oh. Right. Because Bedotta is not part of my crew anymore. So she blocks my path now. I mean, I could just... At least I'm fortified. Let's walk in front. Try to knock him down this way. Oh, what the heck? Yeah, leave it.
I like this game.
Now taunt would be a good idea. Oh boy. Should I heal Lillian? Because if Bedotta decides to attack her, that might end up fairly badly. Yeah, let's just be safe with that. That seems to be a recipe for disaster, to be honest. Okay. At least I succeeded in that, so he's not going to be a problem anymore. Question mark? Oh boy. Fucking hell. Oh, thankfully she only gets 2 turns. Holy shit. Having my, well, in theory, strongest offensive character being charmed, that can end up pretty badly. I did not realize he would have a frickin' charming arrow up his sleeve. Boom. Just destroyed that weird. Alright. Let's get rid of you. Heal up main character. Slow down. I'm gonna slow her down so that she can't attack that much. Okay, she does get another turn as my enemy though, I think. So... Ooh, yeah, I can just make myself invisible, so she won't be able to attack me, hopefully. Or is there... Well, obviously I could just use a healer. Nah, let's make myself invisible. And just run away. Behind here, maybe. Alright. And then it's over. Okay, I thought she would get another turn, but thankfully not. That actually could have ended up badly. That's crazy though, right? I do think that charming is maybe a little bit too strong. I don't know. I mean, obviously it does provide a pretty tough challenge to you when one of your party members is charmed, but I mean, consider how crazy... This was already... She, you know, got 2 characters of mine, or she dealt a lot of damage. Way, way more damage than most enemies dealt to me in the past. I don't know how many battles, right? My own character dealt a lot more damage than that to me. And I was only fighting 1 enemy. So imagine this happening while also still having 4 or 5 other enemies around, right? So, I don't know. I like the way charm works, and I like that it's pretty powerful. But I think it should have... I don't know. It should have some other... maybe auxiliary effects that would prevent it from being too overpowered. And I mean that both ways, right? I also think that me utilizing charm is also quite overpowered. Especially since the AI doesn't really deal with that all that well. Because I think the way the AI should be programmed is that obviously the person that you charm now thinks that they're part of your team and they will attack enemies, right? But the enemies should be smart enough to realize that they're only charmed for a short amount of time. So they should still attack my characters. Potentially even the target that charmed their fellow, you know, to begin with. Which makes charm even more powerful to you as the player, because it means that not only are you taking one opponent out of the equation by making them attack the enemies, but all the other enemies will also consider them just part of your team and will attack them too, right? It doesn't always happen, but it happens a lot, to the point where you can literally just skip entire enemy turns by charming one of them, right? And yeah, I think Well, first of all, the AI should work differently in that they don't, like, only the charmed target should attack enemies, not everybody else too. Because that's just way too OP. And it also doesn't really make logical sense, right? The enemies should recognize... I mean, maybe it could be tied to their intelligence stat. Obviously, that would be really, really interesting had they done it that way, right? To make, like, maybe enemies that are, quote-unquote, too dumb to realize that the charm's going to wear off, they would attack a charmed target. But enemies that are above a certain fairly low intelligence threshold should recognize that the charm's going to wear off, right? And so they should not attack that target. So that would already, at least that would make it less potent for you as the player. But it would still have the issue of it being pretty powerful in general. I don't know what the effect there could be. Like, maybe you could, in general, a charmed target deals, I don't know, 50% less damage or something. I mean, that would be a fairly boring side effect. I don't know if I would be for it. Considering how powerful it is, you know, might be better to have something like that and not really do anything else at all to it. But yeah, I don't know. It needs to have some sort of other effect that makes it less powerful in general, I think. But it's definitely one of those examples of a thing that I feel like is precisely so fun because it's so powerful, right? So taking any sort of potential away from it might also make it less fun, which, wouldn't really be worth it. Maybe there's a cool, I don't know, I wonder if there's some sort of cool, if I were to think about it more, I wonder if there's some sort of cool idea, something, right, that would make it, I don't know, just more interesting in general, potentially even more fun. So maybe make it last longer, but have some more negative effects as well. I don't know. It's a tough thing. Or maybe it should just be rarer in general, or being charmed. I don't know, maybe the saving throw should be higher so that it's really sort of a tough decision on whether or not to utilize it properly. Because I think, for example, if I now have that spell that reduces the enemy's willpower by 5, right? Which in theory makes them easier to be charmed. But that also means that that combination of making them easier to be charmed and then actually charming them takes a lot of ability points, right? Or action points, right? So it really is a consideration of, oh, do I utilize those two? And, you know, charm one, but it's really costly in terms of action points, or do I do a bunch of other things instead? I think, just in general, maybe upping the cost of charming somebody by a lot, right? So that it's really a tough decision on, okay, I can charm somebody, but it would be the only thing that I do that turn, right? Maybe then it would be a bit better balanced. Because, I mean, looking at this, the charming spell cost me 6 action points. I think that's way too low, considering how good of an effect it is. I mean, in theory, it's only quote-unquote 80% chance, but still, I think it's way too easy to do that. So, yeah, I think if the chance would be lower, it would be boring, because then, you know, it becomes too much of a random effect. I like that the chance is not too low to actually succeed in charming a target, but I think instead it would probably be better to have it just cost a lot more action points. And to that point, the fact that you can just utilize 4 action points to use a charming arrow is also pretty ridiculous, right? That arrow should also cost more. But yeah, anyways. Let me actually take a short break here, because it's actually getting quite cold in my room. Even though we're all supposed to, you know, save on heat. You know, I don't want to freeze to death either, so I'm going to turn it up a little bit. And also probably, yeah, just be back in about 3 minutes or something. Alright, let's get back into it. Let's see, this is a pretty interesting situation, isn't it? Did I already quick save? I don't think so. I wonder if they'll wake up if I get too close to them. This almost feels bad, doesn't it? Okay, so how many are there? First of all, there's whatever this is. Iron Ward. Physical immunity. So the Iron Ward's probably going to make them invulnerable to all of my physical attacks, I assume. Doesn't say anything about being invulnerable, though. Maybe they're not close enough to it. Whew, okay, this, I mean, I'm fairly positive that I would be able to get through it, even facing them head-on. But it might be an opportunity to do something. This feels bad, honestly, right? Because they're literally sleeping. So I'm murdering them in their sleep, I guess. I actually wonder how this would work in terms of sneaking past them, because I assume sneaking and then literally stepping on them would probably wake them up, right? I was just considering, I mean, I could potentially sneak past them to deal with the Iron Ward first, but I don't know how much of a problem that's even going to be. Funny thing is, it's not even sort of the end of the thing here, right? It's going to be way more to deal with. I wonder what these are. I think they're just normal baskets. It's also crazy how many like potions and whatnot are lying next to them. I mean, obviously one thing that I could do is just literally throw a fireball in the entrance, right? Because that probably makes it fairly tough for them to deal with me. Because they'd have to run through that. I mean, they do have this mystic guy with them, but... Did I also just hear... I think these two guys were talking to each other, huh? Slave, interesting. Well, that's... This entire area is going to be for much, much later, though. Do I just want to throw a fireball? It still feels somewhat bad just attacking sleeping targets, but at the end of the day, they've all attacked me. They would have had the chance to just talk to me, right? So I feel like now's the time for me to be offensive. Do I just want to do that? I feel like there might be so many other ways to deal with this, but just throwing down a fireball, I think literally is best way to deal with them. Because I can literally throw it into the entrance, right? Which makes it fairly impossible for them to actually even get to me. Let's do some burning, folks.
Time to turn up the heat!
Yes, indeed. Now they're all up. Okay, let me double check though. I feel like that physical ward isn't even really doing much. I mean, it doesn't look like they get any sort of physical resistance from that. Oh, this guy has. Okay, so they need to be fairly close to it for it to even do something. I wonder if it can move. Because it seemed to move before they woke up. I wonder why it's back there. Wouldn't it have been way more... I feel like it would have made more sense to put that sort of into the middle of the camp or something. Also, I think, let's maybe just throw down some oil, because that means that they'll not even be able to see me. Although I do think most of them are actually melee attackers, so... I don't know, but yeah, if they have to run through the opening here to even get to me... Yeah, let's do that. I mean, obviously that also prevents me from doing anything to them, for the most part, but... yeah, that's kind of the point for now. I could... Can I actually target something still? No. No. That's fine. Let me... Let's summon in the spider. To greet them when they get out of the fire. Yeah, sure. Do I want to hasten myself? Okay, Fireball is still on cooldown now. This thing... I can just throw that there, right? I mean, I could... I could just make Medora immune to fire, immune to burning, and just let her walk through the fire, right? It is certainly an offensive option. Because I was thinking about maybe hastening somebody. I could also just summon in a fire elemental literally in the fire. Yeah, sure. Let's start with the fire elemental. I feel like Spidey is a little bit overkill there currently, but I also don't want to, you know, have a billion... I don't want to preserve a billion action points for no reason. Grants a target improved sight and plus 50 chance to hit with ranged weapons. Removes blinded. I wonder if I should just cast that on the fire elemental? The problem is I can't see those guys, right? Let's maybe move her up slightly. Let's see, does this do anything? I mean, I can't see the target, but I ground target this for some reason? Might be worth it to do this instead, though. Can't see target. I don't know, if I ground target this... somehow, is it still going to hit them? Yeah, it is. Okay. Cool, I guess. Don't entirely know why that would work, but sure. Well, I can do the same with, when I see him, creates a steam cloud. Is it blinded? Ah, well, I don't really want to do that, because then they would... Can I do this? It's a bit weird that you can... Does this count? It does. You can sort of just hit the ground and it'll still hit the enemies. Well, granted, I honestly... I don't know, this is a weird situation with the smoke, right? Because it makes sense if you can't see them that you can't target them, yet you also know where they were previously. I feel like the smoke should maybe the visual effect of the smoke would actually, or should actually make these enemies disappear, right? So that you wouldn't... I mean, if you still knew where they were, I guess you would still be able to target them, because it's a weird situation, right? You do have the the knowledge that they are there somewhere, right? So just blindly shooting an arrow in there should be an option. It shouldn't be taken away completely just because there's smoke. Yet at the same time, I don't know, I feel like it should be more difficult to hit enemies, so I don't know. It's a bit of a weird one. Boink. Ooh. Hey, stop that. Where the hell are you running? Yeah, I think they might all be fairly confused. Wait, why the fuck? Are you kidding me? Okay, I did not realize that they would be able to just walk to the right there. Yeah, their fucking fence isn't really as effective as it should be, is it? Shit. I did not realize that's a thing. Well, I can just burn that surface as well, I suppose. He's just running through the fire, though. Oh, wait. What did he just do? Did he increase his chance to resist burning? Those fucking rangers, man. They always have stuff that I'm not, you know, expecting that much. Do I want to move Spidey away? Not really. The cool thing is the fire elemental can do the, like, fire around him thing. I wonder if I should move the spider backwards to deal with this guy. I can still burn the ground, though. I can also charm this guy, to be honest. Yeah, that might not be the worst idea. That cost me 5. Okay, he's weakened. Seriously? Okay, before I charm him, though, let's maybe do Encourage.
Weapons, shields, heads, hearts.
Okay, funnily enough, if you look up at the turn order there at the top, the Iron Ward is part of this, but not really, because it's so far back. It's a bit of a weird one. Should I just attack this guy? I kind of want to burn the ground here in front of them. But I don't want to cripple him either, because if I charm him, then he won't be able to do much if he's crippled, right? Considering that the fire elemental is still there, I also don't really want to throw anything in there. I guess I could just try to knock one of them down. Maybe this guy, the Mystic. Oh, he's immune. What? Wait, why does he oh. I guess he's just... Maybe he's the one who summoned in the ward or something? How the fuck was the ranger able to attack me from there, by the way? He's literally standing within the smoke and was still able to shoot an arrow somehow? I disagree with that. Okay, this is gonna hit the spider, but everybody burns now, so it's worth it. Let's maybe do the Elemental Blaze on the Mystic. I kind of want to get rid of him if he's, you know, immune to physical attacks. Although the Ranger might also be a good target here. Let's do this though. The Iron Ward just seems to just sit back there. That's kind of a good thing for now. Kind of want to create more smoke over here. Okay. Why did that hit here? Ah, well, I mean, it did create more fire, I guess. That was Strange. Oh, shit. I completely forgot the... Well, then I guess Berdotta has to do that. Well, I could also try to freeze this guy. I guess. Or I could try to poison him. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I kind of forgot about the charm there. I might want to hasten Lillian, because then she gets more stuff to do next turn. Let's maybe do that.
Faster, my friend!
Might have also been worth it for Berdotta to potentially be able to use more charming arrows. Is there anybody that I potentially want to blind? I mean, I kind of wanted to create more fire, but now I created more fire here. I don't think that they're able to run around that. I'm pretty sure they're not. Could still burn him, though. Which might actually help, considering that... oh, this costs a lot of AP, though. But if I succeed in charming him, yet the entire area is going to be burned as well, they will just have to run through that, right? Oh, I have a charming scroll as well. Maybe let's utilize one of those. Yeah. Because otherwise I'll never get rid of him. Well, I don't want to shocking touch him, though. Yeah, that's fine. I could also charm two of them. Like this guy in front, for example. Considering how many of them there are, maybe not the worst idea. Okay. Then maybe send an explosive arrow into the poison. Is the explosion gonna heal the fire elemental? In theory it should, right? Yes, it did. Why is that guy all of a sudden... Oh, didn't he... I think he cast the fire resistance or something. Okay, he's gonna heal a little bit. It's so funny when they're fighting amongst themselves. Especially when everything's burning around them, and now he's gonna run through the fire as well. Where the hell are you going? Okay, he just runs away. Nice. Yeah, they're pretty, you know, I think, absorbed with each other now. Okay, I don't know where the ranger now ran out of that. Maybe he just wanted to get out of the fire? I think I'm gonna attack him with the spider though, right? It's also funny, the spider is still there, right? They could have also chosen to attack the spider, yet they straight up went for the charmed guys. Okay. Well, the unfortunate thing is that my whirlwind now actually would not count for the two charmed dudes, right? I could, however, attack you. Knockdown. Let's just attack him normally. Boink. It's really, really weird that the Iron Ward is back here. I don't know what it's doing there. That seems so pointless to have it back there, right? Okay, should I... what can I do? Maybe just do some supportive stuff first, considering that they're still, like, fighting amongst each other for now. Fortify Medora. Yeah, charming a third dude seems like overkill. Let's increase Bedotta's damage again. The ranger, the one that could potentially charm me, I think, is knocked down as well, so... Let's maybe slow the Mystic over here? Oh, I can't see him. That's unfortunate. Might as well just hit this guy, right? I mean, he is knocked down, but... I really don't want him to get back up. Kill him! Nice. That's so crazy. That is so powerful. Alright. Right, they killed the fire elemental. I could summon in Nick to help out, but I think that's actually a little bit too much at this point. Can I see you? No. Okay, they still count as being charmed. Really, I kind of want to hit that guy. Oh, I can. Wait, can I? Does that hit him? It does. Okay. Well, I think it was Lillian who wasn't able to see him, but... should I give... Sure, let's give that to Medora. I feel like that might help in the coming turns. And then send one explosive arrow over here. I don't like this guy. Is there anybody else? He ran away. There's him, and then there are these guys, right? But other than that... Guess I'm just gonna attack him normally, then? He's immune to fire. Oh, he... Why are you hitting Medora? Isn't that guy? He almost killed himself running through that. Nice. Well... Okay, that's the ranger gone. Didn't expect him to just run out there. I had hoped he would attack the other guy. The problem is he still counts as being charmed, which still doesn't allow Medora to actually, you know, utilize her whirlwind quite that effectively. We have these two grunts here now. Well, it'll still hit a bunch of them. 6 AP. How much does the spider still have? Might be able to get rid of him. Do I want that though? Yeah, it's probably worth it to just attack him. Okay, from this position she would hit 3. I might be... I could move slightly closer. Oh, right, she can't be burned. I completely forgot about that. If I move her... Oh, shit, I forgot about that. I forgot about the attack of opportunity. I shouldn't have done that. Oh well. Wasn't that much damage, really. Oh well, that's about it. Yeah, that Iron Ward is just strange. Okay, now he died. And that got rid of... No, did it get rid of the ward? I don't think so. Why is he still counted as being charmed? I don't really get it. He's still stunned. So I do want to get rid of these two guys up front. Well, he's almost... Well, they're both quite low. Shouldn't be too difficult to get rid of them. I think I'm actually just gonna attack them, you know, normally. I don't really... I mean, I could summon somebody in, but... Okay, he's petrified. Lillian isn't dealing too much damage, but the fact that her normal attacks only cost 3 AP is kind of crazy. Nice. Charmed dude really coming in hot. He still has a bunch of HP though, so I will have to deal with him now. He doesn't count as being charmed anymore, right? Oh, I should probably get rid of this. No, okay. Well, he's petrified now, but, well, I can cripple him and do all kinds of other unfair stuff, so... do still probably want to deal with you in some capacity as well, though. I could just teleport him all the way back so that he has to run through the fire again. Although, I mean, he would still run up there, probably. That's so dumb, though, right? I thought that, oh yeah, sure, this is the only entrance to the camp. Why the hell are you able to go back here? Who put up these defenses? If there are 2 entrances, that's so dumb. I mean, I guess if you realize that, you might be able to utilize this as a way to sneak in. But then again, 2 people are sleeping here, right? So it's not really helping in that regard. Anyways, do I want to attack him or that guy? I mean, he isn't stunned anymore. I could also... I always forget that I can just do normal attacks instead of blinding him or anything. Because blinding at this point... Yeah, let's just attack him normally. Might be able to kill him? Yeah, that was a crit, I think. Is that worth it? I think I'm just gonna attack him normally. Failed the knockdown, unfortunately, but oh well. Boink. Boink. Okay, he's still petrified, he's dead, and the other guy's probably gonna be dead here in a second as well.
I can smell your fear.
Yeah, petrifying 2 of them was just way too OP. I mean, think about how many enemies were here, right? And then how easily I was able to deal with them because 2 of them were charmed. That's so... Holy shit. And it didn't even really... I mean, yeah, sure, I utilized the scroll, but I could have just as easily used Berdotta's arrows. And I kind of even forgot the first time around that Lillian had the charming spell as well. Or rather, how many AP it would cost me, so... Oh boy. This is just... It's just kind of crazy how easily you can deal with these guys. Okay. Let's heal up, even though they didn't damage me all that much. It's also double crazy because the amount that, like, the amount of damage that they can deal isn't even that insignificant, right? I mean, if two of those melee attackers, because they can sometimes do 3 attacks at once, right? If 2 of those melee attackers would focus on one of my characters, they would just be dead, right? So, yeah, it's... Holy shit. Arrows, bunch of potions.
More junk.
That's not junk, you... What? Gold to pick up. I wonder if there's... Ah yeah, there are other guys around here. Armored Goblin Sentinel. I actually hit the drum, right? I accidentally destroyed the drum. Which makes me wonder... What is this even? Oh, you can move that. Okay. Just makes me wonder. I thought that by hitting the drum, it would, you know, make a sound and potentially alert others to our presence here, but apparently not. Why, see, once again, why is sitting on the chair prioritized above picking up the loot? I should probably move my stuff though. Is there only that one sentinel? This might have been their main camp or something. Why is there one guy back here? What's the point of that? I feel like this is all sort of set up to... I mean, maybe that's the idea behind it? Maybe you're not even supposed to sneak past him, but it's more sort of set up in a way where you're supposed to, I guess, you know, maybe feel a false sense of security and think that, oh yeah, sure, I can sneak past him. And then you try, and if you fail, you're in a pretty bad spot, right? Because then the Iron Ward is going to actually come into play, and that other Sentinel is probably going to be part of the battle too. So, yeah, that could be pretty bad, but, you know, up until then, let's send a bunch of this, what's this, can scare off enemies in a 5-meter radius. I mean, that's really good to have on anybody. Flake grenade, toxic grenade, frost grenade. Well, the problem is if I send a couple weapons and whatnot over to Lillian, because I want to sell them, it's going to create the exact same problem that I've had the entire time with everything just being too heavy. Okay, I do have a crazy amount of healing potions here though, so let's actually move a couple of the minor ones over to the daughter, maybe. Yeah. Because certainly my main character doesn't need 25 healing potions or whatever. Do I want to send... Yeah, these do weigh some. I think they have a weight to them. Because I was considering to maybe... Okay, so the reason for why I kept the books around was because I was kind of confused by the fact that I seem to be missing actually a bunch of crafting or potential crafting recipes. And so I always thought that, you know, this way I would be able to sort of look through them and make sure that I picked up every sort of volume of them. But now that I think about it, that actually doesn't really make a whole lot of sense because, I mean, I'm reading and picking up books when I find them. So in theory, I will have read everything that I found, right? So, yeah. Honestly, let's send these to my homestead. I don't think it makes much sense to constantly be carrying around old books, especially if I'm, you know, constantly running out of inventory space. This is definitely kind of a flaw of the game that you don't have like a separate section for books. I know that it's not necessarily the most realistic thing to, you know, just have the whatever books would tell you, by the way, to have that just be available to you at all times, right? It's kind of a little bit of a boring thing to physically have to carry books around with you. You know, in theory it does add a little bit of realism, but at the same time also not, because, well, the fact that you can carry around so much stuff to begin with is just unrealistic, right? So either, that's always what I feel like. So there are only really two reasons for why you would even have any sort of encumbrance in a game, right? Any sort of weight limit. And either make the game super realistic, right? And make inventory space and the weight of items super realistic, or don't have any limit at all, right? Those are the two options I feel like exist. Everything in between is just bad design. And yeah, because it's completely, I mean, look at the stuff that I'm carrying around, right? That's completely unrealistic. So if I carry like 10 pairs of boots, right? I don't know, 10 armors, 10 weapons, 20 books, right? And then a bunch of other stuff like wooden logs and you know, a crazy amount of bottles and potions and whatever, right? Why would it matter if I picked up like my 20th bottle or weapon or whatever? It's completely dumb that even makes a difference. So again, either make it completely realistic to where you can only really carry what would realistically fit in maybe a larger bag or something like that, or just remove the weight limit altogether, right? What you can do as sort of a cool in-between option is to just have a weight limit for your equipped gear, which I think... Wait, well, the FromSoft titles do that, right? Where you have like a weight limit. I don't really like the implementation of that there, but because I think, for example, the fat roll should only happen if you go beyond your weight limit, not to 2/3 of it. I feel like that's somewhat confusing, but yeah, it's definitely sort of a good in-between option to just have the weight limit apply to the things that you have equipped, because that way you can still say it's somewhat realistic, and then maybe you're carrying around some magical bag that can just hold as much as you want it to hold, right? But yeah, this way is just tedious and doesn't really add anything to the game, unfortunately. Hey, just sent some books away, and now I'm getting a new one. I do feel somewhat bad about attacking them in their sleep, but oh well. Oh, a silver vein. Ah, for fuck's sake. I forgot that it... That probably weighs a bunch, right? 8 metal scraps. 0.8. 10. Sure. Let's see. I should be able to make like silver bars out of it, though. Can you just infinitely mine this? No, I think there was a limit, right, to how often you can do this. I feel like I'm not going to utilize that silver anyways. So, okay, vein depleted. Let's send this over to Lillian, and then crafting. Silver bar. Because funnily enough, the bar's way less than the ore you used to craft them with. For some awkward reason. Let's see, where is it? Steel bar, it's 0.6. 2. Yeah, let's move them to Medora for now. Because she really doesn't have that much to carry, and why not? Why is there this one sentinel here? And nobody else? Am I missing something? What am I picking up? I don't want to... Stop. Oh. Wait, he's not attacking me? Was he commenting on the fact that I'm taking all their stuff, or what's going on with you? Why are you not... Oh, okay. That was funny. You stop. And then he just didn't care anymore for some reason. Oh boy, I already feel bad for you. With all your friends haven't been taken out. This is not gonna go well. Boink. Some poison. Yeah, let's summon in that guy. Of course, Berdotta thought that it would be a good idea to stand as far away as possible from him. That's so... Okay. Sometimes I can hit him, sometimes I'm hitting the table. Okay. Guess I can just try to blind him. That hits, right? Oh boy. Poor dude. Poisoned and blinded. This is already over. Oh boy. Can I just ram through the table? I think I can. I can literally just destroy the table, but unfortunately I think the skeleton is actually preventing me from getting up to him. That's a bit unfortunate. It's funny that I mean, I could do this, right? But, well, then again, just moving her there normally has the same effect, it seems. Do I just want to encourage, maybe? I don't know. I can bonk him still, right? Yeah. Failed again. Let's do that, then. Poisoned and bleeding. Yeah, this is not gonna, you know, he's not gonna hold for long, I think. Do we just want to do normal attacks? Probably. Not really worth it to deal with this for too long. Bye. Also, Well, I do wonder about one thing here, right? And that's, I assume the reason for why you can also sneak past everybody is that at some point there's probably going to be a way to get rid of the goblins here, right? So I assume that once we're in the mines, there's hopefully going to be a way to deal with them and to, you know, ensure that they're not here anymore. I mean, we are supposed to kill, what was his name? Drex's, right? Which seems to be the leader of this goblin group. So I think if you would sneak into the mines and then in the mines deal with the goblin leader, then probably all the goblins on the outside disappear, right? But at that point, wouldn't you waste all the experience points that you can get by killing them? I mean, okay, let me look at I'm actually not too sure how many experience points you need currently for a level. It's quite a bit. So I think a level currently actually needs over 100,000 experience points. But I mean, still, right? If you consider, so every single goblin gives me like 2,000 XP. So it's still like 20,000 experience or something that I gained by killing him or killing them instead of sneaking past. I don't know. I think, not entirely sure how the game would handle that, but I feel like that's another one of those weird things where it's... I mean, that's the one thing that I always did really, really like. As much as the weird level scaling and the level system in general in Elder Scrolls games is weird, I do very much like the fact that you level by just utilizing your skills in the Elder Scrolls series. I think that's a very, very cool way of doing it. And for a long time, I feel like it was fairly unique to that series as well. There's been a couple of games that have done it as well, but yeah. I always thought that that was a neat idea. Obviously, at the end of the day, the problem is that if you use something like that, it can be quite difficult to balance it properly, and Bethesda just doesn't, like, they didn't put any sort of effort into balancing it. So it always ended up being a little bit weird in a couple of ways, right? Where certain skills just were a lot easier to level than others, and then the game, for example, doesn't consider whether or not, well, that's obviously a tough thing to implement, right? But the game doesn't consider whether or not an action you take is actually, you know, actually makes sort of logical sense to take. So for example, you can just buy a bunch of ingredients, right? And craft a bunch of potions that you're never going to use, yet obviously it still counts for your like potion crafting ability, which does make sense. I mean, I guess in the real world, right, let's just suppose you would be cooking, right, and you just cook a bunch of stuff. Even though you don't eat it, you still learn, or you still get experience in cooking, right? But yeah, it's quite a tough thing to balance for the game, but I always thought that it was a really, really neat idea. And, well, it does give you the ability to, for example, reward the player for sneaking, right? Because the way I think it counts, at least in Skyrim, if you're close to somebody, right? Because the game does, like, it has this eye symbol that shows you whether or not you're being watched and or unseen, right? So if it sort of grays out a little, or not grays out, but it gets its opacity changes, right, when the enemy does not see you, or it doesn't even need to be an enemy, it can also just be gods or whatever, right? So if you sneak around a living being that could see you, but you're not seen, it counts that as increasing your sneak skill. And yeah, I mean, if it didn't do that, then it would be really, really tough to level that, or to find a way to level sneaking, right? And the thing is, here in this game, it definitely is a bit strange that, well, sneaking is just a stat, at the end of the day, right? It is something that you can level when you level up, or can choose to level, or you can choose to, you know, put on armor that makes it easier to sneak and stuff. But purely sneaking past enemies doesn't really get you anything. The only thing that it gets you is, I guess, you don't have to fight them. But yeah, you're losing out on that experience, right? So it's a bit of a... I guess it's... I don't know. It's not that I necessarily need the experience, obviously, but it's just kind of weird thinking about the fact that you can just miss out on that experience altogether. Right? There's actually a lot of these guys here. I'm not even that far, am I? I'm, like, maybe halfway through these patrols. I guess maybe that's why they give you the ability to sneak past them, is just because otherwise this is an insane amount of battles. I don't really mind it, though. Although at this point, it's dragging on a little bit. Okay, let's... I think I'm just gonna start with the same sort of stuff that I always do. I mean, the other two are really far back. So it's gonna take a while for these two to actually get in range. While they're doing their thing, I guess I can just maybe blind the guy up front, huh? Oh, blind failed. Huh. Unfortunate. That hasn't happened in a while. Who would make sense to hasten here? Maybe her. Can she hit him with this? No. A little bit too far for that. Let's move here then. Do this. Put on precision stance. Just hit him with a normal thing. I can also knock him down, but... I mean, he's probably just gonna attack my skeleton anyways. Or not. Wait. Yeah, okay, he is. The fuck are they always casting? Some bleeding stuff, some... Oh yeah, that cost a bunch of action points. They're always making them so... Oh, he hastened him, okay. He's healing. Did he make himself... What did he do to... I thought he, like... It looked like he made himself immune to fire. Something like that. Huh. Strange. Why is Medora always the one that's so far in the back? Instead of rushing forward, I think I'm going to encourage for now. Because that'll also give some HP back to the skeleton. Wink. I also like that they're always so they have a move that can poison at range, and they also have a move that can bleed at range, right? I think those were the two that he used, and he used them both on the one guy that can't be either poisoned or bleeding, which is my skeleton. Kind of funny that they always try that. I mean, obviously they can't know that, right? But give me 1 second here. All right. Sorry about that. All right, let's get back into this. What was it that I wanted to do? I guess I didn't really want to do much, huh? I guess I can just try to deal with him. Should I just... I feel like a normal attack might be more worth it, because it could also petrify him. I mean, he does have the healing on him still, but I get a bunch more turns, so... hopefully I'll be able to get rid of him. Could summon in somebody else. Want to use a Blitzbolt or just attack him? Well, Berdotta still gets her turn, so... He's stunned, but I don't want him to full heal. Technically, the Ricochet should also now hit the other guy. Yes. And I can even hit him with a normal attack. Let's see. I could just use a silver arrow. I could also... smoke screen arrow. Static cloud. Well, the funny thing is now he has to move around the blood, I think. So... I don't know, I guess I could also try poisoning him, to be honest. Oh, he's too far for that. I can only... without moving, I can only do the normal... sure, let's just do that. It's only 2 enemies. It won't be much of a problem, hopefully. Okay, now he's trying to... Oh, no, never mind. He's not gonna try to bleed.
I've been crippled.
Did not expect him to do the rush thing, though. Okay, my undead swordsman would be stunned if he moved through that. Let's just move back and hit him. That way he's also flanked, right? Which I don't think he would be otherwise. Well, and thankfully he came up to me and... Let's try to cripple him as well. Which... He is still hastened, right? Is he? He looks like it, yeah. 2 turns. Oh, never mind, that's the foot symbol. For some reason I thought that the foot symbol was something else. I actually could use the battering ram through him. That would make me end up in the in the electrified puddle. Let's just do this. Even though Badotta's crippled, I don't think he is going to present much of a problem. To be quite honest. I think I'm actually going to try to just do normal attacks again. It is only, what, like a 10% chance to crit, I think, right? I could teleport him away, funnily enough. Might also be able to utilize the shocking touch, yeah. Let's do that, just to make sure that he's actually stunned, and then... Oh. Oopsie. Ah, for fuck's sake. I hate that the frickin' pool of bloods always count as something that can... you know, stun everybody around it. He's gotta be gone. Now, since that's not, you know... it's bad, ring rams through both of them. Gets rid of the one guy and knocks this guy down. Okay. I can attack him normally. He does still have quite a bit of HP, so maybe utilize the poisonous stuff. Nice. Then a normal hit. I feel so bad for the enemies, right? He's just lying there, the poor dude, not being knocked down, and I'm, you know, sending all those attacks towards him. He's being burned and poisoned and all those other things. Should I? No, let's try to do this. Ripple failed. Alright. Maybe the knockdown's gonna be successful again? Yes. Poor dude, again, just lying there. Honestly, it makes me think if it would be faster to summon something in instead of just attacking him normally, but well. I don't think he's actually gonna get up again before he's dead. That is so brutal, right? He's just lying there. Poor dude. Now he's stunned as well. Oh boy. She only gets one shot, unfortunately. One opportunity. No, don't end her turn. Alright. Perfect. That animation is so brutal as well. Did you see how he just got completely turned into ash or something? Exceptional Earth Stat. Oh, that's a two-handed one, though. I'm just shredding through these guys. Yeah, take a look at the... I'm literally halfway through. This is crazy. So this was their encampment. And yeah, I went this way, all this way, this way, this way through the encampment. And now I can either go to the left here or to the right. I have a feeling, since there's this palisade blocking the path, if I just destroy everything in my wake there, I might be able to just get past them without alerting more guys, but honestly, I've been shredding through them already, so I kind of want to keep doing that, to be completely honest. Yeah, it might be that on this path, it's just obstacles that prevent you from progressing, but not necessarily enemies. Whereas I think over here, there might be a couple more enemies. Let's keep up the barrier for now, though. Because that actually does prevent anybody from going this way, right? So in theory, nobody would be able to get me from behind. He knows what's up.
Still, I'd expect Drexus to make an appearance now and then. To scare them anew, you know.
Yeah, I don't think that would work.
He's negotiating with a human scum. That's his expertise, after all.
Is he really negotiating? I don't know. I feel like Lawrence mentioned something about what could potentially have set them on the path of taking over the mines, but I'm pretty sure that we still don't really know what that's about. Right? But yeah, I do very much want to hurl a flaming fireball at them. Question being, how close do I need to be to do that? I think the problem is that the other guy might notice me if I get a tiny bit closer. And he's not really turning away. I guess that's why you're theoretically able to take the other path, right? Because you might actually be able to attack these guys from behind. Well, I mean, I can still throw a fireball at them when combat starts, right? Don't necessarily need to do that before. Oh no, my controller is doing weird things again. As long as I can hit the oil, it should blow up the barrels.
What are we supposed to do with this many?
Are you serious? Oh, I hate...
The conjuring
Oh, okay, this works.
strands. Bite your serpent's tongue.
Boom! Just blew up frickin' everything over here. And almost killed these guys. You should have listened. You should have listened to Mr. Goblin Mystic saying that, you know, maybe it's not the best idea to stand directly next to the frickin' barrels, but... Oh well. Really? He's standing... Oh. He's standing behind... What is he even standing behind? I guess the things that keep the bridge up? Might just throw a boulder at them. Honestly, that might already kill the other two guys, huh? Okay, no, it just didn't deal damage at all for some reason. Okay. That's always another one of those weird, finicky things. Ah, well. Sometimes it's not quite clear if I think the boulder actually only deals damage if you hit somebody with it directly, right? So if you throw it directly on top of them. But that doesn't really make much sense. I mean, it's supposed to be a giant stone, right? That's falling from the sky. So in my mind, it should deal AoE damage. I mean, it's also creating an AoE oil spill. But for some reason, it doesn't count as being AoE most of the time. Oh, well, whatever. That's really unfortunate. Can I... Oh, well. We'll have to do it there. Guess I placed the swordsman a little bit weirdly or something. Okay. Well, currently I can't hit any one of them. Which does mean that in theory, he also shouldn't be able to hit me as long as he remains standing exactly where he is, right? Don't know if that's entirely true, but... Okay. I guess... Let's move her here. Is that enough? Ah, well. That would hit my swordsman. The other guys are really far away, actually. A lot further than I thought. No, can't hit that guy. Let's just do that then. As long as I can't do anything else. Oh yeah, cast skill. Why is that not? Doesn't that immediately count? Do I want to preserve? How many turn action points does she get? I think it might be worth preserving for. Yeah. Okay. Now we should be able to hit that guy. He just dies. Yeah, their freaking melee attack is dealing a lot of damage. Why? I find that so strange that one of them is running outwards, right? Maybe he had to do that. Oh, you know what it might have been? It might have been that sort of the positions were already taken where he could have hit the fire elemental, maybe? That might be it. Do I want to encourage? I mean, the thing is, I don't really want to run in there, right? Yeah, sure.
Let us make them pay, friends.
And then I guess I can try to knock down Warrior. Let's knock down the Warrior. Nice. Okay. He's gonna try to bleed the Ranger. They were actually fairly quick in getting out of the black smoke. They're like, in general, they're fairly quick. They have, I feel like they have quite a bit of action points, and or their attacks don't take that many, because they can, a lot of the time they can do a lot during their turns, right? Which is actually somewhat unexpected. Okay. Well, the normal attack does... or it only takes 4 AP. Yeah, sure, let's do that. Do I want to try poisoning him? Let's maybe throw that all the way back there. Also blew up some of the fire. I mean, I still have 2 normal attacks. Let's maybe use the normal attacks on him. Nice. Exactly what I wanted. Okay, then he's petrified. He's poisoned now. Let's try to petrify him as well. Oh, that failed. Oh well. Still a lot of effective stuff that I did here. Okay, so he's petrified. He's knocked down. He's poisoned. The Grunt is not able to do much back there, but the Ranger would be able, in theory, would be able to hit me as well, so... Now he can't anymore. I guess let's... I don't know. Let's start damaging him. Now I can even, like, utilize all my crazy arrow skills on all of them.
Arrow may not look like much. I can take you all
just blinded. I might be able to take... Yeah, okay. Got the fire elemental. Let's attack the grunt. Okay. It's the first one gone. Wait, why is he blocked? Can she not? Oh, she's standing behind the freaking rock. Seriously? Okay. Well, should be enough to move her over here, though, right? Yeah. Bonk. He's just knocked down immediately again. Poor guy. He's unpetrified now. Yeah, I think this is... I don't need to do too much here. We're done for. He's still blinded as well, right? Let's attack you first. Well,
darkness.
Poor little fellows. They didn't know what hit him. And all because they didn't listen to their friend who said they shouldn't stand next to the frickin' oil barrels. I wonder why they had the oil barrels there to begin with. Because, like, the only way in which placing oil barrels somewhere makes sense is if you go as far away from them as possible and then position yourself where you can throw fire on them, right? That's the only scenario in which having oil barrels stand around somewhere actually makes sense. In all other cases, you're just setting yourself up for disaster, right? Which, as you can see, happened. Alright, let's move up a bit.
My flesh melts before my
oops.
eyes.
Yeah, stuff's still burning here. Obviously, my main shot just runs into that.
Sodden all the way to my fruit soul. Sweet relief. Bless the seven I have restored.
Okay. Let's save real quick.
As good as a new penny.
Interesting that it didn't actually, got rid of the smoke. How exactly does that work? Shouldn't it just get... I thought the rain would also get rid of the smoke. Ah, it just clears after a while, okay. Anybody else around? Yeah, this was... I guess it was just supposed to be funny, right? And admittedly it was. The fact that the goblin was telling them, yeah, you know, guys, maybe we should, you know, not stand next to the frickin' barrels. Oh, can it just... Wait. Can I just walk past this? I can. That's just strange. I don't know who put down these barriers, but clearly they didn't do a good job with that. If you can walk past most of them. I think I did pick up a couple. What was this again? Can inflict blind. Well, I can do that anyways, so... Let's give that to Medora. Stunning arrow can go to the daughter. Oh, I picked up a bunch of arrows. It's actually kind of crazy. I think the ranges that the goblins have, in general, as I mentioned during the battle, right? They're quite capable. If you let them. The problem is that they always end up being, you know, stunned, burning, poisoned, petrified, and all kinds of other nasty stuff. Because I always get the first hit in, and yeah, from that point forward, they're just not really able to... Did I already need... I probably did. From that point onwards, they're just not really capable to do much anymore. Oh, wait, is her armor broken? Oh, her weapon is almost broken. Well, that's because she can always attack so many times. That always reduces her weapon durability by a lot. I mean, as much as the repair feature is fairly useless in this game, I do still think they maybe should have at least increased the durability of weapons compared to the rest of the stuff. Oh, this is an iron vein. Let's not use that. I really don't need the ore. Somebody's still talking up here, right? Ooh, holy shit, what's going on here? I guess.
Goblins, gather round your totem.
See, that totem is actually doing stuff.
Goblins, revere me with a jolly jig.
Okay. I was wondering about that, right? I felt like the totems on this path also should have done something, but I guess either they have to specifically initiate that themselves, or maybe it's connected to something else. But yeah, these totems that are standing around everywhere, I feel like they should actually do stuff. Because if they would cast some sort of protective ward or barrier around the enemies, then at least it might make fights a bit tougher again as well. Right? Okay, there is another explosive barrel here. At least we're slowly, finally making our way towards the mines. It's actually fairly crazy to think that even yesterday I had already in my stream title, you know, mine something something. Today I do again, and I'm still not at the mine. This takes hours and hours to get through all these guys. I mean, I don't mind it. I really, really enjoy these fights, but yeah, it's just that
spark.
actually took too long. Huh. Well, anyways. What's happening if he... Does he not move back? Oh yeah, he does. Now he's just burning up. That's actually kind of funny. And he doesn't even mind. He's just... He's gonna move back through the fire, isn't he? Well, at some point it's gonna stop being a fire, but... That's a bit weird.
Spark.
Boom! Just killed the first guy outright. Yeah, you know, guys, you really shouldn't put these barrels down right next to you. I feel like that whoever came up with that idea probably, you know, shouldn't necessarily plan out your battle, it's called battle strategies. Oh, I can't really... I kind of have to wait for them to come through, I think. Let's just do my usual stuff.
Rise from your grave to aid us.
Aw, that's a shame that I can't summon him in over here. That would have been funny. I guess because there is sort of a chasm between it. Doesn't allow you to summon him in there. And then everything over here is out of sight. Yeah, I guess let's just go there. Don't really know if it's, you know, if it actually makes sense. Oh. Let's move her up slightly, actually, and try to... Are they close enough for an explosive arrow? He might be. Hastened and then just runs through the fire. And now he did what? And then he didn't really know what to do? Holy shit, why are they running so much? He just almost killed himself. What was the point of that? Should hit both, right? Yeah. Well, I don't know what he was trying to do there, but it clearly wasn't a good decision. Oh wait, I can't... What? Can I not... How can I not see him? Now I can. That was weird. Boink. Oh, I hit my swordsman as well. Oops. Sorry, buddy. Should I try that? I mean, Nah, never mind. I just... can't see him. Is there anything I can do while not being able to see him? Does that actually deal damage? It does. Funnily enough, the smoke's still there. Okay. Well, that was pretty easy. Who needs healing? The daughter. How did she get damaged? Oh yeah, she was hit by the first shot that the ranger took, I think. Oh, for fuck's sake. Are you kidding me? Are you telling me that my frickin' fire elemental literally exploded right next to me? Just gonna cast rain over here.
Gods, weep upon the earth.
I need to dry off.
I'm dripping.
Okay. But... having dealt with this battle, I think this gives me a good opportunity to take my lunch break. I'll be back for a bit, probably, you know, 20-25 minutes or so, and then hopefully we'll be able to actually get closer to the mine, because this is taking quite a bit. Anyways, gonna take my lunch break, be back in about 20 to 25 minutes. See you then. Almost forgot the microphone back on me. All right, let's continue this whole thing. This has been a long time in the making, but we are getting closer to the entrance to the mine. Okay, I don't actually necessarily mind what they've tried to do with this area, right? I mean, it's the whole idea of it being, you know, a little bit for sneaking and whatnot, is cool. I don't think, I mean, the game doesn't really have something like this up until now, right? It didn't really have something like this. So I do really appreciate that they're trying to break it up a little bit. But I also think that this is a bit too long. I don't know, either way, even with the sneaking and whatnot, I do think that, you know, let's say we would just cut sort of this part of the map, right? Like, right about this much, just cut it out, and instead just make the path go down here and then straight to the mine. I feel like you still could have had, I mean, they still could have had the encampment encounter, for example. They still could have had the funny little bit with the goblin saying that they shouldn't stand next to the fire barrel, right? They could have kept the interesting parts while maybe removing the sort of the downtime and the single encounters and whatnot. And they still could have made it so that you could sneak through, right? I just feel that overall this area is just a bit too excessive in terms of length, right? I do very much think that... Does this turn off everything, by the way? I do think that it's just a bit... Did somebody step on it? Medora, can you please stop? What the fuck? Why is that always such a weird thing? Why do they always move so weirdly? Oh boy. Of course I have too much to carry. Where the hell is that arrow? Oh, they're in the corner over here. It's actually cool. I don't know why you can't pick it up automatically. Oh, that's the two guys over here talking about the troll. Okay. Let's see. I think I can move some arrows again. The wooden locks. Yeah, let's put them to Lillian as well. Let's move the arrows. So many arrows. Armor-piercing grenade. Let's send that to Medora, maybe. Do these weigh anything? They do, but only very little. Let's save just to make sure. I really don't want to die accidentally because one of my characters deigned to step on one of these plates for some awkward reason.
Careful!
Stop!
I've spotted a trap.
Why? I don't understand, because the thing is, your characters, right? They do specifically not walk on fire surfaces and whatnot. Well, at least
Look out! I see a trap nearby.
it's the whole thing is turned off here. But yeah, I don't understand why the AI is programmed to walk around fire surfaces and poison clouds and whatnot, yet at the same time, they don't walk around these pressure plates once you find them.
Careful now. That's a trap.
Ooh, what's this? Cleansing water. Something I identify. How many of these things are here? Holy shit, they really put a lot of pressure plates down here. Oh, hey, does Medora still carry a, She does. Oop. Oh boy, okay, never mind. That's a lot of poison traps. I don't know if it's even really worth it for me to take a look at the rest of the way, because I mean, except for this one chest, there isn't really much more that I can get here. I wish you could just blow up these traps. Why didn't they put down... So there is a lever to turn off the totems, but there is no lever to turn off the poison here? That's a bit dumb, I feel like. When did Lillian get damaged, by the way? Anyway, she can make herself invincible to poison, so let's just move her through the poison cloud then. What the? What the? What did I just do?
Careful! I've spotted a trap.
What the? Did I give somebody else the poison shield accidentally? What just happened?
On the mend!
I don't think there's anybody here.
Look out! I see a trap nearby.
What the fuck's she talking about? Oh, there's a bunch of mines here in the tall grass.
Our
All right.
enemies have laid a trap.
I wish you could pick these things up. Oh, that's...
I see a trap nearby.
Okay, so there's just a bunch of traps here, okay.
Careful! I've spotted a trap.
Who are you talking to, by the way? You're the only person that's here. Yeah, so I guess the idea is that you can choose to go this way instead and have...
Strange that there aren't any goblins stationed here. Perhaps they've left it empty for a good reason.
Yeah, you literally just walked through the reason for that. But yeah, it's, considering that there's really only one encounter over here, because this one you have to do either way, I think. I don't know, it feels like this path... Why would you ever take this path? Feels like this is way more obstacle-ridden than the other one, right? Just having to deal with... I mean, it wasn't even that many, right? It was just... I don't know, 3, 4, 5 maybe goblins that I had to deal with the other path, and this for some reason is... I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea who I put the poison or anti-poison spell on. But still damages you though. Interesting. That's why she got damaged. Huh. What a weird effect. I honestly would have thought that, you know, being immune to poison would mean that you're immune to poison. And to its damage as well? Guess not. Well, first of all, Medora, you're gonna pick up the barrel again. Oh, for fuck's sake. Because that doesn't need to stand there if I'm not gonna go that way anyways. And then, also considering the sheer amount of traps that are here, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why you would ever go this way. It's a bit weird. I wonder if the goblins had help from this Maradino guy, though. Considering that he also places traps everywhere. Not entirely sure. Anyways, let's sort again. First of all, crafting. Recipes. Arrows. Explosive arrow. Knockdown arrow. Not that I really need them. I might just sell a bunch when I get the chance. Don't know if that really makes sense. Or do I still... I thought I had 9-inch nails. I might have not given them to her. And minor healing potion. I still don't know how to do like a major healing potion, by the way. I also thought that I had more arrows available. Also, didn't I give her wooden logs? Shouldn't they appear on the arrows as well? Where's my axe? There we go. wood chips. I might just... The iron bars, let's give them to Medora as well. Obviously, I don't want to overburden Medora, but I think she can carry quite a bit, actually. Slow down arrow, silver arrow. Explosive arrow, knockdown arrow, so many arrows. Okay, that just barely got her out of being over encumbered. Man, I really don't know. There is so much stuff here now. Did I read this already? Let's actually send this away, but she doesn't need to carry that around all the time. I really would like to just craft more, but I'm just not sure what they want you to do in certain scenarios. Like, I have no idea how to use these essences, for example. And look how many I have. I think I can combine them with like a... with a wand, an empty wand or something. But for example, how do I do fire grenades or something? Smoke grenades? I don't... or holy grenades. There's a whole bunch of stuff that I just don't know. And then I know that there's like a magical ink and quill, but I have no idea how to craft those. And at this point, you know, I think, honestly, I might just not craft. At least not, you know, in depth or anything too complicated. I mean, it's fine to craft arrows and whatnot, maybe the odd potion here and there, but I think it might be worth at this point to just, you know, sell most of the stuff that I have. Because especially looking at how much loot I have and just in general how much you get from enemies all the time, I don't want to be constantly looking at my inventory, right? So I don't know.
Oh, will ye now? And what if I don't protest?
Shut your vile hole and answer me straight. Where is Drexus?
Oh.
Ho ho! Quite feisty, ain't ya? Listen close then. I ain't telling.
Well, well, well. How the turntables, huh? This... What does that mean? Did Leandra / the Immaculate somehow capture Drexus, the goblin? The goblin
None of your business, snake face.
king thing, whatever.
We haven't seen Drexus in days.
Ah, he's just fine. I swear by the
Yeah, sure.
Maybe he just got sick of hanging around with simpletons.
I guess, Well, now I wonder, are the Immaculates, maybe they're using Drexus as a source for Bloodstones as well? That might be it. So maybe the Goblins didn't necessarily want to take over the mine at all. Maybe they just came here because they wanted to know what the fuck is up with their leader, huh? Might still be that they at some point had a deal. You know, to maybe get Drexus into the mines, and then they just captured him and kept him there for their own gain. Yet another small twist here that I did not necessarily expect. So what now? Do I just walk up to them? I mean, sure, why not, huh? Oh. Well. I thought I might be able to talk to them or something. They are on the same side, seemingly, though. Right? I mean, it doesn't look like, because they're all facing me. It doesn't look like they're They're planning to fight amongst each other. Yeah, I feel like somehow maybe the goblins made a deal with the Immaculates at some point, and then the Immaculates just said, well, you know, if they're here, we might as well use them for our own gains, for whatever we need for the Bloodstone rituals and whatnot, right? I feel like that might be it. How would that work together with what we've heard about in Silverglen, though? Because doesn't that sort of, well, it certainly does, at least on some level, contradict what I was thinking about earlier with the whole bit of maybe the goblins have been brought here particularly by Leandra to be able to more easily establish the Immaculate faith in Silverglen. But if the Immaculates themselves kind of are here working together with the goblins, that doesn't really make much sense anymore, does it? Unless these Immaculates specifically are some sort of higher rank compared to the other ones. It's still quite difficult to see through. Okay, they're all standing really close together. I feel like, you know, oiling them up and setting them on fire might not be the worst idea here. Might still want to summon in my spider, though. Spider, or do I want to go with the skeleton? The good thing about the skeleton is, not only does it have good resistances, but it costs only 4, right? I think it also doesn't stick around as long as that, well, it's one less turn that it sticks around compared to the spider, but it's really not such a big deal. Let's put this on my main character, though, because I'm gonna throw a fireball that hopefully deals a bunch of damage. And put down the skeleton over here. Time for a big fireball. Boom. Nice. Also forces a couple of them to hopefully walk around that whole thing. Okay, let's preserve those points. Do I want to charm any of them? Let's see. Can I potentially poison that guy? Not really. I can still hit him with a normal attack. I might just want to keep standing where I am currently. Don't really know if it's worth it to walk ahead. Never mind. I want to definitely move ahead ever so slightly. Let's see if this is enough. Well, now I can't see him. Oh, I can see this guy though. Now let's actually start with the ricochet. That's worth more since they're also close together still. Precision stance. Should I hit him normally, or do I want to do the, I mean, the skeleton can't be poisoned, right? Yeah. Oh, he got... Plus the fire exploded. I didn't think about that. Oh, well, whatever. Still forces them to move away more. Is he healing himself? Yeah, alright. Whoa! What the hell did he just throw? Yeah, those ranges, you really need to, you know, you need to be quite aware of what they can do. Because they can do a lot. Some of them move really slowly for some reason. Okay, that guy didn't really know what to do. Yeah, he threw, I don't know, some sort of grenade. Okay, I think... Well, let's encourage, because that heals everybody. I love that it's a, albeit small, AoE heal. It's such a cool thing. And then, do I want to move? Well, that's blocked. Let's move her this way. Okay, he's knocked down and still burning. That's good. Undead swordsman. Let's try to get that guy bleeding. Nice. Problem is I'm a little bit too far away from the ranger, but the ranger already lost quite a bit of HP anyways, so hopefully somebody else is able to deal with them. Can I hit him with this? Yes. Nice. I mean, either Bedotto or my main character should be able to deal with him. So I might want to do something else. Can I... Do you think it's worth slowing the Mystic? Yeah, sure, why not? Let's attack him. That is a little bit unfortunate that I don't want to waste too much on the ranger. I don't know if he would die before his next turn anyways. I don't know if I want to risk that, to be honest. But at the same time, I kind of want to hit somebody else. He's still knocked down, but Medora can handle that. He's healing himself, but he's also slowed. And poisoned still. This guy's bleeding. I could blind this guy? Yeah, sure. At least that way he can't really do much else. And then... should I try to attack this one? I don't know. I mean, he's... No, wait. Is he blinded? No. Did that fail? Oh, well, never mind. Now, okay. That helps too. Did I stun you as well? No. Okay. No idea how this guy's gonna get to me. I think he probably doesn't know either. It's good. I don't know when he takes damage. He should take damage at the beginning of his turn, right? I hope. I am gonna risk that because, okay, that's stunned, knocked down, he's slowed. Let's just hit the knockdown guy, I think. Oh, I still have this as well. Oh, that would definitely kill the ranger. I mean, I only get one attack on the swordsman, and sure. That's the ranger dealt with. Okay, is he just trying to run away, and then he just ran straight into my... Okay, cool. Okay, he cast some sort of armor on him? What was that? Oh yeah, that's a geo armor, earth armor thing. He ran into the... I think they're just confused as to how they're supposed to get to me. For some reason. I mean, I you know, I get the reason, but... That would only hit the one guy. Let's try to cripple him. Ah, unfortunate. Guess I'm gonna try to knock him down then. Well, I guess he's gotta die first. He might also... Is he still burning? No. Stunned though. Okay. Well. What's the easiest thing to do here? Honestly, let's just attack this guy until he... Oh, that was a nice crit. You know. In case he wants to do something else or attack any one of us. Just make sure that he's dealt with. Okay, he doesn't really have that much HP left. Is he still slowed? No. Oh, he's stunned. Oh yeah, we have you still. You're still stunned as well. Let's move up ever so slightly. I hope this position will allow me to ass down here. Yeah. Honestly, I think I'm just gonna do 2 normal attacks on him. Yeah, that's more than enough. I'll level up. See, I would have probably not gotten that level up. Well, I definitely wouldn't have gotten the level up at this point if I hadn't, you know, killed everybody instead of sneaking past. I don't know. I do think that that's kind of a weird option, to be honest, that they present that to you in this way. All right, he's still alive. Boom. Well, I think the undead swordsman's gonna... Oh, you can run down this slope somewhat, though. I think that's where they kind of tried to run up, but then realized that there was still fire there as well. I don't know. It's honestly a bit weird. All right. Do I want her to walk through the fire? Ah, sure, why not? Oh. Well, didn't even count for some reason. Let's just do this.
Who's laughing now?
Nice crit. Of course, she can't hit him. I'm gonna move up a little bit, and this should be it probably. I'm actually getting a lot more critical hits than I thought I would. I don't know. Nice. Level up for everybody. Well, that's pretty cool, honestly. At the right moment as well. Considering that we're preparing to go into the mine now. Oh, of course I have too much to carry. Oh yeah, let's pick up this bottle of beer back here as well. I wonder how big the mines are going to be, because I have a feeling so far, right, every time something like this came up, it was always quite extensive. Like a really, really big sort of cave network. The problem here is, I would actually like to go back and sell some stuff, right? But well, the problem is the teleport point is very far away. Obviously, I killed everybody on the way, so, you know, in theory I could go back, but I'm I guess I'm just gonna speculate that there's going to be a teleport point in the cave. Okay, I'm gonna reload if that's not the case, I think. I don't know. Obviously, being overburdened, I don't want to run into a situation where I suddenly have to fight while that's a thing. But yeah, I feel like they should give you a teleport point in the cave. Hopefully. Let's see. They do. All right, I was correct on that. Doesn't look out of place at all. I like the mine carts though. For some reason, I'm always a big fan of like, well, that's because I like trains in general, right? And mine carts, I guess, are a type of train. But yeah, I always like that. It bothers me a little bit that they're not actually standing on the rails though. Oh well. It's quite dark in here. This path seems to be blocked, but potentially able to be opened up. Wait, those are immaculates, aren't they? Ooh, I feel like this is going to be interesting.
The mines. We made it. I wonder what we'll find in here besides immaculates.
I
Why
wonder
don't
too.
you be my canary and go find out?
Mr. Rat, can you come over here for a second? I want to talk to you. Ah, never mind then. All right. Do I want to go back to Seal? Does that make sense? Because in theory, Silver Glen has a bunch of traders as well, and they also offer some Master Scrolls, right? And since I got a level up, yeah, I might want to take a look at that. The Color Forest. Let's see, Silver Glen. Let's go there. Do I have anything that I can... Oh, log. Goblin trouble. Lawrence, the representative, told us that goblins have overtaken. It seems that the Immaculates, not goblins, are running things in the mines. What happened to the goblins? Lawrence accused of seizing control. Yeah, that's actually quite troubling. I mean, we did know that the Immaculates, at least Leandra, seem to have to do something with the mines. I mean, that's what Ikara told us, right? But everything that we saw thus far made it seem as if, you know, either the Immaculates lost control of the mines or something else happened that brought in the goblins, right? Not necessarily as if it was Leandra's plan, but somehow I feel like she maybe purposefully set a couple of factions against each other. Ikara has sent us to investigate the Lacula mines for evidence of her sister's doings. We made it inside the mines. How deep do they go? Yeah, that's gonna be a very interesting question indeed. Razzle Dazzle. She had those, right? Man, I'm carrying way too much stuff. Why am I always carrying so much? But to be honest, I don't mind walking slow for a little bit.
Out there, Wanderer. Their blood is impure.
Actually makes me wonder if, once we deal with the mines and everything, if maybe the Immaculates are going to disappear from this town? Or at least the miners are going to return to working in the mines or something? That would be pretty cool. Alright, let's take a look at my characters first. Ooh, that's a lot of ability points, holy shit. Okay, so I do get one attribute point. That's gonna be interesting. Ooh. Okay, so one more point at speed would grant me another...
Best work there, dear.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You're
Of
tired,
course,
aren't
now
you?
they're gonna talk the entire time. Why does random dialogue in games always have to be so annoying? Anyways, yeah, that's a good question. Do I want to put one more point in speed? I mean, I do get one extra point from gear, so it wouldn't necessarily be permanent. But obviously having one more point per turn, kind of an OP move. Especially since it also upgrades my movement at the same time. And my intelligence is quite good. +2 from gear, but it's a 10 in general. I don't really need more constitution. I mean, sure, more overall action points are nice, and having more vitality is as well, but... yeah, let's do this. And then... well, I probably want to upgrade one of these to 4, right? Probably pyrokinetic, considering that, you know, throwing fireballs kind of is the main thing that I've been doing the entire time. But yeah, let's go with 1 level on pyrokinetic. Because that gives me the ability to actually use master spells. And then I'm going to keep the other one to put Aerotherge to level 4. Nice. Lillian. She also gets an attribute point. She already has 11 speed. I think she should actually get more intelligence. Because at this point I feel like 7 intelligence is actually quite low for a caster. And I don't necessarily want the extra damage so much as the ability to potentially have higher chances to stun and all those neat things, right? Okay, and then in terms of skills, well, I probably want to get these up to 4 as well, right? At some point, it feels like a good idea. What was it that I thought about last time? I potentially wanted to have a level in Aerotherge just to get the teleportation skill as well, right? I'm still on the fence about this. I mean, to be fair, I would have to keep my ability points anyways, right? If I want to level one of these up to level 4. Meaning that should I encounter another puzzle where it feels like I need 2 teleportation spells, I can just always go in here and give her more stuff. It's kind of, I don't know. I think it's a little bit disappointing that this is just a flat damage boost. I wish it would have some sort of additional effect. I don't know. Because it feels like being able to wield a specific weapon should give you more than just 10% damage, right? I don't know. Not saying that I'm not already, you know, pretty OP anyways, but I still think that, yeah, should maybe get something else there. Okay, what can she get? 1 more point on speed. Perception, crit chance. This also, in theory, initiative, start action points in combat, ability to accuracy when shooting over long distances. Giving her more perception might be a good idea. Where are the start action points? Kind of crazy that she has +3 perception from gear. In theory, that means that she only has 6 perception, right? Which is actually quite low. I feel like for a bow-wielding character. And honestly, dexterity at 11, even though 1 point is from gear, is already really, really good. I might want to give her 1. Yeah, sure, let's do that. 1 more perception. And then in terms of abilities, right, I gave her Scoundrel last time. But she already has Expert Marksman at 4. Bow at 4. I might level this up to 3, even though we don't even... I don't know. I mean, she has... she has 1 Scoundrel skill currently, right? But I mean, I could buy more now. Yeah, sure, let's do that. I kind of like the idea of her actually being quite proficient in Scoundrel abilities. Even though she didn't have them up until now, but, well, whatever. Her turn action points are really low. Might want to give her 1 more point in speed. That's... oh, man, honestly, I don't like that the turn action points are directly linked to one of the attributes. I wish that would be a completely separate stat, because... I don't know, I think in terms of RP, right, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense that all your characters would be really, really speedy, but having more turn action points is just the best thing, right? I mean, that's way more beneficial than having 1 more start action point, for example. And I mean, she has enough strength. I could go with 1 more point in Constitution as well, just to make her even more of a tank. The problem is, her tanking ability... I don't know, she has Taunt, but I very rarely use it, because most of the time, half the stuff is already dead until it's even her turn, right? And then... well... you have so many ways of dealing with enemies, right? Charming, stunning, petrifying. You know, there's a bunch of ways in which you can specifically, you know, deal with big crowds of enemies. In order for them, or in order to force them to skip turns and whatnot. And in comparison, having one of your characters tank a bunch of damage by taunting a lot of enemies and making all of them attack 1 character specifically that is set up to be attacked a bunch of times. I mean, you can already see how kind of difficult the setup is, right? I mean, I can do it. It's not that it's super difficult or anything, but it's just in comparison to other stuff, it's way more complicated, right? Because in order for this to set up properly, not only does the taunt have to succeed, but then I would always have to like put the what's it called? What Lillian can do. Well, strengthening her armor class and whatnot, right? All of those things. I would have to put a bunch of defensive things on her, and then she herself can enter her defensive stance. And then, you know, taunt all the enemies attack her, but then she also needs to be healed from time to time. I don't know, I feel like that's way more complicated of a setup than just, when my characters have their turns anyways, you know, just charm an enemy, stun another one, create a big cloud of black smoke so that they have to run through fire to even get to me, right? So there are all these things that not only are easier to set up, but they're also dishing out more damage at the same time. Whereas taunting plus putting up defensive skills on her is more the more complicated setup while also not dealing damage. I don't know. I wish that taunting would need to be, well, definitely the success rate of it would need to be higher. I don't know. I might be able to somehow make that higher. Maybe I should have focused on some sort of other abilities there, or other other abilities. But still, I don't know. I think, you know, specifically having characters only tank or only heal in this game doesn't really work all that well. Which in a way, I guess, also keeps it more interesting, right? If you had your typical, you know, base trifecta of tank, healer, damage dealer, then it might be a bit boring. This is definitely more fluid and more interesting, I would say, but in general, I think that, at least from the skills that I've witnessed so far, right, I would say that magic is kind of the way to go, right, and ranged is kind of the way to go in a lot of scenarios. It just gives you way, way more options. I don't know, it's a tough call. I mean, Medora can certainly do quite a lot, and it's not like she doesn't do anything at all, right? I mean, she can still encourage everybody, which strengthens you and also gives you back HP and whatnot. So there are definitely things that she can do. She's not like useless or anything by any, you know, means, but it does feel as if she always sort of lags a little bit behind in terms of, you know, actually doing significant damage. Simply because she is not able to really do... Well, she does have that one whirlwind AoE that is really, really good. And obviously she can knock down and whatnot, but it's still... I mean, maybe that's also a felt importance, not necessarily something that is completely supported by, you know, pure numbers, but yeah. Anyways, let's give her more speed though. I like the action points. It's gonna make fights even more easier to deal with. And then definitely man-at-arms so that she can learn master skills. Cool. Okay, that's that already dealt with. And then... Well, I guess I'm gonna look through my equipment now, ain't I? Yeah, probably do that. Let me see. Why are these also... Is that my inventory that needs to be sorted for those to pop up normally? Where are they all, anyways? Okay. Fire. I definitely want to stick with fire and air one, though. Let's see, 46, 76. That's actually better than this one. But this one has +1 speed, +1 leadership, which this one does not. 42. So I can sell all the ones, I think. Yeah, and then in terms of fire ones, this one has 47. No extra stats on it, though. That's worse. That's worse. These are all earth ones. Ooh, that's a good one, though. Might give that to Lillian, then. Okay, that are all the ones taken care of. Maybe, you know, let's look at the weapons first. Let's go through the weapons and figure out which ones are the best for those. 10% chance to set petrified. This already has 59 as well as a base damage, though. So it might be that the other one isn't actually that much better. Yeah, this one's definitely worse. 54. Wait, what did I have? 59. Yeah, so that's also worse. Where are they? 60. So this is better by 1. Why am I not using the compare function? I'm an idiot. Has plus 41 HP. That's not bad, but I mean, the petrified stuff... Here's the thing, right? 10% seems low, but she only needs 3 action points to attack. So I very frequently can attack 3 times per turn with her if I choose to do the normal attack, which then obviously is a 30% chance to petrify somebody, which is quite a bit higher, right? So I definitely want to keep that chance instead of more HP. Alright, that's the once and everything taken care of. Let's take a look at the bow. 72. I don't think I even got that many bows. Yeah, for some reason bows have been a little bit... Game has been a little bit stingy in terms of bows. Yeah, no new bow. Medora is still using the Impaler, which I don't think I really have anything that compares to that currently. I mean, that's 117 to 189 piercing damage. These are one-handed anyways. Still unidentified. What even is this? Oh, it's a two-handed staff. Okay. Wait, no, never mind. It's not a staff at all. Minoleon of Steel. I don't know, is that the pike kind of thing? 10% chance to set field status. That's actually kind of cool. Two-handed sword, slashing. Huh, interesting. Has the same base damage, but a way lower damage ceiling. Well, I mean, what I'm currently using also has +1 speed on it, so I'm probably not gonna want to get rid of that for a while. Well, this is one-handed anyways. Is there anything that I still need to identify, by the way, in terms of weapons? Okay, that means I am going to get rid of all my weapons first. Do I need to keep anything? I don't think I need this. Lillian, the hand axe I want to keep for so that I don't have to do the use the double-headed axe to split up wooden logs. Push dagger. Well, this one I can definitely sell. The butter knife I still need. Sell this one. Sell this one. This one. The pickaxe I still need. So the scythe can be sold. Oh, the Shambling Oak Death Wand. Well, this one I definitely want to keep. I might want to send this to my homestead to not accidentally send it to somebody else. Because I'm pretty sure if I would send this to Lillian now, she would be rotten again. Okay. First of all, let's sort this. Yeah. Let's see. I think he had quite a bit of gold.
By, my liege.
10,000,
As always,
yeah.
be welcome.
Concrete Marvelous Air Staff of the Surgeon. Pretty sure that's two-handed, yeah. The symbol of it is really cool. Looks really good. Graceful Rapier of the Demon. Holy shit, what the hell is this? There's a bunch of really cool things here. Oral Gold Elven Shield of Vigilance. Wow. Somehow I completely forgot that you can also play your classical sword and shield character instead of two-handed, which, I mean, is kind of obvious, but I don't know. Kind of forgot about that, to be honest. This is just some resistances. +1 speed. Can it not have movement instead of speed? I mean, it's still kind of crazy good. See, this actually, it's a bit pricey, maybe. Not that I really, need that, but I mean, when I try to be realistic here, as much as I appreciate having the movement, I feel like it becomes less and less important. Right? Because I have so many ways with which to deal with enemies that actually because I think, sort of level 8-ish, around that range, I felt like that the movement was really, really good because you could, you could kind of lure enemies to you, right? So if there were bigger groups of enemies and whatnot, I could sort of cast Fireball and things to make the arena burning, and then move backwards and actually let the enemies come to me, right? Which would most of the time result in them getting burned, and so they, as soon as they arrived where I was, they would already be, you know, quite beaten up. And also not, like, didn't have that many action points left because they had to move so much, right? Whereas it cost me less action points to move. But now that I have so much other stuff to deal with things, I feel like that's less and less necessary, right? If an enemy actually does come up close, I can, you know, I can teleport them away, I can charm them, I can do all kinds of other things to them. So, yeah, I do think, ooh, almost lost my controller there. I'm wearing kind of a, like, sports pants thing. That's always a little bit slippery when the plastic of the controller is resting on your leg. But yeah, I think the movement isn't really that important anymore. So it might be worth getting something like this, because here's the big thing. The plus speed, that can get you more action points, right? So that's kind of crazy to have, I feel like. And at this point, as you can also clearly see, the amount of armor rating that I can get in comparison, you know, the amount of other stuff. I mean, the air resistance and HP are double nice, actually. Yeah, might be worth getting this. I don't know. At least that way I could spend some money as well. Let's see, what is this? This is just barely better than the one that I have. Let's see, anything here? Leadership. This is actually worse than the one that I have on Medora. I mean, this has a little bit more fire damage on it, but that's about it. And of course, he doesn't sell a bow. What is this? Dexterity, earth resistance, initiative, immunity to bleeding. Dexterity. Ooh, +1 speed, minus movement, reflect 20% of melee damage as piercing damage. Might also be worth it. I don't know, I feel like I might want to upgrade some stuff here. He should keep those in his thing, right? I don't think they're gonna be... Let's see, silence, do I want to keep that? Doctor Scroll. I still have so much other stuff that I don't really know what to do with. Constitution, perception, poison resistance, speed. Duration 3 turns. This is a weird one, isn't it? So the +2 speed in theory, I think, gets you +1 action point per turn, but it costs 2 to use, right? So effectively you're only gaining 1. I don't know. That is, I feel like that's a very, very niche thing. Actually, let's sell these because they're also worth a bit. I don't need them. Anything else that I don't need? The Ice Elemental. Why does she have this, by the way? I feel like my main should have that. Because she can... Pretty sure she could do that herself. Ice Wall. Okay, first of all, let's sell all these weapons. Also the broom. Don't know why I kept that around, by the way. Oh, those were the... Ah, well, never mind. Okay, well that's already a bunch of stuff gone. Oh, it's good. That's good. Let's also sell this one. These two. Ah, man. I'm really struggling with this. I'm so tempted to just sell the stuff that I don't know what to do with anyways. But I feel like I'm also potentially, you know, Taking away the ability to maybe use that in the future? The empty mugs I don't think I need. I don't know. It certainly is kind of a weird decision. These things I don't really need either at this point, right? The water maybe, but I think I can also get rid of these. Because in the beginning, when it was more difficult to actually come across healing potions, having this extra stuff in there to heal wasn't the worst idea to have, right? But now, I feel like this is kind of pointless. You know what? If I have so much money, I can just buy these, even though I don't necessarily end up using them. But anyways, before I do that, let's go through the equipment options that I actually have. Like 20% of melee damage. Did I ever get anything other here? I mean the +1 lore master, but it only has the 10% reflect on it. I should probably sell these as well. I don't know why I even kept them. Well, this one I'm going to keep because it's a unique one. Though I could probably... Let's send this away. I'm never going to use it anyways.
You know what the doctor said.
Please, Mara. Must you bother me at every turn?
Fire absorption shield. Buffalo amulet. Yeah, appears to have been... This one I always felt might still be connected to a quest that I haven't done yet, but I'm really not sure about that. +1 intelligence, +1 movement. Ah, this one I can probably sell as well. I wonder if I'm gonna get rings that have like +2 on it. This is fire resistance and HP. That's really bad. What the fuck? I haven't even gotten that many good things, I feel like. I mean, this one at least has more movement on it compared to Lillian's. So it might not be that worth in terms of... Oh, see, I have this. I don't even need to buy it. Oopsie. Dexterity, initiative...
Don't work too hard now, dearest. You've been hammering away for
Strong
hours.
robe.
Please,
Why did I keep it? I guess I
you
just
bother
got it.
me at every turn?
Ooh, plus 0.75 movement, +1 initiative. Dexterity thing. Hey, this requires Armor Specialist 1. It's the first time I'm seeing that. Interesting. This just got a bunch of resistances. That's a bit boring, honestly.
That doesn't look like your best work there, dear. You're tired, aren't you? I told you you'd be.
+2 initiative. Oh, this is just a straight up upgrade. Nice. Huh. Cool. Could also take the crafting one, but no. +2 initiative. Bow and pickpocket. Oh, I don't have... Why does this require strength? But... Oh. Can this not require dexterity? Seriously? Why am I getting so unlucky with these stats that they have on them? That's unfortunate. Movement and HP. What's this? Ooh, this one's good. Holy shit, this is good. Do I want to put this on my main character? Kind of tempted to put that on Berdotta, considering that she
doesn't look like your best work there, dear. You're tired.
She technically is now a scoundrel, right? And having more speed on her is equally good. Wait, let me... What is she currently wearing? Oh, she's wearing the same thing. Yeah, she's getting those. All right. Anything else here? Finally getting some movement stuff again. Movement, fire resistance, but they require strength. It's also crazy. These don't even require anything. It's really, really good. Okay, nothing to change there for the time. Right, this was the immunity to blind thing, +2 initiative. I definitely don't have anything better than that. I could give her more movement through the ring if I don't want to have the perception on her. Inflict stunned on contact is also pretty crazy, to be honest. Like smithing initiative. Okay. The movement. Crafting initiative. And movement. Okay, so she definitely gets the better movement ones, right? Where were they? These ones. Oh, wait. She's losing out on initiative then, though. Ooh, these don't have initiative on them. I didn't even see that. They both have initiative. Oh, well, that's a bit of an annoying trade-off then, huh? Well, never mind. Then my main character gets them. +1 speed, +1 pickpocketing. Even though the pickpocketing doesn't really... Well, I don't... You know, at this point in time, I feel like I'm not really gonna pickpocket anybody anyways, so... Whatever. Immunity to slowed. That's 2 initiative. And these require strength for some reason. Okay. Hey! She can get pickpocketing this way. Yeah, sure. +2 initiative. Poison resistance. Okay. And then, didn't I have something that looked pretty good here? So I have this one. That's dexterity and initiative, but no movement. This requires strength. This, right? Yeah, this is just straight up an upgrade. Plus air resistance, same initiative, more movement, more armor rating. Yeah, okay. So she gets this one. Perception initiative, don't have anything else there. Alright, and anything from Medora? +1 strength, I don't... Right, I have the same one, but without the reflection stuff. Movement, movement, resistance. Air resistance. Okay, where was the other one that looked pretty good? Well, this is worse in terms of armor rating. I don't really want to do that, even though it has the speed on it. And this is not for her. Oh, she does have armor specialist. I forgot about that. Oh, it's not really worth it. I guess that's it for now. Less upgrades and updates and whatnot than I thought. But let's take a look. So these need to be sold, these need to be sold, these need to be sold, these need to be sold. This one, I'm selling as well.
Remember to take a break now and again, Bjorn. You know what the doctor said.
Please, Mara. Must you bother me at every time?
+1 speed. But I mean, I just looked over that, right? I don't want to have that upgrade currently. This is just with resistances. This I don't need either. I'm not using a shield. This one I'm gonna keep. Immunity to stunned. This one I'm gonna sell. There's no point in keeping it. +2 initiative. Do I want to keep these? No, I'm not using them anyways. Plus movement. Yeah, I can sell these now.
And again, Bjorn. You know
Lucky
what the doctor
charm.
said.
These are just normal ones.
I do wish you'd stop interrupting.
So much stuff. 0.7 movement. Oh wait, did I not? Equipment, Medora.
Oh, you're a good boy, aren't you, Alfie?
Oh, because they have lower armor rating?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
That's a tough call. 10 armor rating. I mean, it's not that much. Right? Overall. 0.7 movement is a lot, though. I don't know why I didn't equip these. I guess I wanted to keep the HP and armor rating.
Remember to take a break
no.
now and again, Bjorn. You know what the doctor said.
Let's get the movement.
For the love of the gods, man. Go.
I guess let's keep these around then. Might be able to switch back. Okay. Sell. Oh my god. I don't know why I kept this one around. Sent that one to the homestead. This one I'm going to keep around. These ones, I looked through them like a billion different times now. And I'm going to sell all of them soon. It just doesn't make sense to keep so much stuff around if you're not going to use them anyways. The empty cups
That
I can sell.
doesn't look like your best work there, dear.
He's not
tired,
cooking
aren't you?
anyways, so
I
let's
told
sell
you
that
you'd
as
be.
well.
Please, Mara. Must you bother me at every turn?
I mean, these are all crafting things, right? So this can all go to her. Even though I don't really know what to do with half the stuff,
Hungry,
but
Alfie? Oh, I hope you are, because you're getting a whole cow.
I do know what to do with the nails, though. These weird part weapons. Okay. Nail bomb. Let's send that to her. Thunderbolt grenade. She gets all the grenades, I feel like, or most of them anyways. Yeah, I can keep that one.
Don't work too hard now, dearest. You've been hammering away for hours.
Please, Mara. Must you bother me at every
Oh, a
turn?
couple of these I could probably... Yeah, this one I don't need. 40% resistance. I'm gonna keep around for now, even though I know that I probably will never use it. 15%. God, these are bad.
Are you hungry, Alfie? Oh, I hope you
Seriously, if you can get like the spells that get you like 100% resistance for a couple of turns, they are fairly cheap in terms of action points, and I think most of them are novice skills as well. So I don't really get the point of having potions that only give you like 20% resistance to poison. What's the point if there is a spell that costs potentially the same or even less action points and is fairly easy to get and gives you, you know, way more of an effect to the point where it makes these resistance potions seem absolutely useless.
There, dear. You're tired, aren't you? I told you you'd be.
For the love of the gods, Mara, let it go.
Gonna keep the apple pie though. This stuff can go over to her as well. All right. I mean, at least that cleaned the inventory up somewhat, even though it still looks pretty bad in other ways. Well, this I can send to Medora because that's technically for her. Shambling Oak Wand. Let's sort through this. All right, let's go over the equipment one more time. Yeah, I can definitely use the good rope. I don't know if my main uses them or Lillian uses it, but I can definitely get the rope. And what was the other thing he was selling? I think the other thing was something strength related, right? Might be. Wait. Where are you? Oh, back there. I thought, did he finally run away from his wife? But
So good of you to drop by, my liege. As always, feel welcome.
Fuck, now I have to go through all of this. Okay, so this rope I wanted to have, right? This is +1 speed, air resistance, HP. Yeah, let's buy that one. And then... Right, this one had the +1 speed, a little bit less movement, and reflect melee damage. Immunity. This one I definitely don't want to have. And then the helmets, I don't think were that good, yeah. Okay, so let me double check. +1 speed minus movement, that's not such a big deal. Reflect melee damage and 90. And Medora currently has equipped something with 82 air resistance, movement, HP. Yeah, it's better in theory. Sure. I mean, otherwise he won't have enough money to actually trade with me, I feel like. Yeah, the speed might be nice to have. Okay, let's sell beer, let's sell these things. Let's keep that one. Small magical +10 armor. That seems so useless, doesn't it? I don't know. This one. I feel like there was something else that could be done, that you can do with the resistance potions. I think some of them can be used as like an ingredient for the cloud arrows or something. I used one of the water resistance potions, I think, to create a steam cloud arrowhead at one point, I think. But that's, again, such an obscure thing that it kind of feels pointless to do that. I don't know. Okay, let's not accidentally sell the thing that I wanted to have. Although it should be below everything else, right? Let's keep this around for a little bit. Yeah, this one I wanted to sell. This is the one that I just bought. Armor rating, yeah. Just need to make sure. This one I wanted to sell as well. Man, this is complicated. This one I wanted to keep, I think. Why is this here then? Unity to stunned? Ah, well, whatever. +2 initiative, +2 initiative. No, I wanted to sell these as well, right? Yeah, just sell it. These ones I might be. Good charm. These are just normal ones. Pickpocketing initiative, immunity to slowed. Oh, right, that's with strength, though. It's so unfortunate. I think they should have dexterity on them, right? If they're related to pickpocketing, why would they have strength on them? I mean, obviously a strength character can still be the one to pickpocket, but I don't know. Somehow I feel like that's weird. Okay, there's the other arm. I thought that I had maybe accidentally sold that. Okay, I think I wanted to get rid of these ones as well, right? I think they're purely for money. Oh, it's actually perfect. Look at the money that he has. Pretty much spent his entire stock. Who would call that a stock? I don't know. All right, already looks much better. Okay, now the question is, well, first of all, Medora's equipment, right? She, I thought, could wear
Don't work too hard now, dearest.
this one,
You've
right?
been
Where are the
hammering
other
away for
ones?
hours.
Where are these ones?
Mara, must you
Oh, the
bother
okay.
me at every turn?
No, this... Why is this... Where was this one? That's weird. Okay, well, it reduces her movement slightly, but considering that it just put boots on her, that reduced her, or increased her movement massively, not really losing out on much, it gives her +1 speed and the melee damage reflect, which is pretty good. So let's equip that. I wish that it would look better, right? I mean, this is literally like a legendary chest piece, and it just looks exactly as boring as all the other ones. That's really unfortunate. That's the one thing that I would definitely like to see improved. It's just... I mean, I know that your characters aren't really that detailed, and they're, like, somewhat small to begin with, right? But I don't know. It's... First of all, it's raining a lot. But it's just... I don't know. Especially because some of the pieces do look pretty cool. I mean, the weapon that I have, for example, does have... I don't know if it's necessarily a unique model, but it still looks pretty cool. It's just the armor that is really, really boring. It's not even that... You know, because I would be fine if there wouldn't really be, you know, really flashy or super unique pieces of armor. But the fact that the armor literally never changes, ever, that's somewhat disappointing, right? I would have at least wished for the armor to change sort of, you know, that you could see your progression from level 5 to 14 or something, right? That there would be a difference in how you look, but some of the pieces literally look exactly the same, whether they'd be level 14 or level 6, right? And that's just a bit, I don't know, a bit boring. Okay, well, who gets the rope, though? I mean, technically this one's better than the one Lillian is wearing, right? So... Because this one has 0.4
Remember
movement.
to take a break now and again, Bjorn.
I think she gets the one.
What the doctor said.
She gets this one. Ooh, also looks really good on her. At least the color does a lot to add to it, right? So that's pretty awesome. All right. I guess now I'm just going to go around and take a look at whether or not I might be able to buy some other stuff.
Hey there! Lovely to see you again.
To potentially... Okay, first of all, let me double check my inventory. 108 of 110. So she still has way too much in her inventory for some reason. I don't know what adds so much weight to it, though. I mean, yeah, she's carrying around a billion different crafting materials, but aside from that, it's... She shouldn't be so overburdened already. I mean, she's not really carrying that many actual armor pieces around. Well, these I can send to my main, though. Oh, I could have sold the... Yeah, a couple of small things here and there that I could have sold. But still, I don't know. I feel like that's way too much carry weight that she still has. Oh. Yeah, sure, let's do that. Elemental quarterstaff. Even if I'm only selling it.
Enough of that now.
What? Huh? Wait, she just went over to that thing and what the hell? Okay, that was dumb. I didn't realize that was gonna happen. Okay, well, sorry about that, buddy. Wasn't my intention. Oh, you need the empty cups for that. But yeah, sadly, that's sort of pointless as well, right? I mean, why would you want to... I mean, what's it called? The orange juice really isn't that great to begin with, so... you know... Okay, let's see. The stuff that I want to keep, I'm gonna send over to my main. And the rest I can sell again. This I wanted to keep. Oh, these are two-handed though. I mean, they're pretty good. That is so weird though. So you can combine like 4 branches and it just creates a magical stuff. Yet at the same time, you can't really, like those magical essences and whatnot that I have, I can't really do anything with them. Ah, this is so strange. Okay, the rest of the stuff that she has, she can still sell. All right, fair enough. I mean, my main isn't carrying that much anymore, at least. So that's good. What is she still carrying around? +1 bow. Oh, right. I thought that maybe I would be able to level her strength. Crafting, this one I can sell.
I do wish you'd stop interrupting me.
Okay. She also has healing potions. Yeah, well, I guess she can keep the tea and the orange juice and some dinner. Sure, why not? I also completely forgot that she has a regeneration scroll. Probably never put that on her hotbar and just forgot that she has it. Oh well. I mean, I'm only ever really gonna looking for other special items if I somehow... Okay, this one can be sold as well. If I somehow really, you know, am in a dire situation, then I'm probably gonna look through my inventory to see if I can still do other stuff. Magical armor, yeah. These are things that also can be sold. Back to Lillian. Can I trade with this guy?
Hello again.
I don't know if I ever tried to trade with him.
As we say in our homeland.
Love grenade. Honestly, let's get some trap disarming toolkits. Those are always good. Ring kit, polished ring kit.
You're tired, aren't you? I told you you'd be.
Please, Mara. Must you bother me at every turn?
Seems like Mara really, you know, does annoy him quite a bit. Yeah, all of these I wanted to sell, right? Yeah. Okay. That should hopefully make her inventory a bit cleaner again. Is there anything else? Should be fine, should be fine. Right. Okay, let's see if she
Do a salutoin, hunter.
sells anything interesting.
What can I do for you?
What is this? +1 perception, okay. Institution perception. It's not bad, but nah, not really that great either. Grim, sharp jawbone sort of steel. Okay. Winter blast, knockdown arrow. I don't even, you know, need to buy these anymore because I just have so many of them. Well, at least it gives me a good opportunity to go back to the tavern because there were a lot of people that were selling stuff there. Especially I want to look at potential skill books. Who is he talking to?
Truth is, I'm a wee bit short at the moment.
Is he talking to that guy?
Why don't you stay a while, darling? I just know I could take you on a wild ride.
Yeah, I know.
Friend,
This is most excellent news. Welcome to the Immaculate Fold.
Yes! I can feel the goddess's finger coursing through my very veins.
I don't think that was a dialogue that we saw last time. Interesting. Okay, now I need to find who sold stuff again.
You dare disturb my rumination?
Okay.
It must be.
He doesn't really have anything.
Oh, thank. Oh. You haven't any ale, have ya? Well, never mind for now. What
Tornado.
sort of magical relics can I offer ya? Blessed
Remove
by
surfaces from the
goddess
battlefield, reveals
original.
invisible characters, clears warm, burning, and hastened. Might be useful in a pinch, but eh. Summon a level 14 bomb in a 3-meter radius for 30 seconds. That's an adept scoundrel scroll. Actually, that sounds pretty cool. Rapnel scatter. Target a corpse or a container and make it explode. The flying debris will damage characters around it. Blows up your target. Okay, that sounds pretty fucked up with the fact that you can do this on corpses, but let's get that. Because it sounds pretty awesome.
Oh, dear.
Okay, she only sells potions. Who were the other guys that sold? Because there were so many people around that actually sold skill books, right?
Ever shot a bullseye
Couple of
in
you
your
guys.
sleep?
Oh yeah.
Well, no wonder with your skill book.
Rapnel scatter. That's the one that I just bought, right? Yes. Crystal bug. Arrow spray. Well, I can only learn one master skill though. Fire 16 arrows in a 45-degree arc. Each arrow deals 53 to 86 piercing damage. Holy shit. Well, that can either deal a lot of damage or none at all, right? Splintered arrow I already know. Barrage. Fire multiple arrows in a straight line, each dealing piercing damage. How many skills can I still learn? I feel like I think I should be able to learn that.
Ever shot a bullseye in your sleep?
Oh, the other guy.
Watch where you're going. These beauties will pierce you
He's
to
just
the
selling
bone.
arrows.
So, do you fancy a trade then?
There we go. Flurry. Attack with a flurry of your main weapon and deal slashing damage each strike. I can learn that now, right? The rest I already know. Okay, yeah. Sure, let's get that. Okay, and then I think those two guys there also sold stuff. I don't know if I maybe overlooked somebody. I feel like I might have. Then again, I'm pretty sure that... I mean, there weren't that many people that actually sold stuff around here. Oh, okay.
Her
So
greatness gave us fire, her greatness gave us earth, and my savvy brings you
I mean, the
spells at
geomancy
best
stuff,
rate in town.
I can't
Come,
actually...
give me your best offer.
Oh, this has tornado on it? Okay, that's pretty cool. Telekinesis, smoke screen, create a smoke cloud. Fire absorption, purifying fire. Instantly set a target on fire, deals fire damage. Ah, sure. Bless, Boulder Bash, Deadly Spores. This is a master skill, but my Geomancy isn't high enough. Which was the one that I put high currently? Oh, I think Lillian actually doesn't have any sort of capability of learning master skills yet, right? Or did I actually increase one of them to that level? I don't think so. Okay, let's see. This should get me a couple more options. She still can't learn that. Okay, these need to go to Berdotta. This one as well. This one needs to go to Medora. She already... Oh! Wait, I never learned that? Oopsie. This one gate needs to go to my main. Okay. This one I think I kept around for some reason. Okay. Let's see. Immolation. Symbol looks pretty brutal. I mean, it's just that the damage value seems to be pretty low, right? I mean, yeah, sure, you can set a target on fire, but other than the fact that it has a 100% chance to set them on fire, I mean, I know that obviously if you hit them with a fireball, they don't always burn. But then again, I don't know. I feel like this is not actually that good for being a master skill. I mean, obviously it's one more skill to utilize, so it's better to have it than not to have it, because obviously they're on separate cooldowns. But, I don't know. It doesn't seem super useful, to be honest. Oh well. Flurry. Finally a new skill for her. Slashing damage each strike. I hate that it doesn't specify how many strikes. Attack with a flurry of your main weapon and deal slashing damage each strike. So this can potentially deal a lot of damage, right? I mean, because one strike obviously deals less than this one, for example. But if it's, let's say, 4 strikes, that would be crazy good. Now she also finally knows some more stuff. This sounds so brutal, right? Take a corpse and make it explode. The flying debris will damage characters around it. I mean, you can also blow up crates, is the good thing, right? It doesn't need to be corpses. I do wonder how... Can fork up to 6 times, okay? I wonder how much damage it actually deals. Probably also depends on the thing that you actually explode, huh? Multiple arrows in a straight line. This is probably also pretty good. This one I'm really looking forward to using. Wind up toy. Has a very long cooldown. Press the button to go boom. I wonder if... Okay, so this counts as summon. In theory, when I saw these little bomb guys moving around, I think that they always... I could always hit them as well, so they can blow up themselves, but I was also able to blow them up manually by hitting them, right? So the idea was that I always tried to make them explode before they reached me. It's been a while since I actually fought them, aside from obviously the one that we dealt with in this very tavern that held the one of the prostitutes hostage, but I mean, the thing is, I can summon them in, right? Although this says in a 3-meter radius. So I guess the downside would be that I'd have to summon it in very close to me and then actually get it to the enemy before they make it explode. I wonder if maybe it's not as good as I thought it is. If I can somehow get it to the enemy, so it's probably gonna deal a bunch of damage. I mean, every time I was hit by an explosion, that was... Yeah, that was pretty bad most of the time. So... should be able to help quite a bit. Alright, I got a bunch of skills. I'm not entirely convinced that they're actually gonna help me all that much, but again, having more options is always great. It's just fun to play around with, right? And try them out and try to... Also, just trying to find a cool situation for them is always a really, really cool thing, I guess.
Oh no, Palamine.
I think, yeah, I pretty much already talked to him, right? He's just walking around here. Okay. I just need to... I was thinking about the time, right? Because I could stop now. Deal with some other stuff potentially and prepare. I definitely still need to prepare for this evening because we're very, very close to the final phase of the Ultimate that we're currently progging in Final Fantasy, and I definitely still need to prepare for what that phase entails. But other than that, I think I want to keep going with Divinity for a bit. I mean, it feels great to finally have some more time to be able to, you know, finally get further. So, yeah, let's take a look at that mine and what it hopefully entails. The Kula Mine's entrance, that should be where it was, right? Right. Mr. Rat, I wanted to talk to you. Oh.
Come over here quickly, but be as quiet as a mouse.
What are you waiting for? Come here, but for the love of the gods, be still.
Somebody talking outside the crate. Oh. The fuck is happening here? Necromantic bone totem. Ooh. Yeah, this looks kind of crazy. Enchanted miner. There is a bunch of dead Immaculates as well. I wonder if they've been sacrificed or if they were killed. Wait, the map suddenly... Oh, okay. Ooh, boy. I feel like this is gonna take a while. I like the background music. Very subtle. Don't want to attack that. Who talked? Wasn't that coming from the boxes over here? Do I need to move them or something? Oh, there you are.
It. I never thought I'd see another human face uncorrupted by immaculate madness. I hid when I heard your voice, but you don't look like the lunatics here that slave the dead. Will I escape this infernal pit after all? Will I escape the dreaded Hell Lords?
What in the blazes are Hell Lords?
By the seven, I don't know. Never have I seen anything like them. They're creatures dressed in knight's armor that's black as coal. The very ground trembles when they approach, and their eyes shine with demon mania.
Whoa, okay. Dressed in knight's armor that is black as coal. I don't think I've encountered something like that yet.
To even think about them is to struggle with almost irrepressible panic.
So how did you end up here without being enchanted or anything? Who are you?
I'm Marques, a craftsman from Hunter's Edge, a village some miles to the east of here. Orcs raided our town and sold us to the goblins as slaves. Little did we know that they were to pass us on to the remorseless necromancers here in the mines. I don't know. I'm still quite confused as to what all of these different parties are actually trying to achieve here. So the orcs raided Hunter's Edge and then sold people to the goblins as slaves. But the orcs that I met and defeated, they were talking about killing the goblins, right? Didn't they say that they wanted to take over both Silver Glen and the mine? I mean, the goblins, as far as we've seen, do work together with these Immaculates in here, the necromancers. Which, funnily enough, seems to be against... Well, it's not... It's against the miners, not against the Immaculates, but what are the orcs doing in all of this? I don't understand. What are they getting out of it? Why are they selling people as slaves to the goblins and then subsequently want to defeat the goblins?
Yeah, you heard me right. Necromancers. My family, my friends, they were all turned into undead slaves by those most deviant of sorcerers and forced to unearth Tenebrium. I managed to escape in the darkness of the tunnels and was just about to head for the daylight when I heard you approach.
Well, I mean, we've definitely seen that, right? People being turned into undead. We've practically fought an undead army inside Seal. Why would slaves be turned into undead, though? What are they trying to accomplish with them here?
Because of the Tenebrium, of course. That stuff will give you rot right quickly, and after that, rot will kill you right slowly. But if you're naught but a skeleton with a pickaxe, what then? Rot can't touch you, can it?
Aha. Okay, well that explains it. That's actually quite clever. Right. If you can't die, then you can just mine Tenebrium. What's interesting about that is that I thought that maybe... I mean, if you want to utilize Tenebrium, right? I thought that somehow, at least Leandra, or sort of the higher-ups, these necromancers of the Immaculates or whatever, that they had some sort of really powerful priests or sorcerers that might be able to deal with the rot. Especially those that are actually capable to use source magic. I thought would also somehow be able to potentially alleviate the side effects of Tenebrium. But apparently that's not necessarily the case. Or rather, I mean, it could still be the case. It's just that they also, like, obviously having more people mining that stuff just gives you more access, like more resources to use, right? So making undead mine the stuff, yeah, quite clever.
So that's what they do, the vile maniacs. They procure people, slaughter them, and wrench their souls back from the shores of death to mine the days away. I don't even know why they do it. Tenebrium, it blights all that it touches. Good for nothing is what it is.
Another interesting thing, though. So far, we've seen the Immaculates get, like, people, or well, they were offering up souls, essentially, to, via source magic, fill bloodstones with them. But if they're now bringing back people from the dead to enforce them to mine Tenebrium, isn't that sort of going against using them for bloodstones? I mean, I guess they're doing both if they have enough corpses or, you know, dead people to do it with, but I don't know. So far, we definitely haven't heard any sort of special connection, or, well, we know too little about Tenebrium to really figure out why that, or how that would be connected to bloodstones, I guess. I mean, rot certainly sounds like it means bad news.
The worst. I can't imagine a crueler death. They say some genius up in Silverglen first hired the goblins to clear away Tenebrium when his miners started to fall ill. Them nasty critters are immune to its contagion, they said. What nonsense.
Okay, so the goblins aren't immune to it then?
The goblins aren't immune at all. They just wanted to take possession of the mine. Their chief, a sickening brute called Sadakandras, simply forced everyone out. Those who put up a struggle were speared and sacrificed to goblin totems.
But now the Immaculates are here. How's that fit together?
Then, away from prying eyes, the Immaculates moved in, and the undead horror began. Those fools of goblins don't even realise they're no more than cogs in the Immaculate machine. Why, I've even seen a number of them held as prisoners just a corridor away. Soon there'll be no more than skeletal slaves.
All right. So it kind of got that right. The goblins are just a means to an end for the Immaculates. And they use them in multiple ways, interestingly enough, right? They're using them to keep people away from the mine, while at the same time through that, making possible to get more people for their own ranks through the sort of the quote-unquote immaculate faith, because now the miners don't really have anything to do in the mines anymore, so they go to the immaculates, and funnily enough then kind of are still brought back to the mines, but are doing other things here. So the goblins were used for both of those things, but then they also used them to be offered up for bloodstones, I suppose. So that's... wow. They really got their money's worth, I guess. I mean, and they're probably not even paying them. The Immaculates did. That's actually quite clever. The one thing I don't know is... well, I guess the trolls didn't really have much to do with this, right? The trolls, at least as far as we had heard, were here first and were renting out the mine to just be normally mined. So I guess the trolls don't really have much to do with anything here. The orcs I can't really figure out, because they seem to be working against the Immaculates in this particular case. Yeah, what about the orcs? They came to your town, you say?
You make it sound like a carnival dropped by. Carnage, more like. Mayhem and death. That's what the orcs spread. To think we thought ourselves lucky they didn't eat us all on the spot, but rounded us up to be sold into slavery. We escaped certain death only to face certain deathlessness. Talk about your rock and a hard place.
What about these mines?
What about them?
Can you give me the lay of the land?
I'm afraid I've been navigating these mine shafts rather like a fish out of water. All I can do is advise you to leave and don't look back. But if you're determined to push on, be warned that a handful of Immaculates is the least of your worries.
Yeah, I assumed as much. Didn't you say he was a miner, though? Oh, no. Never mind. He was sold as a slave, so obviously he wouldn't know what the mines look like, yeah.
The necromancers weave powerful magic, and as I fled, I nearly ran into one of the Hell Lords. Had it seen me, had I met its eyes, I know I'd have gone mad. I looked away and ran as fast as I could.
I wonder if they can employ some sort of special magic or something. Because it does sound like they might be able to cast, well, fear, potentially, but also other things. Not look at them? Maybe they can blind you if you look at them or something?
Only darkness awaits you here. The dark and the dead.
I mean, that's why we came here, to be completely honest. Yeah, I'm likely to meet Immaculates.
Indeed. Bunch of loons. I haven't the foggiest what their plans are, but it has nothing to do with mining for silver, and that's a goddamn certainty. Them and their goddess-lording ways seem to have taken hold in Silverglen. But I bet the people there have no idea what the boys high up, or should I say down low in the mines, are really plotting.
Okay, so I assumed as much in terms of the structure, I guess, that the Immaculates have. I mean, there clearly seems to be some sort of higher rank or something that where the people actually do know at least somewhat what they're trying to accomplish, right? But then they also just have a bunch of minions that joined their order, more or less, and are calling themselves Immaculates, but they have absolutely no idea what they're up to, right? And they're just essentially following orders, I guess, and thinking that by doing that, they're somehow appeasing the conduit and the goddess or whatever. But in reality, they're just following the sinister plans of the higher-ups, I guess. The one thing that I'm a little bit... I don't know. So far it's been difficult to figure out who of these Immaculates actually belongs to, I guess, these higher ranks, right? I don't know if I've ever really met one of them. I feel like I have. I mean, a couple of them must have been. Like Jake, for example, in Cyseal, clearly knew more than your run-of-the-mill Immaculate, I think. And then, well, Evelyn as well, right? There were clearly a couple other ones that worked directly with Leandra or under her. Although now it seems like we're approaching territory of not only people that work directly under her, but also stronger parts of whatever army or something she's building, right? Because whatever these Death Knights are that he talked about, Well, we haven't encountered them yet, right? So, we'll see, I guess.
Curse their ignorance and curse their gullibility. Immaculates, the real ones, I mean, the ones in power, they are setting something in motion that I hope to be far, far away from when that something finally rears its head.
Thankfully for you, we have killed every goblin outside, so you can just run back to Silverglen if you want to. Well, I don't know if you really want to go back. You might also go back to Cecile, to be honest.
As will I. It's just that I'm torn. Should I hang low right here just a little bit longer, or should I make a run for it? What do you think?
I wonder if whether or not you clear out all the goblins makes a difference for this. Because, I mean, very clearly, if the goblins were still out there, they would just straight up kill him once he gets out of this mine, right? But since they're all dead, technically nothing exists in the woods anymore that could kill you, to be completely honest. At least not on the way to Silverglen. I say run. Why sit and wait for death?
I say run. Why sit and wait for death?
You'll run straight into a sword if he leaves, stay put, I say. Well, the thing is, right, I guess if he stays put and I clear out the entire mines, then obviously we still might be able to help him, but I don't know. Since everything... Again, in theory, I just came from Silverglen. Well, I'm saying just. It took a couple of hours, but I came from Silverglen and just killed everything in my way, right? So technically, there is nothing still left in the woods that can kill you, buddy. So run.
I concur. Run while you can.
Yeah, you're right. Better make a dash for it while I've still got a chance. But wait a moment. Who's that you've got with you?
Oh.
Medora, is that you? Found another group of dupes to betray, have you? But can it really be you? Something's different.
Right. I completely forgot that she stems from Hunter's Edge. Somehow, I mean, I know that that's well, Hunter's Edge plays a significant role, obviously, in a couple of stories here, right? Because it is a town that was raided by orcs, and we have met a couple of their survivors, but I somehow completely forgot that Medora was one of them at some point. Or at least, if not really one of them, then she did at least do something there. Wasn't that her original mission? At least that's what she told us. That she needed to go back to Hunter's Edge to fight some source magic there? We know no... yeah, let's... I don't know if Medora would appreciate us being honest here, but... that's Medora indeed.
You recognized her rightly. That's Medora indeed.
The one and only.
The one and only.
Ah, so it is you chicken-livered craven. Rolled out the map for the orcs in Hunter's Edge and come to do the same for the Hell Lords here, is that it? And your face. Looks like one of the townsfolk sliced you up before you managed to sell into Grutilda, eh? Well, to hell with you. In any case, now's the time for me to escape. Good riddance to this godforsaken place, and to you.
I would not have thought that this is how we find out more about Medora's backstory, and that he would actually, like, both recognize her and also mention that. So he's suggesting that Medora was the one who sold them out to the orcs. I don't think that she would have done that. Not the way she's been acting towards us the entire time, and I don't think that she would have faked all of that. They probably... I feel like, well, the reason why she wanted to join us in the first place is because she felt like she needed help, right? So I think she probably, maybe she thought she could, like, do more in that village.
Dancing dugongs, you nearly startled me out of my boots. Well, you've got my attention, comrade.
That miner knew you by name.
He's one of the many I'll let down that terrible night, comrade. But I'll tell you this. He's one of the last. I'll avenge all of them before my time's through. You mark my words.
Okay. Cool then. Thought she would maybe comment on that a little bit more, but fair enough. Hide in Mika's. We met a villager hiding in the mine. We encouraged him to run to safety. Rogue Dreadlords. Mika's the miner in hiding told us about great murderous knights causing massive tremors and killing any who cross their paths. Oh boy. Does really make me wonder though, what is up with all of the dead Immaculates here? That didn't sound good. Okay, so is this just a shortcut? Can you basically alert everybody to your presence by destroying this cave-in? But in return, you would be able to access the last portion of the dungeon right away? Is that the idea here? Or are there multiple ways to do this? God, this place is huge! What the fuck? Man, it already took me hours to even get here, and then you come in here and it's just... Oh boy. Well, I don't know, this doesn't actually look like the end though. I think it's just you have multiple options. Yeah. I guess let's go this way first. Okay, those are just miners. Why are the Immaculates dead, though? I mean, I guess they might have offered up some of their own for, like, bloodstones and whatnot.
One man's trash is another man's trash.
Just a bunch of golds. Do they care about me being here? I'm not entirely sure.
Look at these skeletons just chipping away at the rock perpetually.
Okay.
With that same 1,000-yard stare you get when trying to do arithmetic.
What is that supposed to mean, huh?
Gods.
Okay, so they don't...
So this is what's become of the villagers?
Skeletons mining away, never ceasing, never resting. Who are you? Skeleton looks aside as if it has a bone to pick with you, but then continues working. Tell me about the Immaculates. The Immaculates must have a purpose here. Do you know what lies at the heart of these mines? Skeleton heaves and swings its mattock, but it ignores you completely. Alright, I'll go.
These undead are completely unresponsive. I smell foul magic.
I reckon you're right. This is necromancy, to be sure.
Okay. I don't get what the dead Immaculates are doing here, though. How did that happen? And I also didn't necessarily think that them being brought back by necromancy would make them completely unresponsive.
You filth!
Oh.
Curses of the spirits strike you down!
Huh. Well, this is quite interesting. What is going on over here? It's a locked door. Oh! Oh, they even have undead trolls. Holy shit. And then these guys just are Immaculates. Some sort of fuse. What is going on here? So can you blow up all the goblins here? Because that's what it looks like. I kind of want to do that. Seems a bit unfair, but... Examine. Lock level 1. Alright, I should be able to pick that. But then I would have to fight all of these guys? Necromancer. Don't necessarily know if that's a good idea. I might be able to talk to the goblins first. I mean, clearly they're not able to do anything. Unless this door opens and...
By the totems, this is a disgrace. We'll skin you all alive.
Hey, that's Drexus! Well, I wouldn't have thought that you'd be here.
You filth! Vile human scum! Sadakandras will hear of filthy, immaculate betrayal. He will put you all up on a pole and let it slide slowly into your bowels until your screams of agony will rid the forest of all that lives. So terrified will be even the worm that crawls and the bird that flies.
Sure, buddy. Hello to you too. Somehow I pictured Drexus to be a little bit more intimidating.
Say your hellos while you can, filth, for soon you will howl a slow goodbye. All humans will suffer the wrath of the totems for the shame that has befallen us.
Tell me about yourself. I was thinking of what to ask first.
Totems. Were that I had my spear, this mine would be a blood-spattered waste if I were free. Not even the tremor demons could stop me.
Sure. They're calling them tremor demons. I wonder what that significance is of them causing tremors. Huh. So you are Drexus. A man called Lawrence has asked me to kill you, you know?
Lawrence? Leave it to that coward to send another to do his dirty work. I thank you for telling me, human. To Lawrence I shall go after I escape from this cell and show him the tricks I can do with a knife.
So Lawrence betrayed them? I thought the goblins betrayed Lawrence first, though? What is going on? I mean, the goblins were betrayed by the Immaculates, right? But the goblins betrayed Lawrence first. Why are you imprisoned here?
The slavers made their bones splinter inside their living flesh. They lured us in here. They said they had found an ancient totem, but that was a lie!
And you all just walked in without a second thought. Into a thing that looks like a prison. Sure. Okay.
They need more slaves to unearth Tenebrium. So soon they shall give us to the necromancers. Let them come. I shall claw their eyeballs from their skulls for their trespass and shove them down their throats.
Well, you know, looking at your prison cell, I think they're gonna blow you up in a couple minutes. I might even do that, to be honest. I don't know what to do with these guys. I mean, all the other goblins just straight up attacked me, and even though I don't like Lawrence a lot, you know, there's no reason to see him die, so I'm not gonna, like, free these guys, I think. I wonder what that would do, though. I wonder if you can... I wonder if you free these, would they actually go and try to kill the Immaculates? Because I don't think they would be able to, right? So there is a high... I mean, they could also just flee, right? I don't think that they would willingly, like, follow into the mine and just... Even though he's saying he will cut everybody down here, but I don't think he's actually going to do that. Who is Sarkandras?
He is the chief of our tribe's seat, the greatest of goblins alive. For the promise that hides in Bloodstone does he follow the human female they call Conduit. She has his respect. All others have but his contempt.
So their tribe's chief still follows the Conduit. They must realize, though, that she, like, doesn't care for them either, right? Guess we'll find out eventually. What do you know about the Tremor Demons?
If my nose does not betray me, and it never does. They have been forged in blood. The power of the bloodstone runs through them. The blood of 1,000 spirits. They course through the stones they hold, through the living rock. Blood, blood, blood! In blood the spirits roam free!
Still doesn't really explain why they're called tremor demons. Makes me wonder if they're maybe their purpose is for them to also mine tenebrium? I mean, if they could, you know, cause tremors, that would potentially lay that free, right? Like destroy rocks so that they can have easier access to the tenebrium within. Don't know if that would be their only purpose, though. What is interesting is that they're using the bloodstones, because I would have thought that they'd maybe. I guess they've been using bloodstones the entire time, haven't they? Because aren't they also collecting them in a way, or collecting their power to potentially summon something even greater and more powerful? Examine. Dark Avenger. What the hell is that? The more dead allies, the stronger you become. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I expected Drexus to be a lot more than just a random goblin, but alright. Miner control. This mine is filled with mute skeleton miners. Someone is controlling them, but who? Rogue dreadlords. There are corpses of Immaculates strewn all over this mine. Something strange seems to have happened here. And goblin trouble. We talked to Drexus, who was imprisoned by Immaculates and strange knights. It looks like he isn't the one in charge around here either way. Heads will roll. Well, the question is now... God, this place is huge. What the fuck? It's even a second waypoint here.
By the totems, this is a disgrace. We'll skin you all alive, we will.
He's definitely getting on my nerves. I kind of want to open up that door and... Rusty lever. Oh. Do you think this lever actually releases them? That would be kind of funny. I don't really want to release him, though. Oh, boy. That's one of those... They actually do cause tremors. Death Knight, level 15? Whoa. Holy shit. Why is the earth, like, trembling when they walk? What the fuck's going on with them? Okay, that might be an interesting encounter. I'm looking forward to that. This is just an iron vein. I wonder if... Oh. Mythics. Well, I don't want to kill him. I do want to kill the goblins, though. I wonder if I release them, if the door will open and these guys will come out. I mean, it does seem to be only 3. You can't... Doesn't look like you can go the other way around, though, right? Because I thought that maybe... I don't really know what this detonator fuse thing is for. Might detonate the prison cells. Do I just want to press the lever? Because I would have killed the goblins, but the imp back here, Mythics, I kind of want to save. Let's see, teleportation. I can teleport them. I don't know if Mythics is gonna be... Oh. Wait, he's an invalid target? I guess I'm not allowed to damage him? Okay, how can I do this then? How do I get Mythics out without releasing the others? I mean, all the other goblins are dead, right? So, in theory, these guys won't be able to do too much in Silver Glen. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily, you know, mind too much if he goes and kills Lawrence. I'm more concerned about other people in Silver Glen, right? Because if they're going there, then... I don't know. I don't know.
Filthy humans, release us or risk Sadakandras' wrath.
I mean, I could also just enter the side room first, try to deal with them. I mean, if they're fighting me, I don't necessarily think that they would have a reason to blow up the detonator. Just don't... The problem is I don't really want him to run away, right? I mean... I don't think that it would be too difficult to deal with the goblins.
Filthy humans, release us or risk Sadakandras'
Let's just try. I don't really know what any of these things are going to do, so... Let's just hope that he doesn't immediately run away. Okay. We're just entering straight into a fight with them. I just don't want these guys. I don't know if these guys are gonna blow up the prison cell as soon as we enter. I guess I could just go in there with one of my people. Keep all the other ones outside. Well, the problem is also now... I shouldn't hit any of the barrels, I guess. Let's charm him. I think that might be quite funny to get him on our side.
Your service pleases me.
Okay. I wonder if these guys are gonna care. Do they even realize what we did? I find that strange that they're just staying inside their little door. Let's... No, let's actually fortify Medora. Okay. Yeah, I do need to be pretty careful not to hit anything in here with fire, right? Because that would immediately blow up the entire thing, and that's the only reason for why I have opened it up in the first place. So that I can talk to Mythics. Do I want to teleport one of them out? Can I actually cast like a protective thing on him? Maybe. Mimic. Well, I certainly don't want to summon a fire elemental in here. Honestly, it might be worth it to haste Medora. It might actually be worth it to have more of a melee attack and handle a bunch of these things. Maybe summon in Nick. I mean, the thing is, they're gonna run towards me, right? So if I summon in Nick in the cell, they'll probably try to hit him rather than coming out towards me. Can't hit them, unfortunately. Is there anything else that I can do? Because I don't want to waste any AP. I mean, I can also summon in Nick just outside of the cell. Right? So anybody that gets out. I can also summon him in right in the doorway, if you will. Because then they have to fight him. I mean, depends on what I want to do with Medora, huh? I mean, they all get a turn before her, though, so...
Do you know any sea shanties?
I think Medora should still be able to get through the door, right? I think that's a thing you can typically still do. Oh yeah, definitely don't want to summon in that guy. A straight line. Might be able to do that. That looks kind of crazy. The way she's, like, opening up that spell. Alright. Fair enough. Looked pretty cool. Well, I mean, Ricochet I would still be able to use, right? Because the imp doesn't count as an enemy. Yeah. Nice. The hell was that? The fuck are you doing? Stop blowing this place up! Is that a fire tornado? The hell did he do that? They would be dumb enough to blow up this place, right? Well, with them still in it. Of course they are. I think, though... I mean, that looks like a lot, but I think that's actually just a single target thing. Maybe? Is it? Yeah, I think that might just be a single target burning thing or something. I don't think that's actually AoE, because otherwise it probably would have blown up a bunch of barrels in here. How can Nick be poisoned? Are you kidding me? Do I want to knock him down? I'm not entirely sure. Could encourage everybody. That would include Drexus, though. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I mean, I could certainly rush through, while also seemingly destroying the door, maybe. I don't know if that's really advisable, as long as he's still charmed. Well, taunting doesn't really make sense either, though. That's a tough call. Cannot really reach him with a normal attack. But just wasting my turn would be pretty dumb. I mean, the whirlwind might be able to hit him if I do it, even though it's behind bars. Yeah, I didn't really think this through, did I? I don't know. Somehow I had planned to do a bunch of stuff with Medora, but at the same time, obviously, it's... I mean, if Drexus is charmed, then... Hey, you know what? Let's just go in there.
I like this game.
That might not be the best idea with all the explosive stuff around. Let's maybe try Flurry on him. Well, that's pretty effective, isn't it?
I'll defend you till my death rattle.
Well. Why? I actually find that quite strange that so many, like, effects have these crazy animations, even though they're not even that, you know, they're not AoE or anything, but they kind of look like it. Let's strengthen her. Why not? What the hell was that? Why do I charm you and then you just don't do anything? Seriously? Guess I have to do everything myself, don't I? Well, if I blind one of them now, then... It's a bit unfortunate. It feels so pointless having Drexus on my side if they're all doing weird things. Oh boy. That was strong. Should I just... Well, the problem is the whirlwind can also hit, like, boxes and whatnot, so I probably should not do that. But I need to move up slightly anyways. He's still stunned, so let's just cripple this guy. Yeah. Oh boy, yeah, that would definitely not be great.
My turn through the gauntlet with pleasure.
I can still get an attack off on him. Drexus isn't charmed anymore. Might be able to petrify him now, though. Maybe? He's still bleeding. That really isn't doing much. I probably should have looked at his resistances, but... Oh yeah, 70% earth resistance. It's a bit unfortunate with the ice shard that it's also... Maybe... Yeah, sure. And then I'm just gonna hit him one more time. Kind of weird that the undead swordsman can still be diseased, though. Oh well. Let's blind him then. Kind of afraid to do my normal attack, though, because that contains fire. And there's a bunch of poison around as well. Might not necessarily be the best idea. Anybody that needs healing? I could get rid of the... Wait, do I have anything against the poison on Medora? In theory, but... Sure, let's just preemptively heal her. Not that it's really necessary, but might as well. Yeah, I don't want to explode anything in here. Can I hit this guy? That's so... Oh. Oh, for fuck's sake, the arrow would be stuck somewhere. Guess I'm gonna hit Drexus then. Critical hit. Bye-bye. Oh. Huh! He just immediately turns into a corpse without a head. Drexus's head. Before I do anything else though, I want to make sure that I don't blow up. I think these guys over here haven't realized what's been happening. And I hope it stays that way.
Lucky find!
Sure, lucky find. A pizza! Well, what a cool prison! I mean, surely, you know, with a pizza, nothing can be, you know, nothing's bad in a prison with more pizzas. Well, this is it's not a prison, this is heaven. Okay, who the hell are you?
Goodness gracious me! You made quicker work of those goblins than I make of my mother's famous cherry pie.
Okay.
Can't say I quite fancy the ingredients you've strewn all over the place,
Yeah,
though.
sorry about that.
Not very appetizing in the least.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of had to get his head, though. What's an imp doing among goblin prisoners?
He's cowering in a corner, hoping the human slavers will put the goblins to work before they get so bored they cut his ears off for sport. Goblins, hissing ninny hammers, the lot of them. Serves me right for being such a great big heap of butterfingers, though. I was helping a lady create those blood devils out there, you see, but I dropped one of her bloodstones right into a particularly spiky bit of tenebrium.
Oh, I didn't really realize. So Leandra got the imps to work for her through King Boreas, right? So he might be one of the ones that came back from Hyberheim? I mean, he was kind of forced to do that work, right? And if he's not continuing doing it, then it's kind of fine to free him, I guess.
Crack goes the stone and crack goes my silly old skull. Next thing I know, I wake up among one-eyed freaks smacking their lips and hissing obscenities as they glare at me. Gave me more goosebumps than a flock of geese in winter.
So they just immediately knocked him out just because he let a bloodstone fall to the ground? Holy shit. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you admit you're responsible for those blood devils out there.
Gladly I'll correct you, for I am not responsible. I'm merely, how should I put it, co-responsible. If a slave can really be held accountable for his mistress's doings, that is.
Yeah. Well, that means you can help us defeat them, though.
That's right. I am here, wholly against my will, dragged all the way from
Okay, so I was right on that.
to serve the lady in red. Not my fault that I really enjoy the work I'm forced to do. Completely averse to my own wishes, is it? Merely a happy coincidence, that.
Okay, well, maybe you shouldn't have mentioned that. Do you really like the work that you're doing? Anyways, if you helped create blood devils, perhaps you can tell me something useful about them.
Useful? Let me think.
Think really hard, because this is going to depend on whether or not I'll let you go.
One, don't go near them, because because they'll kill you in the blink of an eye.
Should I take that literally? Because the other guy was also saying something along the lines of they shouldn't look at you or something. I wonder if they have some sort of basilisk-like death stare that just immediately kills you if they see you? Maybe they just have a very strong gaze attack or something?
2, don't let them see you, because there's that blink again.
Or maybe it rots you if they see you? I mean, clearly it has something to do with being seen. I was rather looking forward to fighting one, though. Would be quite disappointed if you just have to sneak past them.
3, don't even think you can defeat them, because, well, you get my drift. Luckily, their tread is so heavy, it conveniently gives them away. So just wait for the shakes to subside and you're free to sneak past. Easy peasy.
So maybe the goblins outside were almost thought of like a sneaking tutorial, but I mean, this far into the game you don't really need a sneaking tutorial, do you? I mean, the knight that I saw was level 15, but it might be that they have some sort of really, really strong attacks that you just can't really do much against. I mean, I know the other stuff, but maybe it'll lead to some other options here.
The one who dresses in vanilla, who'd you think? What? You really don't know her? I thought she was as famous among humans as Zigzags is amongst imps.
Well, she kind of is.
They call her... Oh, what was it? The Channel or something? Or Canal? No, the Conduit. That's it.
Didn't he just already mention the word conduit? Is she really that famous amongst humans? I don't know. I mean, didn't she do a whole bunch to not be known? Kind of just work more from the shadows? Would she really? Is Ikara also famous? I don't know if that was ever made clear so far.
Lovely girl if you're into blood devils and the like. She has a whole smithy altar ritual thingy a bit further down the mine. Wish I was there, creating lovely old blood devils. Imps don't thrive in cells, you know. They go mad.
Smithy altar ritual thingy a bit further down the mine. But is it really her goal to create these weird blood devils? I don't know. Maybe that's just some sort of experimentation that they're doing here for some other means? Tell me about Heiberheim.
Oh, never mind Heiberheim. You don't want to go there. So cold, you need to build a fire just to pee. If you want to avoid embarrassing accidents, that is. We Red Imps work there for the King of the Realm, the mighty Boreas, Bester Chumsy and the Lady in Red. Talk about star stones all day. Takes all kinds, eh?
Not really sure what to make of this imp, though. I mean, he doesn't really seem to be the worst bloke in the world, but he's a little bit too much into, you know, Boreas and the Lady in Red for my taste.
Long story short, she fancied an imp worker, so Mittix, that's me, was given to her as a present. Kind of a letdown, really. They didn't even tie a bow around my head or anything.
So apparently we can send him to Zigzags. I mean, I'm fairly certain that Zigzags would keep him in line. I don't think that us sending him there does have any sort of negative consequences, but it's funny that we can do that.
Jolly Rogers on a sling, are you serious? Yes, I would love to go. To meet the great Zigzags. What an honor. End of time, you say? How exotic.
Yeah, sure. Right. I mean, it might be that he provides some sort of additional services for us. And To be honest, he seems to have worked for Leandra quite a bit, right? So if we can gain any insight from him, that would be pretty cool. Right, enough banter. Time for you to go to the shelter plane. Scurry outside first, though. All this tenebrium seems to be interfering with our rift travel. Does it? I mean, there's literally a teleport portal right there. Yeah.
See you there, oh savior of imps. I'll go ahead and prepare a nice pot of tea for the lot of us once I arrive.
Nice to hear that. And he's strutting off. Nice. Those Immaculates apparently didn't care about this prison. I wonder if we can somehow lure the Blood Devil up there into the prison, though. Wouldn't that be cool? Lure him in there and then just blow the whole place up? It's really cool that you actually feel the trembles in the controller, though. Oh, wait, is he galvanized? Invulnerable permanent. Alright. So you're not meant to fight them. That is interesting. I mean, he, in terms of his resistances... Oh, you know what? Maybe there's some side... Death Knight's a compendium. Maybe we can actually gain some knowledge from someone on how to get rid of them. Because just because they're invulnerable now doesn't mean they are forever. Maybe there's a way to turn that off or something? Because if so, then they wouldn't really present much of a problem anymore, would they? Alright, who's got... Oh, well, first of all, Goblin Trouble. Drexus met an untimely end. We seized Drex's head. Lawrence will be pleased. I wonder if I should actually go out and talk to Lawrence first, but... Oh well, still time later. Let me double check though. Character, who has lockpicking? Lillian has, and it's only a level 1 lock, right? All right. See what happens if we open it up. Big lock. Alright, that worked like a charm. This is going to be interesting. Yeah, shouldn't be too difficult to deal with the guys, I think. It might give us some more information on what they're capable of doing. Huh. Oi.
What have we here, lads? Escaped slaves from the look of them. Been scrounging weapons from our fallen comrades, have you, you rotters? Well, you can have them for all I care. Just beat it before you lead the Night Knights to us. This here is our hiding spot.
Oh, you're hiding here. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I did not realize that. Well, now that explains why the fuck they're behind the locked door. I guess they're part of the group of Immaculates that didn't know what was going on here and was potentially sacrificed for summoning up Death Knights. Devil Knights. Death Knights is what they're called, right? But we Immaculates should stick together, strength in numbers and all that. I'm not a slave, you snickering rat. I'm an Immaculate and ought to snap your neck for your insolence. You wouldn't deny a fellow Immaculate a hiding place, would you? Okay, so there were escaped slaves from the look of them. I mean, she's essentially telling us to fuck off, right? So it's a bit weird that we can't just do that, but... That is so interesting. I mean, they even have a reanimated troll with them. I kind of want to charm them. I think my main is better in reasoning, though. I just feel like, you know, logically speaking, trying to convince them that I'm also an Immaculate would fall more into the category of charming rather than reasoning. So I'm gonna try that. Oh, she's got Charm 5. Well, I don't think this is gonna work. Well, I did want to fight them to begin with, so... maybe this is gonna work. Nope. Nope. Started off really strong and then...
Nice try, you filthy serf. But I know an immaculate when I see one, and you ain't one of them. I am, lads!
guess it was worth a try. Won't end up good for you guys, though. Elizabeth. Oh, hey, there's another guy around the corner. Cleric. Well, you know, the thing is, though, you're, like, really nice and cozy together in there. Not really the best position you want to be in if you're fighting me. Let's put it that. Might want to throw the boulder down on her.
Lifts like a brother, drops like a troll.
Setting a bunch of stuff on fire first. Yeah, sure. Their entire hiding place is just burning. Could throw in an extra fireball. I mean, would hit all those three. Don't know, does this make sense? Sure.
Flare to life and burn all adversaries!
Let's see. Sure, I could hasten myself. I could hasten Bedotta. I mean, the thing is, she has, like, explosive arrows and whatnot, right? She might be able to still do stuff. Let's see what we have here. Do I want to try summoning him in? Yeah, okay, so the risk there is that you need to summon him in close to you, and then he can walk and blow stuff up, right? The problem is everything's on fire in here, so I wouldn't really be able to get him through there, right? I love how the, oh, he's confused as to what to do. I love how the undead skeletons just keep mining on the outside. They just don't care that there's a huge fight next to them. Yeah, I think he doesn't know what to do. Because everything's burning and everything's smoking and he can't actually see anybody. I would like to rage! Oh, hello. Hey, that's not what you were supposed to do. That's not nice. Do the same thing to her. Do I just want to encourage or something? How can they see from there? Are you kidding me? Oh no, stunned, really? cost me quite a bit to move. Maybe it wasn't the brightest idea to... I wish they had... They needed to have it the other way around, right? This is a little bit pointless. Boink. He's literally standing in the poison that his own troll created, I think. Oh, hello. He actually summoned in a skeleton. Oh, that's cute. Something else for a change. Boink. Oh, hello. Hey, don't deal that much damage. That's not nice. That, she definitely needs a heal.
I know better already.
Oh, he made himself immune to fire. Interesting. I could actually fortify myself for a change. Okay. I do still have a fireball. And everybody is still really close together. Wasn't there another person in there somewhere? Can I hit everybody with that? I can. Yeah, let's do that. Now the troll can do stuff. Oh, he hit the swordsman. Alright. That also blew up something else, though, because of the poison. Oh, yeah. This looks crazy, right? Everything's burning, smoking, there's poison in the air, and nobody of me is actually in there. We're all still outside. Okay, wait, how many hit points does this guy even have? 442. Let's just get rid of him. Don't want to risk him, you know. Let's get her up. That was useful for a change. Nice. Undead Swordsman is tanking. Oh, well, not anymore, I guess. Somebody died. Hey! That's not... What the hell did he just do? Oh, that wasn't him, I think. That was just... Because the turn changed or something, it blew up the poison. Together with the fire. Okay, that's the fire elemental done. Fortunate. Left behind even more fire, though. Oh, boy. He hit his own, though. They're kind of reckless, aren't they? Okay, my main is blinded. Oh, she is too? Oh, holy shit. Do I have something against being blind? Let's petrify someone. Cures weak, blind, mute, and infected. Might be worth it, huh? What does this do? Oh, cures blind, mute, Disease, infected, bleeding, crippled, and decaying touch. Yeah, I probably want to do that, huh? Also cures the bleeding, by the way. That's really strong. Everything's still burning in here. Yeah. I mean, I could actually... Oh, could also do this. Maybe. Nah, she's not on the best spot to do that. Might be worth it to actually clear her blindness too. Just gives me more options, I think. Ah, 3 AP, not 2. I thought that maybe some grenades only cost 2. Well, I could still slow the priest, though. And target him, right? Yeah. Nice. That actually helps. Okay, what else? What else? I mean, I can cast Emulation on him, for example. Just set him on fire, too. He can't be set on fire. Everything's still burning, so... I feel like I should somehow take advantage of that. I'm not entirely sure how, though. I mean, well, blinding one of them also seems not like the worst idea, to be honest. Especially since they... Well, he threw 2 grenades, right? I don't think he'd have much more than that. And he's slowed now. He's almost dead. She's currently healing, but I think Bedotta should be able to get rid of her, so let's attack this guy. I mean, I might as well attack her, right? Just with my normal attacks. Can I, though? Oh, the other guy's in the way. I could throw the flare at her, though. Yeah, sure. Worm 3? That's a thing that can happen? I thought you were already burning if you have Worm 2. Well, no, I've seen Worm 2 a couple of times. Shrapnel scatter. I kind of want to try that, but everything's already on fire, right? So... Barrage. In this particular case, I think it makes more sense to just do normal attacks, because he should already be dead. Well, not entirely. Nice. Ooh boy. That's not nice. It's kind of a confused reanimator troll, though. Ooh boy. Oh boy! Oh god. I thought she got a 3rd shot. That was really scary. Holy shit. Should I just try to heal myself? I mean, yeah, this might actually be worth it. Can't really hit anybody else with that, right? At least helps a little bit. Ooh. Kind of underestimated them there. If I'm being damaged, I'm damaged, you know, a lot. I might want to move up. Right, I might actually want to move up, because otherwise they're gonna continue hitting my other characters, and it's their turn next, right? But if Medora's standing in the doorway, in theory, that should help. I wouldn't really be able to do anything else, though. I could try to taunt them. But that's... Who goes next? These two, right? Kidding me? Is there no way to ram through them in a way that hits both of them? So I don't care if Medora is burning. Who the hell is this Evelyn? Oh no, that's the ranger that's still alive. That's unfortunate. That doesn't reach them. Yeah, let's move up and hope that they're not throwing like another grenade or something. That is pretty scary considering that I'm also oiled. Let's maybe enter my my defensive stance.
Steady hands, strong hits.
Okay, disease failed, that's good. Oh boy, I forgot that the other guy's blinded. Okay, she can't heal. Yeah, that got somewhat scary. Still not actually able to hit him. Maybe everything's sort of blocked her out of sight now. Not able to hit him, right? Can't fortify. I can do this though. I mean, it still takes a bit until it's Medora's turn, but at least she gets a turn before the priest. Is he in range for that? Oh yeah, he is. Nice. Failed though. Nice. Or not nice. Can I heal? I can. Definitely want to heal myself first. Maybe I should even go for some like minor healing potion, although I think I actually gave all of them away. I only have the bigger ones left, pretty sure. Ah, never mind, there's one. Yeah, let's do that. I feel safer doing that. I can do Shocking Touch on him. Perfect. Better than nothing. Now let's hopefully finally get rid of the ranger. Can fork this off. Nice. The other guy's still blinded, so... The troll's still confused. What's going on, buddy? I guess he only has, like, melee attacks? And since everything's in his way, he can't really do much? Okay. That would only hit him, though. Should I just do normal attacks? Might be enough to get him, right? I could also do the ramming. This would hit all three. She would get burned. But that's not too bad. And then I can do this. Or I could cripple... no, let's do this. At least now the troll has somebody to fight. Okay, well, the troll's probably immune to being poisoned, right? Yes, 200% poison resistance, okay. Everything's still blocked. Do I want to... Although the spider can also poison. And I still can't summon the swordsman. Why does it seem so difficult to hit him? The problem is that could explode. I'm still oiled up, am I? Well, not every one of us. Yeah, we're still standing on oil, though. That might not be the best idea. The ice shot kind of gets rid of the... Let's just hit him normally. Or hit the troll? Can't really hit the troll. See, that's kind of strange. I can, like, target the troll, and that very easily targets the necromancer that I... But if I go to the necromancer, it's kind of not targeting him. That is definitely something that this game does very weirdly, right? Where it doesn't really let you decide where to hit them. We can hit the troll directly, though. Weakens and curses an enemy. I might want to do that, honestly.
No escape from the evil of my eye!
Nice. Failed both. Well, then I'm gonna do this. That's so funny that it actually hits the necromancer. Okay. Fully healed. That's good. Time to get rid of you, I suppose. Could cast Flare, since that would blow up the... But Medora's back there. Well, wouldn't the poison blow up either way? No, apparently not. And at least I got a crit this way. Okay, this is going to be a little bit more difficult, though. I guess I'm going to exit my stance. Just try to walk in here. It's all really, really finicky with the oil and whatnot. And then I think... Let's use a silver arrow. Nice. Did you try to run away? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy! Poor Medora! Holy shit, there was a bunch of hits. Yeah, he still had all those action points to spend because he was pretty confused the entire time. Let's use a healing potion there. This is 3. Yeah, that's perfect. Just heal up a bit more. And then try to cripple him.
For the 7!
Nice. At least now he won't be able to do that much again in one turn. Should I... Does this make sense? Not really. Decreases willpower. I don't really know if that makes much sense, though. Ice Elemental, not the best situation for that, I think. Let's just try to hit him, honestly. What the hell? How? Why? Seriously? That would be 3 AP to move there? Is it because I'm standing so weirdly? Everybody's standing next to each other? Oh wait, do I have like a Cure Bleeding, Crippled, Diseased? I don't have a Cure Poison thing, right? That might have been worth it to put this on Medora. I mean, now she's already poisoned. Oh, he's too far away anyways. Well, let's heal her then. I could also cast Rain now. I mean, I don't need the fire anymore. That's actually not the worst idea. Get rid of all the fire and the poison. Yeah, sure. Makes it easier for me to move around too.
My kingdom for a dry shirt.
Just cast Blitzbolt on the troll. Stunned, and maybe one normal attack or something. Alright, she can now use her barrage. I'm just gonna do normal attacks. Yeah, at least now I'm able to just walk in here without much issue. Actually, did not expect this troll to be so so tanky. The funny thing is, if he hadn't been so confused and, you know, blocked from doing anything, he might have actually posed quite a challenge with everybody else still around. Although then again, everybody else died fairly quickly, so... Do I want to try to teleport in? I mean, I might just deal some damage. Yeah, I think he can get knocked down from that, right? Although then again, he's now flanked, so... Yeah, it should be fine to just... try to kill him straight away. Should I use a knockdown arrow, or I think just normally attacking the guy might be the better deal here. He will probably still get a turn, but oh well. He's immune to knockdown anyways, so knockdown arrow wouldn't have really helped. Where the hell did that fire come from? Wait, did he fear my skeleton? Was that some sort of fire attack that he did? Okay, sure. Huh. Yeah, must have been some sort of fear fire attack kind of deal. Interesting. Unidentified metallic belt. Right. New lock entry. A long fuse. We found a detonator with a long fuse winding into the mine. Ooh, wait a second. Do you think this is gonna blow up something else? Not just the prison cell? Nah, I'm pretty sure it's only gonna blow up the prison cell, right? I don't... I don't think it's gonna do much else. Let's cast Rain one more time. Oh, never mind. Poison Cloud's gone. Stout Elven Earth Wand. A Nightmare Grenade. I actually really like that stuff like the Whirlwind can and will destroy things around you, right? Crates and whatnot. That's a pretty cool effect, and something that I honestly think could happen more often with other things too. Secrets of the Scroll, a dusty book about magical crafting, focusing on the macabre art of grinding bones into dust. No word concerning where one would find old bones lying about. Huh. Let's read that. One of the major ingredients the aspiring enchanter and potion mixer should master is bone dust. In this case, success depends on the proper use of tools. A mortar and pestle will always produce a fine grain bone dust, whereas more rudimentary or aggressive methods of grinding bones and skulls will leave you with a pile of useless splinters. Invest in a mortar and pestle before considering a cheap alternative. Pile after pile of fine and effective bone dust will be your reward for this small investment. You kidding me? I was looking for something on like how to create magical ink and whatnot. Instead, they're telling me about a frickin' like bone dust that I already figured out how to craft long ago. Some empty grenades, unidentified metallic belt.
This is valuable.
Pickaxe, a chest, armored undead. Okay. Two-handed staff. What else do we have? Empty bottle. Bread. I hate that sometimes other characters can just run in front of you and it'll change what your cursor is currently on. Patty Cake, Volume 5. I think I've already read that. Throwing a pumpkin in a pot to make a faint pumpkin soup. Well, yeah, I already know that. Nah, let's not pick that up. Let's read the prisoner guard's diary, though. Read. Don't know why I bother writing in this bloody thing. Master Arun seems to think it'll help me sort out my feelings, but I swears up and down I haven't felt a feeling in years. Not even all alone in the bunk all night. At night. Wait, here's a feeling. How come every stubborn sod from Hunter's Edge we bring in here got to bed for his life like some kind of weeping maiden? Take it like a man, I say. And while I'm at it, those necromancers have got a chip or two on their ghoulish shoulders. When I bring them a cartload of stiffs, they look at me like I'm a sewer rat. I suppose my favorite blokes in the stump are the miners. They don't say much, and that's how I like them. Well, Master Arun was wrong. I ain't sorted anything out at all. Back to cotton. Okay. Interesting. Okay, anything else? Oh yeah, the gold. Definitely want to pick up the gold. Well, that's quite weird. Okay, so first of all, these Immaculates very much seem to be hiding away from whatever the other Immaculates or the more, I don't know, higher-ups. I'm calling them higher-ups. I don't really know what else to call them. Anyway, the people responsible for the Death Knights, right? These Immaculates seem to actually fear them, it looks like. Which is, you know, quite heavy, sort of, to consider that. I still wonder if I can somehow lure the Death Knight into the prison cell, but I don't know how I would do that. I mean, I don't really have... I guess if I summon something in and stay really, really far away from it, that would be tough, because the problem is, if you summon something in while you're out of combat, it's only going to stay around for a couple of seconds, right? So it really doesn't give you a lot of time to engage them in battle. So I would have to somehow engage the Death Knight in battle without risking dying myself. Summoning something in, bringing it over. I mean, I could try, for example, to put my main character into battle, making him invisible and run away. right? All the while somebody else that's further back will summon in, I don't know, the small bomb or skeleton and draw the Death Knight towards the summon. And then another character will stay next to the fuse and wait for the Death Knight to run after the summon into the cell. Okay, one thing that I haven't considered in that whole thing, they're straight up invulnerable, right? True. So I don't think that the whole fuse situation was gonna blow them up anyways. Yeah, that's a shame, isn't it? Guess I'm just gonna try out what the fuse does then. Wait, before I do that though, let me take at least one look at what we got here. Let's see, the nails can go to Lillian. Let's identify the belt. +1 lockpicking, +1 crafting, +1 bodybuilding, +50 HP. Not that great. Double check though. I mean, it's definitely better than that one. +1 bodybuilding. She doesn't really need the lockpicking nor the crafting. But this one has +2 initiative. Well, let's put this on her. Everybody else doesn't really have, yeah. They all have +2 initiative on them already, so... Anyways, let's... Yeah, as I suspected, it just blows up the prison cell. I guess if you don't see the imp back here, this is definitely an easy way to get rid of everybody. That definitely kills all the goblins in it. But yeah, obviously it will prevent you from talking to the imp or sending him to the end of time. We detonated the explosives, but the room was empty. Aw, such a shame. I mean, somehow you'd definitely be able... I mean, with every normal enemy, you'd definitely be able to bring them into the room, right? But I'm pretty sure that the Death Knight is going to survive that no matter what. Well, oh, that's my second controller. Yeah, I've been streaming for a while, haven't I? Well, gonna survive that. I don't want to go for too much longer, and I'm also slightly confused at what I'm even supposed to be doing, because the thing is, the Death Knight over here literally just seems to be patrolling sort of up and down this way, right? So I feel like it would be pretty difficult to get past it. I don't know what's going on over here. The thing is, there's this weird totem thing back here. And I wonder if it does make the Death Knights invincible. Because I might be able to just destroy the rubble here and potentially continue on this way and get rid of whatever that weird thing is supposed to be. I didn't realize, yeah, I'm using my second controller as an audio output to get the audio to the Elgato capture card, right? If I want to do longer streams in the future, I have to find a way to charge the controller without messing up the audio. That's annoying. I mean, I could just keep the controller charged, the one that I'm using. I guess I just, yeah, never mind. Cave in. Let's examine this first. Piercing slasher. Huh, this is actually quite easy to destroy. Necromantic bone totem. Jolene. They even have names, interesting. Yeah, this has to do something with the Death Knights, right? I don't think there's a Death Knight near here. So I think there has to be a way to make the Death Knights attackable, right? I don't think that would be something that's completely impossible. Can we actually get through now? Interesting. That's just a miner. He doesn't care. And that's a corpse. Iron vein, oil barrel. It seems to me that it's only these guys. I don't know what the totem does, obviously. Okay, there's a ranger there as well. So it's like 4 guys, probably? Let's maybe take that as the last bet for today, huh? I don't really get why there is so many corpses of other Immaculates around, though. Would they really stay around if they knew that... I mean, I guess these guys might be like the other ones and they're sort of trying to hide out here. But I also don't get Leandra. If her whole deal is to... I mean, obviously she doesn't care for them, right? That much is clear. But at the same time, doesn't she still need them? I mean, strength and numbers and everything? She also has a bunch of, like, she has quite a lot of control over them, or could alternatively just, you know, actually mind control them if she wanted to, I think. So I'm not entirely certain why she would just sacrifice them so easily. Unless, well, of course, if she is getting bloodstones out of it, then I guess it makes sense, but it's still a weird thing, honestly.
Brothers.
Oh, hello.
It has found us. But no, you are not the armored death. You we can slice, dice, and feed to the idol of oblivion.
See, they're also afraid of the Death Knights. What the hell is happening here? Why are these Immaculates in here that are all... Oh, you have a really, really nice sunset outside. Just turn my head to the window. If something called Armored Death is stalking you, wouldn't it be best to join forces? You couldn't slice and dice a cabbage, let alone me. Back off, pathetic little man. An idol? Why? It is sanctuary that I seek. You wouldn't deny one who appeals to the goddess, would you? If something called Armored Death is stalking you, wouldn't it be best to join forces? Oh boy. I wonder if I would still be able to attack them if I actually won.
That does sound reasonable. Very well. Sheathe your weapons, brothers. We have found ourselves an ally.
Huh. Have you now? Minor control. Its mine is filled with mute skeleton. We found a group of priests hiding behind a cave-in. They are guarding a bone totem of some sort. That is so weird that there's sometimes just... Because that happened a couple of times in Heiberheim too, where you were just able to...
I'm warm as
Oh!
fresh apple pie.
Whoopsie. Well. That's... Did not realize opening... Well, I actually wanted to read the book, not open the chest, but I did not realize that was... well, now we're in a tight spot. I'm sorry, guys. Ah, freaking fuck. I wanted to talk to them. Well, originally, I also wanted to kill them, but... Well, this is quite the pickle, isn't it? Well, the good thing is they are now actually fairly close, so... Let's fortify... Well, does it actually make sense to fortify Medora, though?
Armor of the Seven.
Because, now my ranged characters are probably... a little bit on the squishier side. I can still slow somebody. Let's go with this game. Ah, shit. Do I want to summon in Nick, or might be worth to blind them? Medora can sort of try to charge through these three, I feel like. Aw, seriously? Might be able to try out that one. Or do I want to hasten Medora? I mean, she is probably... Oh. Ah, for fuck's sakes. Since she was already... Yeah, she was already warm. I don't know, that's very strange though. Sometimes the worm thing does a lot, sometimes it does not. You know what? You're gonna help us. What's with the straight line business, by the way? Can that somehow hit multiple targets as well?
Goddess curse you! With blood you shall pay for this sacrilege!
Oh boy. I feel like this is gonna end badly. Poison resistance. Cures bleeding, crippled, disease. Heals for 10%. Don't really need to heal Medora. Only take half. Let's try this. Oh yeah, I forgot that I summoned in the swordsman. That's probably a good idea. Oh, right. He also has the totem in front of him. That's good, that's good. The hell is he doing? Everything's failing. Are you kidding me? Ah, shit. Didn't want him to move necessarily. Couldn't he have chilled Medora? Bunch of ice magic. Now she's burning because she said, okay. Interesting decision. Everything's failing. It's kind of funny. That's not actually really worth it. I mean, the ram could hit those two, right? Might not be the worst idea. Oh, if I'd use Encourage... It's gonna encourage the, yeah. Let's do this.
All in one blow.
Destroyed a bunch of boxes again. Does that hit the totem too? I guess so.
That takes care of the idol. Perhaps the undead will be a bit more responsive now.
Maybe they
Oh.
can tell us something useful about this place.
Interesting, that might control the skeletons, not the Death Knights. Well, I would have had to destroy this somehow anyways, right? So I guess I had to fight them no matter what. It's just a bit unfortunate that it had to be this way. This was definitely a little bit unplanned, but whatever. Sure. Might have been worth it to just attack her outright or something, but oh well. Let's go up to him. Because hopefully he'll be occupied with the swordsman. Oh. Wait, they're talking amongst each other. Okay, interesting. Immaculate Priestess. I mean, they're already fairly low. Swordsman summoned in. Oh, right, I destroyed the totem. So he would be free to go everywhere anyways. Poison and bleeding, and then should maybe be able to get rid of her. Nice. Okay, that was important. Let's do Shocking Touch if somebody is, you know, kind enough to walk up to me. Why not? Of course it fails. Blitzbolt. Who's even going next? Are you kidding me? Everything's failing. I mean, their stuff was failing too, but... Should be able to get rid of her. Oh, Medora still gets a turn. Oh, that was him. Oh, okay, he was frozen, yeah. He is still charmed, though. So let's try to knock down... Priestess. Finally, something worked. Okay, perfect. Okay, he's healing up. Whoa, wait, what? He just changes his weapon? Why'd he do that? I feel like that was pretty dumb. They're usually a lot more deadly with their crossbows out. Well, I guess I'm just gonna attack the priestess. I mean... Now she's stunned, of course. It's actually a bit annoying that the other guy is still charmed. Oh. Now he isn't anymore. Okay. Knockdown, stunned. He's... I don't know if he's gonna die from the poison, but I mean, he's dealing with the swordsman. Although, might be worth it to just kill him, to be honest. Could use Barrage on him. Yeah, let's get rid of him. Until he does something stupid or some other stuff, I don't know. Also, he still had the healing potion on him, so it probably... I don't know if the swordsman would have been able to deal with him. And then I could... I mean, I guess I could just try to poison him. I could try to knock him down. I mean, I have so many knockdown arrows.
Where do you think you're going?
Unfortunate. Oh, wait, what? Was he still charmed? My senses are returning. Wait, that I didn't fully understand. I thought he wasn't charmed anymore. Why did he actually kill the priestess? Or did the priestess die from something else? No, he did that, right? Oh well, whatever. Important bit is, she's dead. Oh, can I hit him like this? Okay. Well, unfortunate for the peeps, right? I wanted to keep them alive. Well, I actually didn't. They could have been kept alive, though, maybe. I mean, they wouldn't have let us destroy the totem anyways. Oh, holy fuck, there's a lot, yeah.
As good as the new penny.
Okay, let's pick up the scroll. Pick up the gold. Rapier. Oh, there is a key. Nice. That's hopefully gonna be helpful. I wonder if that key would have opened up the door to where the other guys were. Might be, right? The string enthusiast.
Toasty!
Toasty! Mixing poison with certain objects can produce an elixir powerful enough to affect a particular attribute of an intended victim. A tooth dissolved within a strong poison, for instance, will leech the strength from a man's arm in an instant. Okay. It would be difficult to pour such a concoction down his throat during combat, but coating an arrowhead can deliver a dose of poison straight to the target. The fumes released upon contact will deliver the poison just as effectively. So are they telling me those weird teeth that I found can actually be utilized that way? I can't believe that I fucking accidentally tried to open up the chest even though I wanted to read the book. Now granted, reading the book might have had the exact same effect, because I think if the book belonged to them, it would have still counted as if I would have... Well, I guess it depends on whether or not I read it, or if I just take it, right? I don't know if there's a difference there. Priestess's Diary. How lucky the conduit is to count me among her numbers. Who else would have had the expertise to construct the bone totem? Who else could have thereby created her a tireless shift of obedient miners? How they scrape and hammer, swinging axes over empty skulls. The power is mine, the power of their totem, the power of their souls. Strange to think that something so simple could hold the key to the souls and minds of dozens of thralls, but such is the power of necromancy, as exact and expert as my own. Never in the old world would my talents have been celebrated, but now my work is worth its weight in rubies. This the conduit at least recognizes. Yeah, I don't think she cares though. Pretty sure that she would, you know, kill you in an instant if she wanted to.
Striking it rich!
Okay, let's take a look at the barrels as well. I really like that background there and you know, these big, what I assume to be tenebrium stones. Okay, so the bone totem controlled the skeletons then. That makes sense. Wonder if that gives us more information about... Destroyed the bone crew. Found a group of priests hiding behind a cave-in. They're guarding a bone totem of some sort. Wait. Did that not count as potential combinations for her? The crafting, that is probably the thing that annoys me the most, that the crafting for some reason is not shared among characters. Pixie dust. See, I've never seen pixie dust up until this point. I don't even know where to get that. Sheet of paper, pixie dust. Potential combination. I've never seen pixie dust up until this point. I have absolutely no freaking clue where to get that. Oh, there we go. Any poison potion, any tooth. What kind of weird combination is that? I mean, I guess that's why the book exists. This, I would have never guessed that that's a thing. Any poison potion. I don't have any poison potions anymore, though, do I? I always got rid of them. I don't know if the resistance potion would count, though. It might. Teeth. That did not work. It might not be. I mean, I know there are normal poison potions. So that's probably what they were talking about. Yeah, okay. Unfortunate. I think. Will I ever? I think I only ever had one normal poison potion. I don't know if I can create new ones.
I'm warm as fresh apple pie. Toasty.
Oh, right. One other thing. Not crafting. Inventory. Already getting so much stuff again, right? I was just in the city selling a bunch of things. Where's the ring? What does this do? Plus intelligence, plus perception. Might be something for Lillian. These are both two-handed. This is a one-handed one. Air wand. And I picked up this one. Ah, no, never mind. That's the one that I earlier. Let me see. Equipment. 42 to 70. 52 to 86. But still not the +1 speed, +1 leadership thing. That probably makes my want a lot better compared to a lot of other ones. And then I think... Wait, what kind of rings does she have? +1 perception and fire resistance, +1 lore master. Perception, fire, and dexterity perception. And this had intelligence perception. Yeah, so that's with the intelligence, that's definitely better used on Lillian. I think I want to keep the lore master on her though. It's just good to have that on multiple characters, because sometimes you do forget to look up resistances and whatnot in any given turn. So at least having the resistances on a couple of characters just makes that easier, I think. Okay, sure. Let's give her that one. +1 intelligence. That's definitely a very good thing. All right, let's talk to the funny skeletons. Hey, you buddies.
Can we leave? His raspy voice in my head. It's gone. You saved me.
Who are you?
I hail from Hunter's Edge. Orcs came. They pillaged, enslaved me. To the goblins I was given. Then came the knife. The knife and spells of necromancers.
Tell me about the Immaculates.
They are sorcerers. They want blood and tenebrium. They bring death to all.
They must have a purpose here. Do you know what lies at the heart of these mines?
We do not go where she goes. The conduit. The one before whom every immaculate bows in reverence. If you want to go where we don't go, where she goes, then whisper the word she whispers. Sadakandrus. Sadakandrus is the key.
Okay. Isn't that the goblin?
We're free.
Whisper the word she whispers? Either that means Sadakandrus is some sort of password to open a door. I don't necessarily think so. Maybe Sadakandrus, like the goblin, was the king? No, the tribe leader or something. Maybe they're the key to all of this.
Is it safe?
Or have the key.
Goodbye, O Saviour. You will go yonder, and we shall go to the Hall of Echoes. Fare thee well.
And they all just die. Free bomb. All of them just dead. Nice.
That skeleton believed its soul would live on in the Hall of Echoes.
I mean, I hope so. In theory, it should, right? I mean, yes, they've been brought back by necromancy, but typically that doesn't really bind your soul to the living world. So it likely will. How terrible to have but one short chance at life. Doubtful indeed. The afterlife is a fantasy, plain and simple. Well, in this world, it truly isn't. I mean, we are literally able to go to a plane called the end of time, and you don't believe in an afterlife? Especially if there's necromancy that can bring people back. Very clearly, they had to have been somewhere, right? That is not a thing in our world, like in our real life world, I mean, right? Something like the afterlife probably does not exist for us, because otherwise we would be able to potentially interact with it and in some sort of form, right? But in this world, how can you not believe that afterlife exists? What the hell?
And so it likely will. How terrible to have but one short chance at life.
False promise of a second life is hardly necessary for one who spends the first well enough. Indeed, perhaps we'll meet these souls again when we move on to the Hall of Echoes ourselves. Yeah, maybe we will.
Indeed. Perhaps we'll meet these souls again when we move on to the Hall of Echoes ourselves.
Though, if we believe the weird hints that Ikara made towards us, then maybe we're also immortal and some sort of god, or gods, pair of gods, whatever. Romantic +1. That's a bit of a weird one. Yeah, believing that an afterlife does not exist, even if you know that a tapestry of time and gods and whatever the fuck exist, seems a bit strange, to be completely honest. Okay, so there is another cave in back here. I wonder if this might be an easier way to get past the Death Knight. I feel like we will probably have to cross this bridge eventually, right? That's probably also why there is a second teleport point here. So maybe by going this way, we'll be able to, at least for now, avoid this Death Knight, and then potentially can go here. Maybe this will somehow help us to maybe get rid of the Death Knight, or to summon him somewhere else. I don't know if that's a possibility. And then we might be able to cross. Over here, looks like this might lead to the end of the whole cave system, or maybe this does. I mean, in theory, since the teleport is here, maybe this does. Or maybe both do. Whew, still a lot more to discover. It's always so crazy to me. I mean, think about where we started today, right? I started already having killed the orcs, right? Which means that I already went quite a bit through Luculla Forest, right? I had already looked at the entirety of Silver Glen. I had already gone through the entirety of Luculla Forest, basically, right? Killed the orcs. And, if you will, the only thing that I did today, in 8 hours of streaming, is that I went from where those orcs were at the entrance to the troll cave, to the entrance of the mines and then briefly took a look inside the mines, because I feel like I'm still very much at the beginning of it, right? I mean, surely I cleared out this room, I cleared out the prison, freed an imp, and cleared out this room and freed the miners, but we're still very much at the entrance to this whole thing. It's just crazy. I mean, it's crazy fun, right? I'm not complaining. It's really, really cool that it takes so long because it does give you a lot of content. It's just that it is crazy how long it takes, right? I mean, I do know that I sometimes also tend to maybe overthink combat a little bit, make it a little bit more complex, but that's the fun part about it, right? I mean, that's the fun part. Think about all the different possibilities you have and then sort of weighing your options and choosing the best one in your opinion, right? That's what's so fun about the whole thing, because otherwise, I mean, why play a turn-based game, right? If you don't try to optimize and at least to a certain degree min-max your turns and think about what you can truly do, even if it ends up completely destroying your opponents. But yeah, anyways, let's save it here. Oh, that was quick save. Never mind. Did not actually intend to stream this long today. Might cut it shorter tomorrow, we'll see. So actually, kind of wanted to do some other stuff, but oh well, it's not a big deal. Let's save this. That's the last one. Quick autosave. Let's overwrite this one. It's just that it still feels like this game will probably end up being like a 200-hour playthrough, which, holy fuck. I did not think that would be a thing, honestly. I don't know what I was expecting from this game, but somehow I didn't think that it would be this long. Although it is an RPG, right? Well, let's see. Did I save correctly? 110 hours. Holy fuck. All right. Well, that's going to be it for now. And for this stream. Let's see. Took a while. Indeed, it took a while to get into the mines, but I am very much looking forward to engaging with those Death Knights. No idea what they're going to be about. I hope it's not only going to be, hey, sneak past them and that's it, right? And then, I don't know, find some sort of lever or thing to destroy and it'll just get rid of the Death Knights. I don't think it's going to be that way. I was very much looking forward to fighting one of them. But if they're completely invulnerable, I kind of wish they wouldn't do that. I don't know. It's probably a little bit difficult in terms of design because I mean, they seem to be a very, I would say, sort of central part of the story there, right? With the Tenebrium and whatnot, and the mines. Whatever Leandro's plan is there, but making it possible for the player to deal with them in some sort of other way, obviously might take something away from the story, right? It might take something away from what they're trying with these Death Knights and what they're supposedly representing. Because obviously making them completely invulnerable also makes them seem a lot stronger maybe, right? And a lot more deathly. But I feel like there would be other ways to do that. For example, that shambling oak that we found in Heiberheim was more or less invincible without actually being invincible, right? And I feel like that might have been the better approach here. Give the player a theoretical chance to win against them while still making them insanely strong and clearly not meant to be fought, right? Or rather, finding or needing to find something that would make them easier to fight. Yeah, it's the same with the Sentinels, right? Making them invulnerable, yet at the same time you're able to teleport them and whatnot. Yeah, a little bit of a weird decision. I don't know. But yeah, anyways, that was it for today. Very much love doing a longer stream of Divinity again. The problem is we're raiding in about, well, 1 hour 40 minutes. So it doesn't really give me much time to do in between, huh? Yeah. Anyways, I will be live again in, as I said, about 1 hour 30-ish for more Final Fantasy XIV Dragon Song's Reprise proc. And then Divinity Original Sin will return tomorrow, same start time as today, which is 8 UTC. Yeah. And then, I don't know, again, might be a little bit of a shorter stream tomorrow, so not too sure if I'll be able to get through the entirety of the mines, but I'll certainly try. It's definitely going to be interesting. I'm very much looking forward to it. There were a couple of surprises in there, especially since, well, the Goblin leader had been built up a lot more, I thought. And then finding him to just be this normal-looking small goblin dude and being imprisoned was quite funny to see. I also definitely appreciated the two ways with which you could deal with them, right? Either blow them up with the fuse, but killing the imp, or killing them individually and then saving the imp that way. Considering what the imp then talked about, I wouldn't have been too sad if people chose to kill him as well. But I'm certainly looking forward to see what he might be up to at the end of time, right? Maybe there's some sort of special, I don't know, shop or something that he'll open up. Would be kind of cool to see. And then, yeah, I just find it so interesting how there are all these factions in the game, yet none of them are ever just one-dimensional, right? There's always a bunch of layers to them. And same here with the Immaculates, where even the ones that built the bone pile to help the conduit mine Tenebrium still seem to fear whatever the Death Knights are, right? And probably didn't necessarily expect them to be there, or to be brought into being, hiding away, and then you having the possibility to talk to them and not necessarily killing them is pretty cool, honestly. Even though I accidentally ended up... Well, I would have had to do that anyways, because I definitely wanted to get rid of that bone totem, right? Because I thought that it might be connected to the Death Knights. Turns out it was connected to the miners, but either way, I probably would have gone to their bad side soonish anyways. It's just a little bit dumb that it happened over a wooden box that had almost nothing in it. But yeah, anyways, that's going to be it for now. I'll be back in about 1.5 hours with more Final Fantasy XIV and then more Divinity Original Sin tomorrow. I hope you're having a great rest of your evening, morning, day, wherever you are, and maybe I'll see you on the next one. Until then, bye-bye.